248-539-9797. Hey, you can win a pair of tickets to see Green Day, the Saviors Tour, with the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas, Comerica Park, September 4th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com, courtesy of Live Nation. Be the third caller when you hear Jim Costa say, ho, 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 we're going to blow you out. And you'll get those Green Day tickets. All right, we have some ticket text. Then I'm going to get into another unwritten rule that I'd like to see made that will never be made in this society. Greg was on home ice. He can do whatever the hell he wants. It's the entertainment business. Riley went Dale Hunter. He should have gotten 21 games just like Dale. It wasn't as bad as the Dale Hunter because I don't think Turgeon, I haven't watched it in so long. I don't think Turgeon actually saw Hunter coming. Greg kind of saw him coming.
Yeah.
Stoney, it should have been a 21-game sussy like Dale Hunter. Kid was relaxed and defenseless. Riley went Dale Hunter. The Sens kid was on home ice. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Sports is entertainment, for God's sakes. If they don't like it, they should have stopped him. That's Nick in Oxford. Riley was given 5 games because per collective bargaining agreement, they cannot be suspended for more than 5 games without an in-person hearing. The in-person hearing was canceled due to weather, Tony in Oxford. Okay, so I don't think he would have gotten much more than that anyway. He should have got at least 6, but yes, you're correct. Well, they could have waited a day and then, send them to New York. The bottom line is they're just mad they lost. The 5-game suspension was too light, in my opinion. Bad take, Stoney. Doesn't make a difference what era of hockey you're playing. If you take a slap shot into an empty net, you know what's to follow. A suspension is worthy, but Morgan Riley is justified for going after him. You know what he should have done then? Go after him, mouth off, drop the gloves, and fight.
Yeah.
That's what he should have done.
And maybe not even fight. Would I think at least acknowledge, it's a skirmish.
Yes.
Don't do something to get suspended.
Right, exactly. I mean, you don't put the guy, you don't cross the guy's head.
I have no problem with bunting. I have no problem with beaning him the next time or beating the next batter.
Yeah.
It's part of the game. It's the fun of the game. Add some character to it. The bat flip does. I'm glad it's been a little more embraced.
All right, you had the Turgeon up on your little laptop there.
This was so ridiculous.
I know. Turgeon had no idea.
Have you seen this?
No.
John, you need to see it.
He got a 21-game. This is during the playoffs, too. Chris in Avan says the one thing that comes to mind is Jose Fernandez when he hit his first home run and he watched it and resulted in benches clearing. It was the kid's first home run, and the pitcher was mad he watched it. The NHL is notorious for their random lopsided suspension. That doesn't surprise me. That being said, the Ottawa player knew damn well what he had coming to him. This is much more tolerable than a manager crying about a home run getting hit on a 3-0 ball thrown by a position player. Gavin in Rochester. All right. Also over the weekend, I turned it on because Caitlin Clark was going for the all-time women's point scoring record.
Yes.
And when I turned it on, she was 8 away, and she didn't score the rest of the game, so it's my fault. Anyway, Nebraska comes back, wins the game. They're at Nebraska. Obviously, Iowa is ranked, I think, in the top 5 or whatever. Nebraska wasn't, but they're pretty good. And they stormed the floor after the game. Fine. But I did have a problem. I know this is whatever word you're going to use.
It.
I'm going to ask Gov because he might be more with me than you are. You have a problem courts storming the floor if guys do it for a girls' event?
No.
Oh, I did.
Why?
I don't know. I just thought it was weird. Maybe
so you're not allowed to storm the court if it's a women's game. If you're a male, only females.
I
can.
just found it. Yes, exactly.
A new rule.
Right, exactly. I said I just found it odd.
Oh,
Stoney's unwritten rule.
Yeah, Stoney, you just be you.
I know.
That is, I'm going to go full Doug Karsh. Just you do you.
Yeah,
Don't ever change.
I just found it odd. I'm not saying I was against. It's just
so you can celebrate. I mean, why are the dudes even there then? If they don't care about the ending, if they just want to watch a blowout, they don't want to see a good game.
They want to see Caitlin Clark. Just like I would go if I think they play Michigan tonight. In Iowa or
in
tomorrow?
Iowa, yeah.
Yeah, and she's going to break the record against Michigan. Maybe Juwan should coach. Anyway, if it was at Chrysler, I would go. I might go because I want to see history. I like that, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't storm the floor.
But it was a major upset in women's college basketball.
I know,
and especially for their. I mean, you're not talking about. I don't think there's a bunch of 65-year-old dudes.
No, I know
that are storming the floor. You're talking about the student section storming the floor.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I just
You guess that's generally who storms the floor.
I don't know. It just looked weird to me.
My thing is, if you go to the game, you care.
Right.
Most likely. Therefore, why wouldn't you?
Yeah. If it's a okay, and this game was Nebraska was overmatched. They were down with 19 at one point.
I know.
And came back to win against one of the greatest players that has ever played the game in college basketball. Why wouldn't they celebrate like that?
I think the female
females
fans would.
can,
Yes, absolutely.
Heather?
It's
ridiculous.
sexist. I
Like to
agree.
chime in?
I know.
I think it's ridiculous.
It's
I
sexist.
agree with everything that's being said
It looked,
on John's half, not
Thank
on
you.
yours.
I know.
Yes.
I just thought it looked odd to me.
Oh,
That's
look
all.
at those 18, 19, 20-year-old
That are so
men.
excited and
Yes.
maybe
How
friends
dare
with some
they
of the players on
celebrate.
the
Yeah.
team. Yes, they should just sit there and not even clap their hands.
Yes.
Stoney also believes that if you fill out a women's bracket, that you can't do it for money.
I've never. Well,
Hey, ticket text. What's some other things Stoney believes?
yeah.
Yeah.
or what unwritten rules should there be? Obviously, you don't agree with mine.
No.
What unwritten rules should there be? 248
you're a guy,
539
forget about it.
97.
Don't celebrate women's
No,
games.
don't.
Just go
Don't
to the
even
games.
go.
And you
No,
can,
don't even
What's
go.
the point?
no,
Yeah.
no, I'm saying I'm
Go,
going.
but just stand, sit there on your hands.
No, just don't storm the floor.
What's the colleges down south? HBCU?
Yeah.
Right? Only black people can storm the court down there. There you go. There's Stoney's.
No.
I mean, seriously.
Nope. Nope. Never said that. Let's go to Dean in Milford. You're on 97 the ticket.
I got a question for you, Stoney. The only way to answer your baseball question about the bunt during a no-no is what's the score?
Well, I said it was 9-0. Yes, if it's a close game, obviously you try to get a guy on base and tie the game or whatever.
Right. I mean, 9-0. Here's the way that I'm looking at it is growing up a pitcher, I'm mad at my first baseman and my third baseman for not being prepared for the situation, not mad at the guy that's trying to make a play and rally his team. Growing up, you're always told the game is never over until the last out is recorded. I think a lot of the unwritten rules are just unwritten rules allowing for individuals to be whiners, because I was told to be nice because it's the morning show. A bunch of people, it gives them a right to whine and complain.
You're right.
And pretend like something egregious happened when in reality it's just playing the game. As a pitcher, if a guy hit a home run off me, you know what I'm not doing? Giving you a free base the next time you come up to hit.
You're right.
I'm more focused now to strike you out because I want to sit you on the bench and point and laugh at you. A lot of the unwritten rules are just for I exclude a lot of the hockey ones because I think hockey's always been a sport that needs to protect itself and protect its players because obviously based on the rules that you just said, they're asinine and none of them make any sense. But with the way that anyone gets suspended for anything that happens, but 90% of the one in baseball is just for the victim mentality and allowing people in an unwritten way to address something that just makes them the biggest B word that could possibly be.
You know, Dean, you're right on. Absolutely. So correct.
Mean Dean.
So correct.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Andrew in Dearborn. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, what's up, gang? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, kudos to that last caller. He was spot on. That
Yep.
was nice. I've got a couple no-nos in the NFL. One, don't fake taking the knee and then throw over the top. That sucks. And
Well,
secondarily,
that's you know what? That's good strategy if it's a close game.
Yeah. Why run a fake
yeah,
reverse and then want to reverse if you're not going to do it?
I get, but then you're setting the defenders up. I mean, if they blow up the victory formation, what the hell? They were taking the knee, the whole 9 yards.
Right. So, hey, Andrew, I'm with you because one of the unwritten rules, obviously, standing on the offensive line, you go victory formation. The defensive line's not going to come off and
Right.
hit you underneath the chin strap.
Correct.
So,
Exactly,
but
exactly.
if you run a fake spike and I go over the top. Now the head coach better tell, and the offensive line coach better tell every offensive lineman, hey, buckle up because
Right.
here they come.
Yes. I mean, one of the great plays.
Exactly.
One of the great plays in NFL history probably was Marino's fake spike.
Yeah.
He was the first person to do it, right?
Yes. Yeah.
How about one in the NFL or in football in general? Remember when Kenny Pickett did the fake slide?
Yes.
Is that unwritten?
Well, it's a rule now.
Right.
Yeah.
But it was at that time, wasn't it? That the defender's giving himself up, and then all of a sudden you're going to fake your give up?
Well, the defender's giving himself up because if they touch him
Right.
on at the time with the slide, then they risk actually being kicked out of the game.
Yeah.
Not just a penalty, but risk being kicked out of the game. So now all of a sudden, hey, you fake slide, and you don't. Same thing with the fake, spike and go over the top. If you're going to do that, Kenny Pickett, if it happened again in that game, I think the officials would have to say, hey, you faked it before. This time you slide and somebody lights you up. I'm okay with that.
What about in basketball when the game's decided and certain teams, most teams will dribble out the clock or whatever, or even take your own, shot clock violation.
Not
give
going
the
in
ball.
for a dunk.
Yeah. What do you think about what do you think about that when a team goes in for a dunk or
Hey, you leave your feet, you might not come down on your feet.
But it's usually a breakaway. I'm not saying
Right, yeah. I mean, we've seen that. We saw that the last couple of years when you get into tournament time. Maybe it was conference tournaments where a team would go in and they would, dunk on a breakaway, and then all of a sudden there'd be a huge brawl. Like it's the same. It's no different than the empty net slap shot. Like stop them. If you want to be an a-hole,
right?
Then go for it. But I don't know why you would. The result would be a brawl,
right? Or go cross-check the guy's face.
I know you don't play golf, but you have played some golf, right?
Yeah. Yes, I'm familiar with the game.
Do you know the amount of etiquette in golf? Are you familiar with it?
I believe so. Yeah. I mean, I'm
I was kind of hoping you wouldn't, because then I'd ask you to go to Stoney at his club and play. See how long you last.
Well, I mean,
He starts walking with his cleats, and he leaves like big footprints in the green in front of your Stoney hut.
Yeah, no, I know not to step on the ball line. And, yeah. Trust me, I would bury his ball in the fairway. I'd have no problem with that.
248-539.
What about driving into somebody?
You mean
off
if they're
the
in there? Oh, you mean like off?
Like you could probably
if they're maybe they're 250 yards down,
right? And you're hitting 350 into them.
Oh no, I'm not going to hit into them.
Yeah,
I'll wait for him to move.
Absolutely. All right, 248-539-97. I got some interesting texts about me coming up next. 97 to take.
All right, hey, the slippery winter season is here. It sounds like it's going to be back again today. Whether your injury is a result of an auto accident or slip and fall during the winter months, there's only one attorney out there who can give you the personal service that you need and deserve, and that's injury attorney David Femininio. I've told you before, if you're injured in Michigan, you need to call David Femininio to get David and get paid. David can be reached anytime on his website, getdavidgetpaid.com, or give him a call directly at 855-65-CRASH. That website one more time, getdavidgetpaid.com, or give him a call at 855-65-CRASH.
They could have used about 20 timeouts last night. Pistons only lose by 16. They were getting blown out earlier. I like Boston beat the Nets by 50 last night. Wow. Kevin Durant with 25. Before the game, Isaiah Stewart arrested for allegedly sucker punching Drew Eubanks of the Phoenix Suns in the tunnel before the game. Stewart was not going to play anyway. So, like, the league's investigating. The Suns basically said they're investigating, and it was provoked. Monty Williams thought that was kind of cheap to say, what the Suns did without the further investigation. And obviously, they said there's no video, which is crazy with all, security cameras that they have in arenas, that there would be no video of that. There was video of Iowa being upset by Nebraska on Saturday in women's basketball, and I just happened to I got no problem with, upsets with guys, or guys charging the floor, storming the floor. I just found it just odd because it's the first time I've ever seen a court storm at a women's game with a lot of guys on the floor. I thought, God, this is weird. Guys are storming the floor for a women's basketball game.
Guys are celebrating. How dare they?
And I admit it comes across sexist.
Women can vote,
right? They can drive cars now too, right?
They can, yes. Stoney going out with the most Stoney take of all time. Well done, sir. Stoney with the oddest case of sexism I've heard in a minute. I admitted it. God, Stoney, I'm going to miss you in the morning. That's from Jay. Sounds to me like someone is walking Stoney's lawn and he's upset. Don in Montana. No, I'm not that upset. I always said it looked weird. It looked weird to me. I know. It did.
That's what the Indians said when we came to America. This looks weird.
You use the term Indians. Get off the air. All right. Is it more weird for men to storm the court at a women's game or for the one guy who stormed it after Detroit Mercy's first win last night?
I thought that was classic.
That was awesome.
Yes.
That was great.
What if it was one girl?
Uh-huh.
That would have been fine. That would have been fine. I just did. I'm not saying it's not. I think you're misconstruing what I'm saying.
I don't think we are.
No, you are.
Pretty sure we're not.
I'm not saying it's.
You said it was weird.
It is weird, but it's not bad. It shouldn't be outlawed. It should be scorned.
Why is it weird?
Because I never saw it before. That's why it was weird.
It's not weird.
I never knew guys got that excited about women's basketball that they would storm the floor. And this is someone. That's okay.
About a big sporting event where there's a monster upset and one that you came back from a nearly 20-point deficit. Somebody hits a game winner at the buzzer, and all of a sudden you celebrate.
I'm just not being consistent because
weird.
If you've asked me, one of the greatest sporting events I was ever at. No, I didn't storm the floor. Was when the Shock won their first WNBA championship at the sold-out Palace. It was unbelievable. And people, when I remember I talked about that, people thought I was out of my freaking mind. How could you like that WNBA stuff? It was great. It was a great event. This, I just thought a little odd. Somebody actually, are you agreeing with me? I can't tell. I agree with you, Stoney. A male person jumping up and down on the floor trying to get to the female players seems weird, especially in today's world.
You're storming the court. You're not trying to get to the female player.
I didn't even go there. I didn't even go there.
I read this in your email, and I instantly thought, we got to do this. Yeah. I can't keep this a secret. I can't keep it a secret.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What can I say?
Well, I'll have to make sure that when, hey, whether it's Grand Slam Ellie or, if Ruby has the opportunity to hit the game-winning free throws again this year for a district title, that everybody stays off the floor.
Just the guys.
Only girls
can storm
can storm the floor.
And relatives. Just kidding.
All your time at home today, you're going to be talking with your kids about Stoney, aren't you? Yeah. After the 2 Grand Slam and the.
I know. There are people like this in this world. We've had those discussions before.
Yes, exactly.
People have different opinions, and that's okay.
Exactly. Well,
you just don't have to agree with them.
Exactly. All right. It's time for news. And here's Heather.
Well, I am sure by now you have heard about the tragedy that took place at the Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl parade. If not, I'll give you some updates. There really hasn't been any crazy developments as of yet that I can update you on, but one person was killed. 22 others were wounded in the shooting. 3 people have been detained for questioning. There's no word yet on the motive, no information yet on these suspects. Some of the Chiefs players were actually still on the stage when this happened, but nobody associated with the team was injured. You can continue to look for updates online. I know we're learning more about the victim, at least the victim that was fatally shot, Lisa Lopez Galvin. She was a local Kansas City radio DJ, a beloved mother, a wife. She was there with her husband and one of her sons. Her son was also a victim of a gunshot wound as well. So if anything breaks, I'll update you as the day goes on. So after bumping into and screaming at Coach Andy Reid during the Super Bowl, Travis Kelce is calling his actions unacceptable. So he is now kind of reflecting on that situation, and he talked to his brother on their New Heights podcast, and Kelce explained that he kind of explained the situation, and he admitted that he did go a little too far.
I doubt that, but it's cool.
We get the point.
So love it or hate it, there's no denying the power that Taylor Swift has when it comes to stirring up interest. And while some people might not have been so happy with seeing her at the games, I know some people didn't like that.
Yeah.
There's new data that shows just how big of an impact she had on the Super Bowl. So Sports Business Journal reports that 47.5% of the total audience for Super Bowl 58 was indeed women, and that's a new record for
Say that
the
number
event.
again?
47.5% of the audience. It's almost half.
Almost half.
Yes.
Yeah.
And overall, numbers
So
show
they're allowed to watch men's sports.
they are.
Can the other 53% that were at the Super Bowl, is it possible for them to go and enjoy a women's
Can't wait
sport?
for the Acosta and Embellisher show.
Are you okay with women watching?
Absolutely.
Men's sports?
I'm
Yeah.
okay with men
Shouldn't they
watching
be in the
women's
kitchen?
sports too.
And well, listen to this number. Swift helped draw 58.8 million women to the big game, and that's the highest number of all time and a massive 9% increase from the same number a year ago. So she brought in a ton of viewership. We knew that. We knew that was going to happen, but when you hear those numbers, it's pretty impactful. Ann Arbor police are searching for a suspect who robbed a man at knife point as he was walking through a park on Tuesday night. The 42-year-old victim was walking in Rose Park, and it was right around 10 p.m. when this suspect, armed with a knife, robbed him, got away with the guy's wallet. Cell phone was stolen as well, and the victim did suffer a minor head injury. The suspect is being described only as a male wearing a ski mask who fled on foot. So police are
Johnson
on the
Gardner
lookout.
Johnson.
Oh, gosh. Hey, guys, listen to this. There's 2 kids from Colorado that just became the first college athletes to get scholarships to play Division I cornhole.
What?
Yes. So these teens were apparently cornhole prodigies. They won the first ever high school championship together in 2021, and then they won another one a year later. And on National Signing Day last week, they signed letters of intent to play D1 cornhole for Winthrop University in South Carolina.
Winthrop? Sounds like your
It's
butler.
my butler. It is. I didn't know he had his. I pay him
His
so
own
well.
university, yeah.
They're usually pretty good in the NCAA basketball
Yeah.
tournament. I don't know if
Yeah.
they win, but they're always one of those upset alerts. Winthrop.
So is that where you go to become a butler?
I get. Yeah,
Like
exactly.
what's that degree called?
Butlerology, buttology.
What's Winthrop think about your new schedule coming up? You're going to be around the house at different times.
I know
Yeah.
he's got different responsibilities now.
Right.
John, that's a ridiculous take. You go to Butler for that.
Go to Butler. Yes, yes, yes.
I got to make bagels every day.
Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Thank you, Heather. Coming up next, Tarek Skubal will join us. Stoney and Jansen. 97 won the ticket. You could bang my wife one time. I love the helmet. I think it's got a little harder.
That's Mike Stone.
Let me speak. I'm asking the fans out there. What?
There's a difference between a slot and a hole. Effing all these hoes. Breast milk. F you. I let you F me so many times. All right, Hugh Grant. That's Milfage. I'm about as white as you can get. Doggy style. Not going good. It's inbred, basically. I don't mean that in a bad way. In Europe, well, it's inbred in their culture. Ah, the music.
Do you want me to hire who, Stoney?
I'm sick of the commercial with Med USA in it. Troy Weaver, you won the draft night. Level find its water. The plums of the crop. Roar! Le Canadiens, vous avez le... She used the R word. A Midwestern guy? Is the banning of the NFL racist? I like salt. Oh, Jews. I want to have sex with female dogs.
Those?
Bitch. Boston Strong. Oh, no asterisk for this guy. He's Boston Strong. And her boobs look marvelous. Pubic hair around women. Yes! He
was awful in the last three games
against
the Giants.
Breasts. Mexicans. Breasts. assumed the Penn State-Michigan game was a night game. Yeah, Rubio might not play again.
Yeah.
Salad. Oh, you're so scary. You're correct. Butu Clang. I don't just put him back playing football. Run DMC's opening up for a red chili peppers. Ba da ba ba da bang da bang bang da diggy 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 shake that. I'm horrible. I can't do it. Exit lights. Enter night. Take my hand. We're off to Never Never Land.
Hey, get buckets with your first NBA bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $150 if your bet just simply wins. And you can bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, in-game betting, exclusive props, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and shoot your shot. Download the app. Explore. You're going to find that there's a lot to have fun with. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA, and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Thank you, Cookies.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number here. We'll take your texts as well. Don't forget, tomorrow is the last incarnation of the Stoney and Jansen program.
Yeah.
Morning show will continue. It's Costa and Jansen. Is that what they're calling it, Costa and Jansen?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
With Heather, of course. Yeah. So, you might want to listen. I have no idea what's going to happen. I know things that I'm going to want to say.
Well, so we know that for all of us involved, directly or indirectly, and indirectly we mean you guys, the listener, there's going to be a wide range of emotions. And some of the day will be spent laughing, inappropriately laughing.
I hope so.
As we can. Other moments, there's going to be some emotional moments because it's the last day of the Stoney and Jansen with Heather show.
Yes.
So,
although there will be others when either you or when you guys are off, I'll be in.
Correct. Yes. So yes, just to let anybody know, and I know people have called in before, wishing Stoney a great retirement.
Right.
This is it's just a new position here.
Yeah, it's kind of like a semi-retirement, so to speak. It's
Right,
like I'm
dipping
being,
your toe.
I'm going from the starting. I'm going from the starter to the utility role.
You're dipping your toe.
Yeah.
And you're going to be gone for a couple of weeks. What are you going to do for the next couple of weeks? You're going to be down.
I'm going to be down in Florida from Monday to the 29th.
Okay.
So that's
Your
about
boots on
10
the ground.
days.
I'm hoping to get an update on spring training.
Yeah, I have to decide whether I'm going to make the trip. It's about 2.5 hours from where I am. I think I will. Because Cindy's going to be there for like the first 8 days, and then she's coming back here. So I might wait. If she doesn't want to go, I'll wait till she leaves and then go. And we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. But then you will be back, obviously, March the 1st.
March the 1st, I'll be in for Mike.
Yep.
And then I believe the 4th and the 5th also in for Mike. And then
Does that guy ever work anymore?
Then the 7th
He's been off all week, too.
Then the 7th and the 8th, I'll be off for Rico.
Okay.
And then there's going to be time like the 3 days late March, I'm in for Doug. And then I believe I'm in for either you or Jim, either Memorial Day week or 4th of July week.
Yeah. We got some softball and some basketball coming up. So
look, I'll be still here lingering.
Yes. So that was my point when I started this conversation of you won't be on the morning show on a day-to-day basis, but you will be on the station almost on a day-to-day basis because...
Well, that's not every day.
Not every day, no. But, I mean, there's 3 shows. There's a lot of people.
There'll be about... It'll probably come to about half the year, I would assume, something like that. And then you never know what else... I'll still do the Lions post-game show for the next 2 years. Still do Restore the Floor. The Pistons are still around. No, just kidding. I'll still do that with Evan.
Yeah.
And there might be some other stuff podcast-wise. You never know. We're trying to figure out that in the mainstream.
But you're going to come back and you're going to look younger and you're going to feel younger because you're not going to have to get up at 4:30 anymore.
That's true.
You're going to
that's healthy.
Be
no doubt.
re-energized.
Yes. By the way, congratulations to Mark in Farmington Hills. He heard the Jim Costa say, "Ho, ho, ho, we're going to blow you out." So he wins a pair of tickets to the Green Day Saviors Tour with special guests, the Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas at Comerica Park on September 4th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com, courtesy of Live Nation. Yeah, man, should I call Max from Michigan? Should Max from Michigan call a morning show?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And you could use any style of voice that you want. You're going to have to find, you have to use Cindy's phone because we'll know your number when it pops up.
Right. That's true.
Yeah. Although, you're going to have to get a burner. Oh. Let's put it that way because, we know Cindy's number as well, and obviously her name will pop up. So
yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So
you're going to have to get yourself a burner. Yeah.
A disguise.
Yeah. That's she phone. Phone she don't know about.
Yeah. Is that what that's called?
I've never heard that before.
Oh, yeah. It's like she money. Money she don't know about.
Listen to John go.
Before either.
Listen to John going all accent here too.
Well,
Boy, that's you going back your NFL locker room days there. I
yeah, that's where I
guarantee
got it
you.
all.
I
Yeah.
know. I guarantee. I'm sure you played with many a player who had she phones.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes. So tomorrow should be interesting. Like I said, I'm going to be writing some thank yous and things like that. It'll probably be this time tomorrow. I'll wait till the end.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna write, but you're gonna actually voice them, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Because I don't want to forget anybody.
Right.
So it'll be a long list of people that I want to thank for.
Yes. So I do encourage everyone that is listening, or if you're watching on Twitch, it might actually be a somewhat of a visual tomorrow, that you will want to tune in as long as you possibly can, because there will be some classic moments shared. Some classic moments shared. And we may even have some new classics tomorrow.
Well, I would imagine we will
Yes.
with Stoney. You never know what you're
Yes.
going to get.
You never know.
You never know. Exactly. Ladies and gentlemen, back off the disabled list.
Yes.
He is the Gator. How you
3-day
feeling?
DL.
I feel better. Thank you.
I see the box of Kleenex, though. I
Yes.
thought maybe it was because you were going to shed a tear for Stoney.
That's
Well,
tomorrow.
gotta have
I know,
that.
but I thought he was just,
Yes.
Yeah.
Preparing
That's part of it.
to weep.
It is part of it.
Stoney's like a box of chocolates.
It's
Never
true.
know what you're going to
You
get.
never know what
Very
you're gonna
true.
get.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready to play the 2 Grand Slam?
Yeah, I'm very upset I missed it on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
Yeah. Doug was too.
we have a special. We have a special 2 Grand Slam today because it's the last one I'll be a part of in the morning show. So it's things about yours truly here.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And,
All right.
You will beat the contestant. Thomas from Detroit got 1.
yes, I think you will beat.
You will.
Yes. All right.
And-
The clock will start when Heather asks the first question.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Are you ready?
I think so.
Okay. Where did Stoney graduate from college?
American.
What year was Stoney hired by the Ticket?
Oh, that's a great question. 2011.
This former Red Wings coach once hung up on Stoney on air.
Scotty Bowman.
Stoney was once roommates with this local columnist.
Mitch Albom.
Who was Stoney talking about when he called these people those people?
I don't know, but I know the drop.
What is Stoney's favorite alcoholic beverage?
I don't know. Vodka? I don't know.
Stoney once drove around this city in circles for 4 hours.
Indianapolis.
Stoney's daughter Marissa interned for this NFL team.
Is it the Chiefs?
Stoney once buried this NFL quarterback before he went on to win multiple playoff games.
Jared Goff. I don't know.
What year did Stoney move to the Detroit area?
1984.
You got 4.
You got 4 right. Yes.
Man.
That was tough.
Yeah.
So you got, and by the way, please say the college that Stoney went to again.
American.
Yes. So you do that so
You
well.
got that one.
I went to American. Question number 2. What year was I hired by the Ticket? 2009.
Yes, I think you said
I choose
2011.
2011.
Yeah.
you were-
First show, the Atrium at the Silverdome with Pat Caputo, who was trying to explain to me how to do talk radio under the Bigby
Oh, and
method.
the Big yeah. Well, you and I actually hosted a show together shortly after.
Yes,
I felt like I was real close to being the first guy.
Mike Babcock once hung up on me on the air.
Okay.
You got the Mitch Albom question correct, roommates. I was talking about the royal family when I called these people
Those people.
My favorite alcoholic beverage is the Bloody Mary. You got the
Favorite vodka,
Indianapolis correct. You got the Chiefs correct as the team my daughter interned for this summer. Stoney once buried this NFL quarterback before he went on to win multiple playoff games. Brett Favre.
Yes.
Brett Favre. Really?
And I moved to the Detroit area in 1986.
86.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Can I do a little Stoney experiment?
Sure.
Yeah.
At the end of the college basketball season, after the regular season, what's next?
What's next?
When the college basketball regular season ends.
Oh, I know. It's the tournament. It's not the tournament. Just like in bicycle racing, it's not the Tour de France. It's the Tour de France.
He's Stoney with his tournament.
Now I pronounce the R. I'm not from New York or Boston. Tour.
All right, just making sure you
yeah.
still had it.
Yeah.
Still got that, that bullet in the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
The tournament.
Yeah, the whole accent thing. Oh, we all have accents.
I know.
Yeah.
What?
That's yours.
Yeah, Philadelphian accents are the O's.
It's like Baltimore.
Stoney, let's get some lines out and do some coke.
It's
Because that's the example.
I started to do the soft drink. I said no. I won't get any type of reaction if I say the soft drink.
I know because I know that. I mean, there's a whole Pennsylvania thing. Pittsburgh accent is very but it's like Philly accent is not as severe as Pittsburgh.
Correct.
And it's kind of a blend. And then Baltimore goes a little further away.
Yes.
They're all similar. But,
exactly. All right. You won't be discussing accents. Will you be discussing local players getting arrested before games?
No, it's sucker punch.
Yeah.
I stubbed my finger when I punched him in the face.
Yes. Carson Anderson next. We'll see you tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket.
All right. I feel like this is the press conference from a player back off the injured list. Scott Anderson is back in studio, and how the last couple days been for you?
They were fun.
Yeah.
It's just a cold, but the good old fashioned cold.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since I've had one.
Yeah.
It's in this COVID era. So it's to just have it, be sick, and it's just related to what comes out of your nose, or what comes if you have a cough. So hopefully those symptoms have diminished enough where it's not going to change.
You aren't the only one that's hoping that, Gator.
Oh, hey, listen, we're all in this together. I'm forcing it.
Right. Well, I'm hoping you are through it, and good to have you back.
Yeah. Otherwise, I feel bad for you guys because I sound sexy as hell. So I'm sorry to be that sexy.
Yes. Nothing
this early in the morning.
Nothing screams sex appeal like phlegm.
That's right.
You got it.
That's right.
He's
Thank you.
He's got it.
Thank
people. He's got it.
Hopefully I don't have it.
What'd you do the last couple of days?
I did nothing.
Yeah.
I sat at home, watched a lot of TV, tried to sleep a lot, which is not easy to do.
Nope.
When you have a cold, it's not easy to do. But just didn't do a whole lot, and there you have it. Watched a lot of bad basketball.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Saw that. Was terribly alarmed yesterday with the news in Kansas City.
We'll get to that.
That's brutal.
It's unbelievable, but it is believable.
Watched some horrible hockey the other night, or was it great hockey? Seeing the best player in the world play like he's the best player in the world.
Yep.
I mean, that was Connor McDavid was amazing that night.
Hopefully, it bounced back tonight for our Wings.
Be nice out in Vancouver, or as our old friend Eli Zarrett would say, Vank.
Did he?
Well, I'm going to play Vank tonight.
I never heard that one from Eli. Yeah. I heard a lot from Eli back in the day, but I didn't hear that one.
I see like an eagle.
That's not exactly what he said.
A more descriptive eagle.
Yeah. He just got laser eye surgery.
Yeah.
LASIK.
Yeah.
Eli, what do you think?
I see like a freaking eagle.
He didn't say freaking.
Getting close to it.
Yeah, but all right. So you've heard about Kang's situation?
No, actually, the other thing is I totally stayed away from the show for 2 days.
Did you?
So I apologize to you guys.
It's okay.
Normally I jump on the Twitch feed and interact with the folk. If
that's
I have
only
a
when
day
you're
off.
on vacation.
That's true.
Yeah,
vacation,
he only does that when
it.
he's completely off work and should totally unplug. He's on Twitch then.
That's so true.
Well, we did a mock draft yesterday.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Gator.
Yeah,
some people were like, couldn't believe we did it without you, but we didn't know how long you're going to be out,
You
man.
know what was funny is seriously, you're going to love how it kind of bombed because it kind of did. Because we tried to do something that was a little bit risky. I'll get to that. Actually, let me do that now, and we'll get an update on Kang's situation. But you know how when we do the mock draft, I will look at the draft. I will give you a pool of players to choose from. We'll take ticket texts and calls, and then we'll tell you who the pick is.
Right.
Because you weren't here, it was a Field Yates mock on ESPN, and the Lions are picking 29th. So we actually, I was very impressed. We showed great show discipline, and we looked up the top 28 picks and didn't look at who the Lions took at 29. And then put together a pool of players we knew were still available, which ran 8 deep. We also accepted trades back into the second round because Michael Penix was still on the board, and we thought, well, there might be a team that covets Michael Penix. All the rest of the quarterbacks were gone.
Bo Nix
went 20th to Minnesota, I think it was.
Your good friend JJ?
He went to Denver at 12. The other guys went 1, 2, 3. So Penix was still on the board, and we thought, under this scenario, honestly, there probably is a team in the second round that's going to call teams late in the first. So we left that in there, and so we had this pool of like 9 guys. Chop Robinson, Adisa Isaac, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Keon Coleman, Jurjan, the defensive tackle from Illinois, Sweat, the defensive tackle from Texas. Anyway, we had all these guys. And it turned out none of them were the pick. So we took all these votes and everything, and then it was Darius Robinson, the edge rusher from Missouri. So we had the pool of players, but we didn't have who the actual pick was. So that was the challenge of not having you here. But just updating you on Kang's situation. His wife, late breaking development, was sent to San Diego for work. And for the first time ever, he's a stay-at-home single-parent dad for 3 days. And I got one update yesterday, and it made me laugh out loud. Let me just...
a literal LOL?
I read it and laughed out. I literally lulled. Yep. And we will get to that coming up today at 10:16. And yeah, the incredibly depressing news that it happened again, and this time in Kansas City and during the Chiefs parade. And there's new reporting on that we will read it. I don't know how. I mean, look, it's an eyewitness account, and it might change the way this thing is looked at. But we will get to that coming up at 10:30. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, being sick sucks, but I will tell you that having a bed like I have right now, I'm very happy with it. The Posh and Lavish mattress that I got from True Sleep, it's fantastic. But what makes it fantastic really is the top of the line BedTech BT 6500 adjustable base. It's got lumbar support. I can contort my body anyway and find that one spot that makes me feel comfortable. And when you're sick, you got to feel comfortable, and it really helped me out. True Sleep's awesome. It's Michigan's largest Helix mattress dealer, and True Sleep Mattress Store has the perfect sleep system for you. Go ahead and talk with one of their consultants, and you figure it out because it's going to be a game changer for you. Visit one of their locations today in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion.
So, look, we made a bit of an audible. We're going to hit the Kansas City shooting right now. And I will tell you, these tragic events happen so frequently that they're depressing. And we could dedicate the entire 4 hours to talking about this issue. We are going to choose not to, but we could, because these are far more important issues than anything we're going to bring up today. But it's, when I saw the news, you go, okay, is this one person shot? Is it? And you find out it's more of a mass shooting, and there were 22 people hit, one person dead. And video starts to emerge, and it's unclear. There's video of belief to be a shooter apprehended, but we really don't know. You just don't know. And now TMZ reporting at this hour new details, at least from an eyewitness. And again, this is one person's account of what happened. We don't know how true it is, but since it's out there, we're going to read it. And it kind of changes, I think, what most people suspect this is. But I'm going to read this story from TMZ, just posted. A man who was shot at the Kansas City Super Bowl parade, as the Kansas City Super Bowl parade ended, shot along with his wife and son, says immediately before the shots rang out, he heard a woman tell a guy in the crowd, "Don't do it. Not here. This is stupid." Jacob Gooch Sr. says his wife and daughter saw the shooter fire as he spun in a circle. There was talk the shooting might have been the result of two or more people beefing with each other, but if Gooch's account is correct, spinning in a circle as the gunman fired suggests he was trying to hit as many people as he could. Story goes on to say, and there's this, 15 minutes before the shooting, he saw what he thought were suspicious people near him, 4 to 6 kids wearing black masks and black clothing. He says they disappeared in the crowd shortly before the rally ended. Gooch got shot in the ankle. His wife was shot in the chest. His son was shot in the foot. He says all of them are okay. I won't read the rest, but it's a little bit different if it was one person. If this is true, and again, it's an accounting, one account, allegedly from a witness that said he was spinning in a circle shooting, which does sound like trying to take out as many people as possible.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to make of this. I mean, I when I saw this yesterday, my heart sank, my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe it. And yet I kind of believe it.
Yep.
Right? You know, this is so sad and disgusting. It's where we're at these days, that things that seem unbelievable are, and yet, not so much. I mean, we get to the point where we say, if you get to, big crowds, we know that they're targets. People that are part of big crowds, you're part of a target, and it sucks. There's a reason that there are snipers on roofs all throughout big events. They're there for a reason. They to try to protect us in case something like this happens. And the response, I guess, that they got yesterday from the law enforcement that was there on site was swift, was incredibly quick. They had like 800 uniform and ununiformed officers and detectives that were there. And I think probably did a great job to prevent it from being a lot worse than it was. But the fact that you have to have that many people there for a celebration, this isn't some political rally. This isn't about pitting people in Group A against people in Group B. That's not what this is. This was celebrating that your team won the Super Bowl. Everybody's having a good time. It should have been. And then it's not. And we don't know why. We don't even know if the people that were apprehended are actual, have what they have to do with the shooting, because they haven't released any information yet. And I'm fine with that. Do the investigation. And imagine how amazingly difficult this investigation is going to have to be. All the evidence you have to sift through because everybody's got a camera phone, and you have to submit that stuff, and they're going through it all and trying to figure it out. And I really hope that one of these people they have detained is the shooter.
So,
and let's hope it's just one shooter.
It's interesting, right? Because yesterday, Kansas City police said 3 people were detained and firearms were recovered. If this is the result of someone trying to do as much damage as possible, did others pull out guns and start shooting? I mean, who knows? And I go back to something that I think is incredibly difficult is in a moment like that, the good guys don't wear white cowboy hats and
right.
have badges, and the bad guys aren't wearing black hats and masks all the time, right? I mean, it's not like how do you determine who's a shooter? Like there's that video of somebody running that gets tackled by Good Samaritans. And everybody just assumes that's the shooter, and he had a gun. But if this started with one person basically trying to take out as many people as possible, and that person returned fire and then ran, I mean, that might have nothing to do with the original shooting. It doesn't mean he might not be culpable for, because the idea of stray bullets flying through a crowd is terrifying.
Well, and that's what I was thinking initially when I heard the story break. I'm like, that is you get a crowd like that, and if you're aiming for somebody and you miss, it's going to hit somebody else.
Yep. And this account from this individual in the TMZ report, I would imagine would have to be verified by a number of people. He isn't the only one that saw it. And he might be the only one that heard that exchange between this person and this woman, or says that he heard this exchange. But if what he said is true, that'll be verifiable by other people, that it was somebody standing in the middle of a crowd spinning in a circle shooting. And I have my doubts. It's out there. We decided to read it, but I mean, I didn't even know this, or I didn't remember it. The Nuggets NBA championship, there was a gunfire at a parking lot, or gunfire near that. There was gunfire at a parking lot at the Texas Rangers World Series championship parade. And we all know the cycle, right? Outrage, thoughts and prayers, do nothing, fade to next scene.
Talk a big game.
Yeah, and then, I mean, it's endemic of a tremendous failure in leadership that it just keeps happening. And, you know, we've experienced it. We just passed the year anniversary of the tragedy at Michigan State. We just had the Crumbly trial in Oxford. And so it's not like we don't have familiarity with this, but the sad part that I beg of our leaders is that, I mean, you guys need to get your heads together. You need to take off your team uniforms. You need to figure something out, because it just, I can tell you as a citizen, and I imagine there's a lot of people like this, it feels completely hopeless as a citizen. And I mean, we can do what we can with our votes or get involved in some way, but the real people that are holding the power here, and I don't know what the answer is. People smarter than us are supposed to come up with answers.
Certainly don't have the answers either, but, you know, also thinking about it, you know, sometimes crazy just wins out. No matter what obstacles you put in the way, that if somebody's determined to do something like this, they're going to do it and by whatever means necessary. However, that doesn't mean you can't make that road more difficult, and it might mitigate some other of these events from happening. And, and I would think that that's exactly what would happen. You're still going to get them. It's still going to happen, but hopefully you can reduce the frequency.
Well, it's incredibly tragic again. And there was, I believe it was the Parkland shooting. It happened on the anniversary of the Parkland shooting. I feel like every shooting is going to happen on the anniversary of another shooting, because we've had so many of these damn things. It's on the world scale. It's embarrassing. And obviously, it's tragic. And, you know, I remember saying it's only a matter of time before this hits close to home. And it's hit close to home. It's hit close to home in the last couple of years in tragic ways. And I don't feel that much more confident that anything's going to get better. But I even feel like saying thoughts and prayers is
it's empty.
It feels useless, and I just hope that
to all those affected, things like that. You feel, I mean, you don't know what to say. That's the problem, is that it's been said too many times, and it's just tragic.
Okay, we will lighten the mood and move on. Lots going on in the world of sports. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Wings back in action tonight after that disappointing game in Edmonton on Tuesday, taking on Vancouver again. They're taking on Vank again. We'll get into that a little bit later on. Pistons head to the All-Star break with a loss, but the big news out of that game was Isaiah Stewart arrested for punching Phoenix Suns forward Drew Eubanks.
You get arrested for that?
He got arrested, yeah.
They let him go, right?
They had a history. They were, I guess, very intense with one another back in a game at the LCA back in November, but we'll get into that a little bit later on. We mentioned, and I do want to lighten the mood here a little bit, Kang, our producer, got news. It was kind of a late-breaking development in their household that his wife was being sent to the West Coast for a few days, and he was going to be a single-parent dad. So yesterday we took suggestions on things he could do, and I thought the best one we got was the living room fort. And just kind of build the fort and put them in there.
Couch
and tell
cushions?
Them, yeah, and they basically, you tell them they are living there for a while and you can kill some time. But the scavenger hunt, hide their toys and make them find them was a good idea. But what time, you left here right after the show, right?
Yeah, it was like, after 2 or whatever. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so did you go straight to pick them up?
No, I actually had an appointment. So my mom was babysitting, watching them while I was at work, so she just had to stay a little bit longer. But I got home around 3:30, 3:45.
3:30, 3:45, and I'm assuming your mom left, and it was just you and the 2 girls.
Yep.
Okay. And that was at approximately, was it right away, 3:45?
Oh, maybe closer to 4. I guess. Yeah. What?
It was an hour. If we call it 4 o'clock, it was an hour and 5 minutes.
Yeah, probably.
Your Kang texted me, I've had my first. I miss mommy.
Oh, no.
It was heartbreaking, actually. It was the younger one. I got a 2 and a 5-year-old. The 2-year-old looked at me. She's 2.5, and she goes, I miss mommy. And she put the bottom lip out and did the sad face. And I'm like, oh my God, are you serious?
So the thing about it is, what time does mommy normally get home from work?
Well, sometimes she works from home and she doesn't leave the office,
okay.
Her quote unquote office in the house till she's in and out, 5, 6, 6:30, depending. But they see her coming in and out.
Okay.
They don't see her at all. Obviously, yesterday.
All right, so they would have seen her by 5:05.
Oh yeah, they would have seen her.
Right,
Yeah.
What was your response to that statement? Did you do this? Yeah, I miss mommy. You have no idea.
You and me both.
Yeah.
You and me both.
All right, so
the rest of the night went okay. All right, it was fine. I got him to eat some dinner, which was Spidey mac and cheese.
I was gonna say, was it mac and cheese or was it chicken fingers?
Chicken nuggets, with ketchup.
Nuggets.
Spidey mac and cheese. Yeah. Got that done. Was able to get them in their pajamas and get them ready for bed. And yesterday, Gator, you would have loved this. So I pulled the old, hey man, we were playing man-to-man, but now I'm zoned on Doug. And
I wanted to run him over with a truck.
I did it on purpose.
I want to run you over with a truck right now, too.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So I was like, I'm on Cam Sutton out here, man. I got 2 receivers running. One's running short, one's running deep. I don't know what to do.
He's on an island.
Got no safety help, cover 1, right? So anyways, I won't use that, Doug. I will not use the defensive analogy. I'll use an offensive analogy, all right? Imagine I have, remember Tampa Bay when they had Antonio Brown on their team?
Yeah.
So I'm Bruce Arians here. And I've got the older one, the 5-year-old's like Mike Evans, solid, all pro. Has, sometimes has issues, but for the most part, I can count on Mike Evans.
Right.
The 2.5-year-old's Antonio Brown. When she's good, she's great.
All
when
types
she's
of
awful,
talent, just not focused.
Oh, when she's awful, she takes off her
card.
shirt and she leaves in the middle of a game. Okay, that's her barometer. Yesterday, she took off her shirt and left in the middle of the game.
Did she?
And I'm trying to keep things together over here. I got, like I said, 2 good receivers when they're behaving, but one's likely to go, or maybe not likely, at some point could go, astray.
Can go off.
The little one went astray, and it was tough. I mean, like I said, I got him in their pajamas, but she would not go to sleep. It was
the ticking time bomb.
Did you happen to think about invoking the big one's help? Hey, you're a big girl now. Can we help with your little sister?
Yeah,
and try
I
and get
always
her
ask.
on team dad.
I always ask. I'm trying like, hey, sometimes I'm like, I can't. Hey, Mike, I can't understand what Antonio was saying over here. Can you translate for me? And she's trying to tell me what she wants. The little one, and she can only do so much. I can't count on her. I mean, she is 5. So
This is what's interesting. So she's 2. Is she like 2.5?
Yeah, she's 2.5. She's closer to 3.
So what we're seeing here is a little girl seeing how much she can get away with.
Yeah.
She's pushing dad.
She's pushed the limits.
She's testing the boundaries right now.
Without question.
This is an early age to do it. This is an early age to get this done. I'm impressed that she's already figured this out, that, okay, now's the time to start manipulating. Mom's not here.
Mm-hmm.
I can work on dad.
She knows. Trust me, Gator. So I finally get her to sleep, right? After scolding and all this stuff. I punished her, everything. Finally. So my wife texts me. She lands also. She's like, hey, how's it going? I go, listen. I go, the free ride is over for the little one. I've had enough. She gets away with too much, and she knows, like you said, Gator, she knows she gets away more with dad around.
Yeah,
I need Tom Brady.
Lip comes out, and what are you going to do?
I need Tom Brady back. Tom Brady has left the building.
Mm-hmm.
See, I'm Bruce Arians. I can't. I'm too old for this. I can't control this
What are you,
forever.
Baker Mayfield? Good luck.
Yeah, exactly. So the goat has left town for a few days. I managed to get her to sleep, obviously, but this morning, let's say we almost missed the bus.
Did you? Is that right?
We were running a 2-minute drill with less than 60 seconds left. Okay,
out of timeouts.
There was, how there's a grace period when where the delay of game happens. I used the grace period. The bus was there before we were there. I mean, we're running out.
Wow.
Yeah, it was,
You're like, wait.
yeah,
Wow.
Yeah, it got close, but we made it.
Well, congratulations. One day. He's made it through one day. And now, is pancakes for dinner happening?
They asked for it last night, but I don't want to pull that out early, because then it's like I can't do pancakes 3 nights in a row.
Well, you can. They will love that, right? You got to hold that over their head.
Yes,
Say, hey,
that's
if you're
why.
good today, we'll do pancakes for dinner.
Yeah.
No, chicken nuggets are next.
All right,
No.
I saw this suggestion on Twitch. Has there ever been any consideration of dropping the kids off at Uncle Gator's?
If I wasn't sick, right?
Yeah, that's it. That's
you're
the
here
reason
today.
why.
I assume you're here today because you're not sick, right?
Right. You want to drop the kids off my house?
He would take them where he takes Lois after. I don't think.
Just put them in the backyard.
Just leave the back door open.
Yeah.
Do what you can do.
Let them run around.
No, don't worry, Uncle Gator.
Can those kids figure out how to open a gate?
Yes.
Then it's not.
In one way or another, too. Yeah. So.
Well, good luck. We look forward to further updates, and we're all rooting for you.
Does Dad start drinking?
Dad wants to. Took home those IPAs the other day. I don't even like IPAs, and I might have to crack the IPAs.
As soon as those kids go to sleep, Jameson bottle comes out.
Okay. So, story today in the Detroit Free Press from our guy Dave Burkett, that it's about the possibility of numbers being put on a Jared Goff contract extension. And quotes from CBS analyst Boomer Esiason. He put some numbers out there. Gator, you've seen the numbers. We've tweeted out the numbers, and we asked people if they approve. Is this fall in line with what you think would be reasonable before we get to what it is?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's unreasonable.
Yep.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
It is a 4-year extension. So he plays next year on his old contract, and then a 4-year extension beyond that, which will take him through the year he is 34 years old, that would pay him $50 million a year. That would make him the 6th highest paid quarterback in football. Apparently, Patrick Mahomes' contract's a little wonky, and it's been restructured. But he and Burrow have set the market at $55 million. Justin Herbert's $52.5. Lamar Jackson, $52. Jalen Hurts, $51. So he would be 6th at $50 million per year. And we've asked people on Twitter, do you approve or do you not approve? And you can go vote right now at DunGator971. Get your votes in and your comments as well. We will read some of them. But you said you think it's reasonable, so I'm assuming you would vote that you approve.
Yeah, I do. I think that's kind of the top end of where I'd go. I don't think it's unreasonable. I'd love to be able to get him for a few $1 million cheaper. And you have to obviously broach that subject with him. I wouldn't come at him with an offer like that. I mean, my first offer would be for less, but you can't go too far less. So maybe a 4-year, $180 million deal. something like that, which would be, what, $45 million a season?
Yep.
I'd be willing to start there. And with the explanation of why we're coming in there is because we want to surround you with more talent and keep this thing going so the window stays open for 4 years. So we're not, shooting ourselves in the foot with cap space and unable to do anything.
So, I mean, I think that what you need to present to him is, hey, man, this is working, and we value you, and we want to pay you. How important is it in your mind that we also bring back Graham Glasgow and Jonah Jackson, your two starting guards? Because, Goff, I'm sure, values his offensive line. They are both free agents. And I think that's the path to potentially saving a little money, because you don't want to price yourself to the point where Goff, because we said in the office today, we were talking about this. If Goff is handed a blank check, does he sign it for the most amount possible and say, I'm going after, or does he even ask the question, wait a sec, what does this limit us from doing? And I would think, we talked to him every week for the last couple of years. He's really reasonable. Like, he's not a fly off the handle kind of guy. He's very measured and insightful. But if he's handed a blank check, do we even think he'd sign it for the most amount possible, knowing what it would do to the team around him?
I don't know. I get the feeling that he wouldn't be going for the monster money. He's going to get a phenomenal contract regardless. But I also don't think he's going to give you the big old break like Tom Brady gave the Patriots all those years.
Yeah.
Brady was paid so far below what he should have been paid because he wanted the team to be able to afford other players. Is it a different era right now because the cap keeps going up and up and up by a lot each year? The NFL keeps finding new revenue streams. Seems to be a really good business model with printing money out here. And looking at the $50 million a year contract, it looks crazy huge. And yet, is it?
It's really not.
In a couple of years, is it going to look that big? But you do have to keep in mind that, after this upcoming season, Amon-Ra St. Brown is done with his contract. Penei Sewell gets ready for year 5 of that, the rookie contract, but you're going to want to sign him to an extension.
Yep.
Then those are huge contracts you're going to have to pay because tackles get paid big money. Wide receivers get paid big money.
You'd like to think that you could sit down with a player where everything's working for everybody and say, okay, here are the books. Here's our bottom line. Here's where the cap is. Here's whose contracts we have up. Here's how much money we project that we're going to have to pay them all. Here's what we have left for you. Like, let's work. If you want more, we need to start crossing out a name or two or see if anybody's going to take less. Like, it gets really weird, but it's a pie, right? And how big of a slice of the pie do you want and need? And
it's a pie and it's a juggling act.
Yep.
You got to see, which balls that you're juggling are going to let hit the ground and which one's going to keep in rotation with the other balls while you keep juggling them. In a couple of years, who knows what the situation is with Frank Ragnow? Does Frank Ragnow want to retire in a couple of years?
Yep.
And if he does, well, that frees up $15 million. That's huge. Taylor Decker's deal, what's going to happen with him? How long is he going to want to play? And you start to think, wow, he's been in the league for longer than I thought. That's another big contract to come off the books. And at the same time, Aiden Hutchinson's contract comes up, and now you got to pay him. You need brilliant people in the front office, and it seems like that they've got some of those people there to keep everything in check.
But if you look at the list of Super Bowl winning quarterbacks and go back, it can be done, right? It can be done with a quarterback like Matthew Stafford, for instance, who makes a ton of money and is at $40 million, which at one point was like, oh my God, they're paying Matthew Stafford $40 million. But he won a Super Bowl. Mahomes obviously is the best in the game right now. He's the GOAT. They've won with his $55 million contract. So it can be done.
Well, it can be done, but there's also a difference in the type of quarterback. Okay, Mahomes is the GOAT, right?
Of course.
So they were able to do it with him, but look what they sacrificed to get there. Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
Okay, and others that they sacrificed to get there. Patrick Mahomes is a different kind of quarterback.
It's funny that we're talking about the template is Stafford, the guy we had.
Well, they were able to do. They had some high-priced players on that team too.
They did.
That were gone shortly after.
Yeah, and but that's the thing. Are we working
like
towards
one-year
sustainability?
window?
Is this contract going to limit him moving forward? I hope not. But 248-539-9797. All right, like we said, do you approve of this deal if this is what goes down? Boomer Esiason suggesting in the Free Press today. 4-year extension worth $200 million, $50 million a year for Goff through the year that he is 34 years old, 6th highest paid quarterback in the league. Would you approve of that extension? We'll give you the numbers of what people are saying, read some of the feedback we're getting, and take your phone calls as well. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, start your weekend off early with happy hour at Twin Peaks. You're tired of waiting in construction or traffic on your way home? Turn to Twin Peaks and take advantage of awesome deals Monday through Friday from 2 to 6 and 10 to close. Plenty of scratch-made, hand-breaded options to choose from, like their mozzarella cheese bites or fried pickles, as well as some of your favorite 29-degree drafts, all between $3 and $5. Talk about a great way to beat the traffic, and it doesn't break the bank. And the best part is it's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. They're open late, so the late-night happy hour party hits even longer. Swing by after work, either way, and start your weekend off right. And remember, UFC 298 is Saturday at Twin Peaks. The best place to catch all the action as fan favorite Alexander Volkanovski squares off against undefeated Topuria. Don't miss out. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, and scenic views. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talking about the story in the Free Press today with quotes from Boomer Esiason suggesting that Jared Goff is looking at a 4-year, $200 million extension. He threw that number out there. Read some of the quotes from Boomer coming up. But we asked people on Twitter, do you approve? Let me refresh this and see. Votes are still coming in, and there's plenty of comments. The approval rate for a deal that would extend Goff through 2028, and the final year of his contract, he'd be 34 years old, 6th highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Yes, I approve. 76.8%. No, I don't approve. 23.2%. Does the number surprise you at all?
What are the numbers again?
76.8 approved, 23.2.
No, they don't surprise me. I think people recognize what a good quarterback Jared Goff is.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's always going to be a percentage of people that are, waiting for door number 2.
Yep.
And then there's going to be people that just flat out don't like him and think that they can do better and that he lacks mobility or whatever and can't throw the deep pass. And that's fine too. But when you see 76%, that's a pretty high percentage.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the feedback as it comes in here. And thank you for all your votes and comments. All right, so Jay writes in, the Lions don't really have a choice. Decision was made for them when JG had a career year and took him to the NFC title game. They got to pay him. With that being said, Jared has already made money and seems like a team-first guy. I don't think he will break the bank. What I'm interested is, Jay, do you think this is breaking the bank? Because I don't really think this is breaking the bank. I think it's reasonable and not too much to not be able to do business around him.
Well, look at the quarterbacks that are getting that money, that are getting more than that, okay? And I think you can argue pretty easily that there's a reason those guys are getting paid more.
Mm-hmm.
So going north of 50 is maybe I'd be like, all right, check yourself a little bit.
Well,
if he were to do it, which I don't think he is.
It's funny because if you look at the guys that are right behind him, if he gets a $50 million deal, these are the names that are right behind him. And you tell me if you'd rather have any of these guys right now than
know
Jared
the names,
Goff.
yeah.
Russell Wilson.
Nope.
Kyler Murray.
Nope.
Deshaun Watson.
No.
I'm a no. I'm a hard no. Josh Allen. You can make a case, right? Dak Prescott.
I think Dak and Goff are pretty similar, except, similar in results, I guess. Dak is certainly more mobile.
Nope. Then you get into Daniel Jones.
No.
Stafford, Derek Carr.
No.
So, look, it's going to be interesting because a big part of this, too, is what does Cousins get? There's another quarterback that's out there. Now, Cousins is actually on the market, and Goff is not. So,
well, and has Cousins said? I thought I read that in the past that he's willing to take a little less.
I don't know that I saw that. But 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Larry, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Yeah, hi guys. If I had to vote on that, I would say no, just simply because he's not a guy that can make a difference in the game on his own, whereas the other guys are. But I have a question for you guys. Has anyone seen Hooker throw? And is there any chance that in 2 years, and next year he would still be riding the bench, but the year after, is there any chance he would be ready, which would really free up a ton of money for the Lions? But I've heard nothing on Hooker's ability from anybody, and I just wondered, have you guys seen a practice where you've seen the guy throw?
Well, they practice while we're on the air, so no, we haven't seen a practice, and he's only practiced with the team for 6 weeks?
Yeah, not much.
So he hasn't had much time with the team. But if you want to watch him throw, go back to watching him play in college when he was phenomenal, when he was tracking to be the Heisman Trophy winner.
Yeah, I know. He's had knee surgery since, but if there's a chance that this guy, in 2 years could be ready to play, then just think of the money that would be freed up for them to keep a lot of these guys they've got and even add people.
So to be clear, you would not sign him to an extension. Would you not sign him to an extension at all?
He's not a difference maker. The reason, one of the reasons Purdy beat us was Purdy scrambled 3 or 4 times for 20 yards. Mahomes, the key play of the game was a 30-yard run of his on a busted play. Guys like that make the difference.
You know where he is a difference maker, Larry? He's made some of his receivers better, and also he is mentally superior to a ton of quarterbacks. He looks at the defense and that's a difference maker. A guy who can set up protections at the line of scrimmage so that he can buy himself the time to get the ball where it needs to be on time and keep matriculating down the field.
He can't run.
But
That's
no,
what
he
you don't
can't
like
run.
about him.
Can't run.
Yeah.
But
could Stafford?
Is it worth losing St. Brown? Is it worth losing?
They're not going to lose St. Brown.
They're not going to lose St. Brown. They'll probably lose some
Or
other
Penei
guys.
Sewell.
They're not
I don't
going to
think
lose.
they're going to lose.
Penei.
I think Sewell and St. Brown are priorities that they'll be able to sign the way Kansas City's been able to sign guys. They just eventually lose some players, but if running is the priority, he's not your guy, and you go build your own team without a Jared Goff. I'm going to guess.
It's interesting because he wasn't talking about Hendon Hooker's ability to run. Has anybody seen him throw?
Yeah. He's assuming he's going to be able to run coming off that knee injury, and I hope so. I hope he brings a skill set that's useful, and I want him to develop. But look, we had to move on, but I'm going to guess that guy didn't like Stafford either and said Stafford couldn't win a Super Bowl, and then he did.
I wonder if this situation the Lions have is similar to Green Bay's situation when they had Aaron Rodgers and drafted Jordan Love. Jordan Love wasn't going to start anytime soon, right?
Mm-hmm.
They moved back into the first round to get Jordan Love because they really liked his skill set. Jordan Love didn't have a great college career. Showed some promise. You see some talent, but didn't look like he was great. And yet it looks like it was the right decision for them because Jordan Love had this amazing first year playing season. Hendon Hooker had a pedigree before he went down with a knee injury. He was trending in the direction. I'm not saying
right. No,
no. I'm still signing Jared Goff.
The more that as time passes, the idea that Goff isn't a difference maker. He used that term. Goff makes a hell of a big difference in winning and losing.
Yeah, he does.
He makes a ton of throws. He makes a ton of great decisions. He's an exceptionally good quarterback with one in particular skill set that guy doesn't think you can win with if you don't have a guy.
Well, there are a lot of people
who run.
Think that way.
I know. And
I know it's not high on your priority list.
It is not high on my priority list, and I feel like it's the same people that said, and I don't know this to be the fact, but the same people said you can't win in the postseason with Matthew Stafford. You can't win a big one with Matthew Stafford. And Stafford did. And Goff, what was the thing you said today about Goff? He's in terms of postseason wins right now?
Yeah, active quarterbacks, he's like top 5 with postseason wins. Obviously, he went to the Super Bowl with the Rams, and he just went to the NFC title game with the Lions. He's got 5 wins in the postseason. Stafford has 4. A lot of quarterbacks have less. Jalen Hurts, Joe Burrow, other quarterbacks, that haven't been in the league as long, but they have less playoff wins than Jared Goff. I can't get over that call either, Doug. The point, he was saying difference maker over and over. He just come out and say he can't run because that's what you mean.
That's all he meant.
Quit trying to disguise it with difference maker because you know where Jared Goff is a difference maker? By throwing the ball.
Yeah.
That's what quarterbacks are paid to do. Yep. Throw the football. He cannot run. He's not that mobile. That doesn't mean he doesn't
paying him to run the ball.
Yeah. And that doesn't mean he's not a difference maker. He's a difference maker with this freaking arm.
He's a difference maker in the most important skill set you ask of a quarterback. Now, running is nice when you can do it. But I've said it for years, and you guys know me for years, or you guys have. Maybe the listeners don't, but I think it's the most overrated aspect of playing the position.
Well, remember when you said about the percentages, and we got to 76% of the people approve it, and I said the first thing I said about that with the other group of people.
Yep.
There are some people there that just say they're happy with door number 2. They want to check out door number 2. And the door number 2 here with the Lions is Hendon Hooker. And it's a complete unknown because you haven't seen him take a single snap in a preseason game or an NFL game.
And the irony is the reason the Lions lost to San Francisco wasn't because Goff couldn't run. It was because they didn't stop a running quarterback. But it had little to do with Goff's inability to run. Goff and the offense did a lot. They could have been better, but they did a lot. But it was their inability to stop San Francisco's offense in the second half that doesn't get the attention that the offensive failures do.
It's so funny. You go, that damn NFC Championship game.
Yep.
So many missed opportunities. Drop passes and a fumble killed that team.
Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so look, we've tweeted out the question, and I suppose we should expect what that first call was. If you think running is a prerequisite to winning, then you won't want Jared Goff back. And sounds like he thought running was a prerequisite to winning. So we did ask though, if he gets a 4-year, $200 million extension, which Boomer Esiason suggested in the Dave Burkett story in the Free Press today, would you approve of that contract? 76.9% now say yes. 23.1% say no. Feedback from, I'm not going to read this guy's name, but he writes, yep, it's the floor of the going rate for top-tier quarterbacks. The amount doesn't matter as much as the cap percentage he takes up moving forward. As long as it doesn't balloon to the point where uncomfortable cuts are needed to keep him, that's fine. Fan favorite fringe guys are likely to go through the roof. Next up is John. Yes, end of the deal. He'll be 34. Kirk Cousins is 35, and teams are looking to sign him for around the same $50 million now. Lock Goff up. That's a good point. Okay, right on Twitter says, feels like too much. I know the salary cap will continue to inflate, but man, $50 million annually. He's earned an extension, was hoping for $45 million for 3 years with a nice signing bonus. Ideally, have an out after just 2 years, just in case Hendon Hooker is special. Not claiming he definitely will be. Ryan says it's too much.
All this?
That is $50 million needs to be let. Too much. That is too much. That is $50 million. Needs to be less so we can sign guys for coming up extensions like St. Brown, Sewell, take the Tom Brady approach. Tom Brady approach, remember, was sort of he started to renegotiate later in his career. I don't know that Tom Brady was doing that when he was 28 years old, 29 years old.
Well, Tom Brady also had a wife at the time that was making more money than he was.
Yeah.
So the household income
it's pretty good.
was a little bit different.
Nubs get dubs. So long as Brad Holmes continues to do his job exceptionally well, what Goff makes will be irrelevant. He's kind of right. Goff is already making $30 million as a starter. A $20 million raise is fair. This is why I don't see the Lions adding a big-ticket free agent. It's their time to prove the culture is real by paying your own guys that have proven their worth. Kind of have to pay him, Greg writes. What other options are there? Risk losing him? He earned a raise. Detroit VI Best says no option, must pay it. 248-539-9797. Frank, you're next. Hi, Frank.
Hey, you keep saying running quarterback. I don't think that's the right word. I think just like an improviser, a little bit of mobility, someone who can just flow out of the pocket a little bit, just extend the play an extra 2 or 3 seconds to make a throw. Goff can't do that, and that's why you can't pay him as much because you have to have a top offensive line in the NFL for him to be useful.
Do they have that?
They do, but you have to pay that offensive line, which I think knocks his price down a little bit. I think it's just a little bit too much money.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
I got his point. I mean, it's exactly it. They work together. You have to have the offensive line for Jared Goff to be working at his optimal self.
Fair, but do you think there's any way in how the Lions would pay Jared Goff and say, we're going to take the hit on the offensive line?
Well, no, I don't think so at all. But I mean, right? In order for Goff to work, the offensive line has to be really good.
Paul is next. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Before Goff, people keep bringing up, Hendon Hooker in a couple years, he'll take over and he'll be on this cheap contract. Dude only has 4 years. Yep. Okay. So if he doesn't play for 2 more, you spend 3 of the 4. Once he plays well, you're going to have to sign him to, some type of contract to keep him. Same with Jordan Love. Jordan Love sat for 3 years? They're paying him now within a year pretty good money. So this narrative that you'll somehow have this, other quarterback for a long period of time on a cheap deal is actually false. But in terms of Goff, I still believe and hold out hope that he's pretty intelligent. He's made, by the time he's done with this year coming up, he'll have made, I don't know, I think 190 or $200 million. Mm-hmm. I don't think Jared Goff is going to, want to leave to go somewhere else for more money, nor is he going to want to deplete resources around him that put this team in position to win. Now, I'm not saying he's going to, take $30 million a year, but this narrative that he's going to have to get over 50, I think is just media stuff. I truly believe, could be proven wrong, I think Jared Goff is a team guy, loves it here. He actually buys into this. And I also don't see him as one of those guys that squandered the money he's already made.
Did you hear the blank check question we had? If they had him a blank check, did you hear us bring that up?
I did not.
Okay. Do you think he'd max it out? Because I don't. I don't think
I certainly don't.
Yeah.
And then listen, guys want to feel their worth, but I believe Jared Goff truly, after what happened to him in L.A., knows he has a spot here, and he knows that a lot of what – now, listen, whether it's a narrative or not, he does understand, I think, that, having pieces around him make him better. That, to me, makes him smart. And I believe he will sign something that allows the team to keep the vast majority of the team together, pays him well, and keeps him in a winning situation for himself. And I see otherwise, that's what I think.
I think the concerns, after listening to Brad Holmes talk last week, I don't think there's a chance in hell they would sign a contract with Jared Goff that would cost them critical players. I think what it's costing them is players from the outside. If we take him at his word, and he used the term external additions, don't expect, he made it sound like you're going to wonder through, and he mentioned the three free agent months, we were going to wonder through April, May, June, what the heck they're doing. That's his warning sign. We're not going to be signing big name free agents because, and he kept saying draft, develop, take care of our guys. They're going to focus on keeping this group together, but it's not costing him Penei Sewell. It's not costing him Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is a little bit of, I'm using deductive reasoning here. It's costing them Chris Jones. It's costing them Danielle Hunter.
It's
costing them Brian Burns. And, you can't have everything you want in a cap league, but that's, if we start connecting dots, is that a fair assumption?
I think it's a fair assumption. I think the other thing is that as fans of the sport, we don't really know what that salary cap is going to look like in a few years, how much bigger the cap will become.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we're not looking at all the numbers of all the players and trying to, we can't pay this guy $25 million. Well, actually, you can't, because it works out in a couple of years when you see that the cap is expanded by as much as it has. It's just the general increase in percentages of salaries that makes it work. So we're not paying as close of attention to that as clearly the team is. The team has a pretty good idea of where they need to be and how much they can afford to pay guys. But to your point, I think you're right. At least with the way Brad Holmes has said it in public, it certainly makes it feel like they are not going to be bidding for high-priced free agents from outside their own organization.
Right now, the closest quarterback in terms of annual salary. Oh, no, that's not true. The cap hit, because we don't know how much it would be bonus, right? Because how much it's bonused will help determine how much of a cap hit is. But Lamar Jackson's current cap hit and his annual salary is the closest to $50 million is 13.1%. And I mean, the Ravens probably pretty comfortable in building a champion with a 13.1% quarterback, which is roughly, I assume, depending on how the bonuses work out, would be something similar to what Goff would take up of the cap. 248-539-9797. Now, Jackson, by the way, noted mobile. 248-539-9797. During the winter, the last thing you need is plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, 855-339-4242. CGC will send out one of their plumbers quickly. We know. We're a customer. If you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Call CGC and have them install a Navien tankless water heater. We love it. No more running out of hot water. You'll reduce your energy consumption, and you're going to save money. Call CGC Water and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. So here's the feedback we're getting. And I don't know if it's a one-to-one correlation, but the people that don't want to pay Jared Goff what Boomer suggests he could get in the story, which is a 4-year, $200 million extension, $50 million a year, 6th highest paid quarterback in the league. That's where he'll start. And then the next year, the next crop of free agents will become the 8th highest paid and then the 10th highest paid.
So the next crap of free agents?
Crop.
Oh, crop.
I might have said crap. I meant crop. Did I say crap, Kang? Did I say the next crop of free agents?
I'm going with crap.
That'd be unfortunate. Anyway, the next crop of free agents, he will, move to the 8th highest, then 9th highest, then 11th highest, or whatever the case may be. Boomer Asai said, quote from the story today from Dave Burkett and the Freep, Jared Goff has basically proven himself to be the worthy leader of the Detroit Lions. And so, I know he's got 1 year left on his contract. Could they give him a 4-year, $200 million extension? Something like that would be fair and would be the going rate. I know that may not excite a lot of people because Jared's not a flashy guy, but he's still a very effective quarterback. Andrew Whitworth, who played with him in L.A., I look at his poise. You look at some of the games in L.A. when we started to struggle a little bit, like teams giving us something different, finding different ways to stop us, and him not finding that way just to go win the game for his team. He did that multiple times in Detroit where they found a way to go win the game when everything's not perfect. Everything's not on all cylinders. Like, hey, go drive us down the field. Let's find a way to win. Seeing him have some of those moments and show that, you know what, that's who I'm going to be as my career goes on as well is really great to see. So Whitworth thinks he's a difference maker. He does it. You know what's interesting is Whitworth said earlier in his career he didn't do it. I mean, summing that up, earlier in his career he didn't do it. He's doing it more now. 248-539-9797.
He's not the reason they lost the NFC Championship game. He's not the reason the Lions aren't in the Super Bowl or weren't in the Super Bowl.
No, he's probably more the reason they made it as far as they did.
Yeah.
But
and I don't know why people refuse to look at it that way, other than he's not the complete quarterback that you see when you see
because he can't run, Gator.
I know, and I think it's so stupid.
Of course it is.
I think mobility matters, right? And if you don't have a great offensive line, mobility matters a lot. Well, the Lions do have a great offensive line. So right now, it matters less than it normally would. But people want to have that next guy up, that lightning in a bottle. And maybe they have that with Hendon Hooker when the time is right. I don't know. And are people worried they're going to sign Jared Goff to this extension? And then when the time comes up where Hendon Hooker's contract is up, that they're going to have to just let him go, or they're going to have to pay him $20 million a year, and then you've got $70 million tied up to the quarterback position? Is that what people are worried about?
I was trying to think back to what Goff did wrong in the NFC Championship game. What was his worst moment? Was it the 4th down throw that Josh Reynolds probably still should have caught?
I was going to say probably.
That wasn't even a bad throw, in my opinion. I think he threw it to a spot that he could catch the ball away from the defender.
The exchange with Jahmyr Gibbs?
Maybe.
When Gibbs fumbled?
It definitely wasn't his fault they lost the game, okay?
No.
I think, Doug, people are so focused on the fact that he's not mobile, they completely forget how hard it is to do what he did, everything else, with his arm, with his head, accuracy, leadership. All that stuff you just think is a given, and we just need someone a little bit more mobile? No, all the other stuff is so hard. That's why he was the ultimate difference maker on the field for this team winning their first playoff games in 30 years.
Kenny, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Kenny.
Hi. How are you guys doing?
Okay, thank you.
I have a few questions, but want to ask you guys, what if they do the sign and trade the way the other team did, where Goff made it to the Super Bowl, but yet they were able to make that move, a bold move. What if he did that?
What if
just sign him and get?
What if they traded him to somebody?
Trade?
Well, he'd have to agree to terms with another team. It's not. So you're talking about trading Jared Goff to somebody else. Get him to a contract. Get him to agree to a contract with another team, and then trade him to that team.
Yeah. So that's my question posed to you guys before
What is the question? I don't know what the question is.
The question is, what if they did the sign and trade, make him agree, have him agree to a contract with Lions, and then trade him to get draft picks to be able to improve the team?
So you want to trade him right now?
I would think that's a mistake.
that's a mistake?
I would think so, yeah.
Well, who's the quarterback then?
The second,
yeah.
So I would go. Yeah, this is my second question. I would go with Hendon Hooker because this is just financial reasons. I feel like if, especially on the defensive end, you get like a defensive tackle like Indomitian Sue on their heydays, and be able not to have a cornerback like a Sutton, like your first cornerback, and have just fill in the gaps. That makes Detroit a better team as a whole. Because
but
if
the
you have
problem
Hendon
is,
Hooker,
you have no idea what Hooker is. None.
but I know you don't have any idea, but we do know that he's older. He's older, and he can be able to make that the decisions that Goff can. And I feel like if you have a team that is built, paying all the rest of the team and just solidifying a good Lions team, it makes it better. I'm not going to cringe. I'm not going to poop my pants, and I'm not going to do both if they sign Goff. But the thing is, just look at it. They know the same old Lions way. Just do it a different way. And I'm not,
You're talking about starting over with a new quarterback.
Well,
when they're this close.
How about this? Okay, because I think this is the ultimate thing that the Lions fans would love to see is to turn things over when the time is right. Like if you know for sure that Hendon Hooker is the next thing. Like Kansas City, they felt pretty strongly about Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Think back. At the time, didn't they have Alex Smith?
Yes.
And they were playing pretty well. They weren't winning playoff games.
Yep.
But they were getting to the playoffs. I mean, he went 11-5, went 11-4, and then 9-6, and then they're like, okay, that's enough. We're going to turn it over to the kid. Is that the ultimate dream for people that are?
Well, look, I love the draft pick of Hendon Hooker. Not as much as you, but I really like it. You championed this from the moment he was coming out. Hey, here's a mid-round thought. Are you ready to hand over the job to your guy?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, why start over at that position when you are this close with it? Let's call it what it is, a complete unknown. And just because he's older doesn't mean he can do the same thing Goff can pre-snap and at the line of scrimmage. He hasn't taken an NFL snap yet.
Well, I'm not going to poop my pants either way, is what the guy said.
Are we in some kind of bizarro world all of a sudden? Where Lions fans are this arrogant, we think we can just replace the quarterback and go back to the NFC title game like that? Like it's that
60
easy?
60, 70 years without without winning a championship.
And
one playoff win. And then all of a sudden this season happens. Now we're like, hey, let's get rid of the quarterback.
Yeah, I know. Who, by the way, which was one of the main reasons why you made it this far.
Forget how hard it was?
Yeah. Like, what is going on?
We'll just put in the guy who's never played before.
Coming off an injury. Completely unknown. Completely unknown.
He's healed from the injury now, but
and
come
he's
on.
older. He can read defenses as well as Goff because he's older.
Just replace the quarterback.
Because he's older.
And I don't think we've exhausted how far Jared Goff can take this team. Like, that's one thing if you're like, hey, it's
They're
been
tapped
4
out.
years in a row in the NFC Championship, right? Like, I get that. All right, listen, maybe we need to find a different way. We just got there.
So the funny thing about it is, like, I am starting to fall into the category of bring back the entire offense and give all the rest of your defense, all the rest of your draft picks and everything else to the defense. Because imagine how much better they can be. It just if the defense takes that step from bad to average. And it's a defense that may be below average to average. I don't know, bad. They statistically, there's some numbers that imply they're bad, but they came up with enough big stops and turnovers where I don't want to call them bad, downright bad. But let's face it, there's plenty of room for improvement without, trying too hard. 248-539-9797. James is next. Hi, James.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
So, number one, if I knew that the salary cap would be such a big issue now, I'd go back and tell my younger self pay more attention in math class. Because this is I never thought when I was a kid that this would be an issue. But give them the $50. The league and Peacock will bail you out in a couple of years. And I don't care if he can run or not. I think the issue is in arm strength. Our biggest weapon, not best weapon, our biggest weapon, every time made a catch, had to come back for it. And there was actually a play in the championship game where he was open and the ball couldn't get to him.
So
I'm more about the arm strength with Goff.
There were a couple of deep balls
I would
they
give him
didn't
more money on a shorter term than 4 years.
He actually overthrew J-Mo twice near the end of the year. But I will say this, and it was pointed out to me by somebody in the game. When a quarterback over or underthrows a receiver, it's not always on the quarterback. Like the receiver has some culpability on some deep balls as well. Can have some culpability. Didn't do what at the line of scrimmage what he was supposed to do, took off too soon, looked over the wrong shoulder, ran a wrong route.
I feel like the callers fit on the bottom two of your list of priorities for a quarterback.
I have my concerns about the deep ball, but that seems to me like it's correctable. What I don't think is correctable is we're just going to have to accept our quarterback isn't particularly mobile, but and I don't even know what the point. If you don't think you can win that way with a quarterback that isn't mobile, then we're probably not going to get anywhere. I think you can win with a quarterback that isn't particularly mobile. Now, maybe this guy is less mobile than Stafford or less mobile than Roethlisberger or less mobile than Brady, but he's not mobile. And if that's your deal breaker, you're not going to see any contract for Goff being worthwhile. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, look at it outside, right? It's snowing again. Winter hasn't left us. We know spring's not here just yet. That being said, the team over Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable this winter. Now, they're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. Now, with over 100 years of combined experience, they are the team that I trust. I've had to use them a couple times in the last year, been completely satisfied with their work and how quickly and attentive they were to my needs. You got to try them out yourself. Visit them at BirminghamPlumbingCo.com. That's BirminghamPlumbingCo.com.
All right, so I just saw this on Twitch from Nacho Man Randy Sandwich. Writes in, people are delusional.
Nice.
Like, just because we want a number one rush end to help Aiden, we can just call anyone and get what we want. Like, we're ordering a pizza. That's not how it works. Somebody just called for them to let Goff go and go get the next Ndamukong Suh. That's not on the shelf. Like, I mean, it might be.
Well, would you let Jared Goff go, turn things over to Hendon Hooker, and sign Chris Jones?
No, I wouldn't.
That's what he's asking.
Yes, but would it's really hard to find a player that good, and it's hard. Like the thing that makes this $50 million contract should make it very easy and tolerable for Detroit fans is our GM's proven acumen in the draft. Because that's where you get cheap players that can replace some other guys that you might want to keep, but you have to lose. I feel like Goff, Amon-Ra, and Penei Sewell are three players that they're going to keep. They're going to keep. How do you make up for them and not be a player in free agency? You better draft well. And he has drafted well. That's one. The other thing that I seriously think should have 0.0 influence over this decision is Hendon Hooker. He is such an unknown. Counting on Hendon Hooker to be good enough to continue to win at this rate is not really realistic, is it? Is it remotely realistic to put that on a quarterback who hasn't even taken a snap? Sometime in the next 2 years playing well enough to get a team to the NFC title game? Or is it most likely a step back? Look, I'm optimistic as well. But isn't that a false premise to begin with?
Because nobody's seen him play, it's a false premise. If you had seen him play and he looked good, but you've got the veteran in there, that's a different situation. But we haven't seen him play since college.
It shouldn't impact what you're doing with Jared Goff until we have some semblance of a clue what he is. And 6 weeks of practice, even the Lions can't know.
But maybe people are of the mind that Goff has another year under the contract. You don't have to sign him this offseason. You can work on the contract when the season starts if you want. You can wait that long. You can wait till the end of the season to do it.
But when you do that, there's a probability that it's going to cost you more. Like quarterbacks sign before the end of their contracts expire so they can get the money right now, but you usually get them a little bit less.
Right. But for that crowd that would wait till the end of next year to even think about it, then they would also at least have seen Hendon Hooker in preseason games. And they can get some sort of opinion based off of that.
It's a prove it tax kind of, Doug, or a wait tax, whatever you want to call it. Yes, you're going to end up paying a little bit more, but if you want to buy that time, you have to wait. You have to buy that time, right? And yeah, you're right, Gator. You get to see Hooker, and maybe you get to see Goff prove it one more year, or whatever it is. But if you're willing to pay a little bit more later, then you wait.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Juan. You're next on 97 the Ticket. What's up, Juan?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
I just wanted to call. To me, re-signing Jared Goff or extend him, shall I say, is a no-brainer. That's my main thing. Now, negotiation part, that's why it's called negotiation, because you negotiate with two different parties. But my main thing I want to talk about is this mobility. Mobile quarterback, to me, and not saying they're overrated, but mobility, should I say, is so overrated. I mean, look at your last 15 Super Bowl champions. Majority of them are non-mobile quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes runs here and there. I give him that. But for the most part, majority of your quarterbacks have been non-mobile. That's one thing. But the main thing I want to talk about with mobile quarterbacks is this. I guarantee you, if we was in Philadelphia right now, I guarantee you their fan base is talking about the accuracy of Jalen Hurts, who's a mobile quarterback. I guarantee you that playoff game Lamar Jackson just lost in Baltimore right there, their fan base are talking about how inaccurate he was in the first half, should I say, that probably lost them the game. So, yes, while we in Detroit keep talking about mobile quarterback because our quarterback is not mobile, other cities who have mobile quarterbacks, I guarantee you they're not on their quarterback if they're not accurate enough. So, yes, you signed the man. The man has been accurate. Him and Ben Johnson is a great marriage right now. So, yes, you extend Jared Goff.
Thank you for the phone call, Juan. 248-539-9797. Zach, you're next. What's up, Zach?
Hey, man, it's Zach. So I only got a second because I'm driving Uber right now. But my whole thing is I think everybody's missing the biggest points of this. So honest to God, good. I think that we need to, as a team in the offseason, just focus on getting our secondary shored up. I think our secondary is trash. And I think that's our biggest issue. So, like, you can sign Jared Goff, you can not sign him, but I think we need to get our secondary laid down.
Zach, first of all, I agree with you completely. Second of all, did you just have someone just get in the car?
Yes, sir, I did. I'm an Uber driver.
Has this ever happened before? You ever called up the radio
All the
station? Do you? And you do it with customers in the car?
Yes, sir, I do. I love the Lions.
Well, tell whoever it is, thank you. Hope she. Are you going to be listening to the station while you're driving her around?
Sir, I always listen to you guys whenever I'm driving around, all day, every day.
All right, we'll say hi to her here in a second. But that's awesome, Zach.
All right.
Thank you for calling. And hello to Zach's Uber passenger who just got in the car while he was talking to us here at 97.1.
Welcome to the Uber experience. I mentioned Alex Smith's name before with Kansas City when they made the switch to Mahomes.
Yep.
Do you know how good Alex Smith was that season? His last season with Kansas City?
He was pretty damn good, wasn't he?
His last season with Kansas City threw for 4,000 yards, 26 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. He ran for another 330 yards. His quarterback rating was 104.7, and they said, we got the kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a fairy tale.
Yep.
This is not the norm.
They had a better sense at that point, though, what they had in Mahomes.
Well, Mahomes had only played one game.
He'd been in-house, though, and had practiced and been healthy.
Yes. They
got 6 weeks of practice with Hendon Hooker. And Hooker, look.
It's not just 6 weeks of practice with Hendon Hooker. It's 6 weeks of practice with Hendon Hooker while he was getting emergency quarterback reps.
Right.
Which are none.
Right. It's kind of a big spring for him, actually.
It's a monster spring.
248-539-9797. Joanne is next on 97.1. Hello, Joanne.
Hi. Hey, babes. How y'all doing today?
We're doing
Joanne.
Great. Good. Oh, my goodness. The comment I want to make for all those people that's knocking the $50 million to pay our quarterback that took us to 12-5, 2 playoff wins. If you can't put money on the nightstand, shut the F up and keep it moving. How about that?
Wow, there it is. Go ahead. Come on.
If you can't put the money on the nightstand.
On the nightstand.
Never heard that one, Joanne.
Huh?
I've never heard that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm a product of the 60s, and that's what was happening back then. I had an aunt that was single, and if you couldn't put money on the nightstand, you had to keep it moving.
Wow.
But I'm saying, this man, okay, he can't run, but we won 12 games. How many times have we won 12 games?
A couple in our lifetime. Just a couple.
When was that? You're not that old.
No, I'm not.
You remember 12 games?
Yeah, they did it once with Stafford, right?
No.
They didn't? That team, was it 13? They had a really good season. I thought they
won
had 12
11,
wins.
I believe, that season.
All right.
It was 11.
Was it?
I don't remember 12.
They won 12 in 1991.
There you go.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And
two playoff wins? 2 playoff wins?
Wasn't that actually the first time they ever won 2 games in one postseason?
No, it was the first time they'd won 2 games in the postseason since the championships in the 50s.
Yeah, I thought those championships were without playoffs. It was just a championship game. I might be wrong. But
well, if it's not a GoFundMe page or Sheila's not asking for donations, take my advice, what I said.
We appreciate it, Joanne. And who can doubt Joanne?
Can't.
Who can doubt Joanne? 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback. More of it coming up. The reason we're talking about this, Dave Burkett quoted Boomer Esiason saying 4-year, $200 million contract for Jared Goff makes sense. And would you approve or not approve? Not everybody's going to, as we are finding out. We got a Twitter poll that accompanies this. We'll get into some Red Wing stuff next hour. And we're going to open up a big old tub of pretzels for the question of the day at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, get buckets with your first bet on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. It's $150 if your bet wins. Bet on all your favorite NBA players and teams with quick bets, live same-game parlays, exclusive props, and more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug and shoot your shot. FanDuel is the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Gators back, recovered, which is great. In the meantime, we're talking about the Jared Goff story in the Free Press today. Dave Burkett quoting Boomer Esiason, saying 4-year, $200 million contract sounds about right for Goff. Do you approve or disapprove? Story is linked through our Twitter page at DougAndGator971. Do you approve? 75.9% say yes. Disapprove, 24.1%. Back to your phone calls. Victor's in Northville and next. Hi, Victor.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
First of all, I wanted to say about Jared, one of his great strengths is that he's got really, he makes great decisions. That doesn't show up in the stat sheets always. Like when he throws the ball away or spikes it to the running back's feet and stuff like that. I think a lot of quarterbacks would try to do something with it and make a lot of mistakes, get picked off and stuff like that. And on a lot of those fourth down completions, I mean, he's got great nerves. And in order for those to work, those 4th and 4s that he goes for and completes, that is a lot. I mean, to back up to throw the ball instead of trying to hand off a 4th and like a half a yard, and actually drop back and complete a 4-yard pass. I mean, that he does a great job with that, and that's kind of underrated about him. And so I think that's one of his great strengths is his decision making and his nerves. But
what's funny, because I was thinking back, Victor, to in the middle of the season, people were like, I don't want to bring him back because they're going to lose Ben Johnson. And then they didn't lose Ben Johnson. Now, I don't think it's wise to bring him back if you're not planning on keeping the offensive line together. He is a quarterback that needs that protection, but we just happen to have. And I hope. Look, I think they're scheming to try and keep Jonah Jackson. I didn't believe that until I heard Brad Holmes speak.
I just got one quick thing I wanted to say. My point of my call is Hendon Hooker. Do you think it's possible we'll learn anything in the preseason where we can hold off possibly, or do you think it's just preseason and it's not going to get credit if he plays well or bad or whatever? It's just because none of us have seen him actually throw the ball really just in college. Do you think we could learn anything from preseason, or is it not even worth it?
I think you learned something in preseason, but I imagine that the Lions are going to make their mind up on Jared Goff before the preseason.
This will probably all be decided well before then, but I think you can learn a little. But you got to remember, preseason, there's very little scheming going on. It's pretty basic. Go out there and play some bland football.
Yeah, but you don't normally see quarterbacks in the preseason light it up. So let's say he does. I think that you'd start to take notice with that.
By the way, the Lions, with the stat I was thinking of, it was this past season was the first season the Lions played a third postseason game.
Yes.
Third postseason game. 248-539-9797. Jim, you are next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Jim.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Great show.
Thank you.
The thing about these running quarterbacks that everybody wants, I live now in Pennsylvania, and everybody knows who Jalen Hurts is.
Yep.
And when he started out here and he was using his feet all the time, everybody just loved him out here. He can do so much with his feet. We got to design plays for him. And then he gets hurt, and he's out for some games. Now everybody's saying, oh, you got to keep him in the pocket more. The more you run them, the more they're going to get hurt. And you look at the other running backs in the league, Lamar and such, you can't tell me a season that they make it all the way through where they're not injured because of their out running all the time.
Well, what do they say about Josh Allen? Josh Allen himself is saying, I need to run less.
He's got to run less. He's
been
so fortunate.
I would much rather have a Jared Goff in the pocket for 17 games than to have him running around out there and miss about 5 of them.
Yeah, I think there's a difference between being a running quarterback and being a mobile quarterback. And Goff is neither. There's no question Goff is neither. But it'd be nice to have mobility. But if you have the offensive line to protect you and gives you the time to throw like Goff has, then you don't need it as much. It becomes less of a priority.
And asking Jared Goff to be more mobile feels like asking Kyler Murray to be taller. Like, I just don't know that it's ever going to happen. I'm sure that they work on it. I'm sure that he does what he needs to do. Nothing about Jared Goff says he's not a true pro, and I'm sure that anything they could do. But, the best you can do is improve your pocket presence, and that's keeping your eyes downfield and moving around in the pocket, which, by the way, Brady was phenomenal at. He was so good at it, and he was actually really good at it back dating to his days at Michigan, and he followed in Brian Greasy's heels, and Greasy was great at it. But yeah, it's what we can hope for is that he improves his pocket presence. 248-539-9797. Coming up today at 1:05. I'm going to wait till after lunch. An amazing headline, Gator, and I don't know. It's apparently a true story, but I find it hard to believe, and it's a local story. Big old tub of pretzels today at 12:35. We got some Red Wing talk coming up in the noon hour as well. And at 12:05, we do have to talk about Isaiah Stewart and what happened last night in Phoenix. It's a bizarre story of an arrest before the game. Let's get back to your phone calls. Marlene, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Marlene.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think anybody can top Joanne's phone call.
That was something else. That was something else.
That was the best.
Yeah.
So I'm calling about Goff's mobility, and you just commented on it, Doug, a minute ago about he's not, even a mobile quarterback. So my question was, and you kind of answered it, he's a professional. He's at a skill position just like everyone else. They work on their skills. One of their skills is mobility. And he was a 3-sport athlete in high school. Mm-hmm. So I don't understand why he can't work on his footwork.
Well, nobody said he wasn't an athlete.
No.
We're just saying he doesn't have mobility.
No, I know he doesn't have mobility, but if he's at all athletic, why can't they work on his mobility?
Because some people are just slow. In high school, you can get away with being a 6'6" slow, power forward or slow. I don't know. Was he a shortstop? I think he's just slow.
I like Jared Goff. I think he's a great quarterback, and I'd pay him the $50 million for all the things that he does. But I'm also a former educator, and I know that everybody can improve at just about everything they do. So my question was just, do you think the Lions and Jared work on skills and drills to help him with his footwork so that he can move out of the pocket? He's never going to run. I get that. But could he be just a little bit more elusive?
I'm sure they work on it. And in fact, every time this topic comes up, we get feedback with people with suggestions.
I feel like this is like people saying, Doug, could you just grow more hair?
No,
seriously, right? They work on it. There's only so much this guy's going to improve. He's out there with, by the way, this isn't high school. These are the best of the best professional athletes in the NFL.
I mean, he might destroy every last one of us in a foot race.
99% of people may be listening.
Foot race.
Yes. But when you go in that arena, it's a different story.
Yeah.
Where offensive linemen are running 4.7s, it's this is, I can't believe we're still talking about this.
Dan, you're next. Hi, Dan.
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen?
Hey, Dan.
Hey, listen, I didn't watch Lamar Jackson during the season in his MVP, but I watched all the playoff games. And I watched Lamar against the Texas and Kansas City. And just in those games, in the playoffs, when it really matters, he did not impress me. In that Texans game, he almost threw a pick in the second half before he ran it in. And that game could have been all that different. So what I say is, if I'm looking at Jared Goff in the postseason and I'm looking at Lamar Jackson in the postseason, Lamar didn't seem that I got to have this guy over Jared Goff.
It's a completely different way of playing the position. The caller that made the point, and it's one I brought up and I haven't brought up today, and I'm glad he called up. And because I think it's very valid. The shelf life on the mobile quarterback, what are they when they start to lose a step or take too many hits? And, it's kind of an unpredictable variable at what point they take one hit too many, but it does take its toll. And, but we're just talking about winning next year. Now, in the playoffs, that's a question about Lamar. He's got 2 playoff wins and 4 trips to the playoffs, and Goff has, the fourth most of active quarterbacks playoff wins. I mean, he has got it done in the postseason.
Yeah, and he doesn't get credit for one of the wins because he came in relief.
Yeah, he came off the bench for the Rams at one year. Let's go to Bill next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Good morning.
Morning.
Or maybe it's good afternoon. We're really close.
Yep.
Hey, just a thought on Goff. It seems that even the haters acknowledge he's had a couple good years and all this stuff about running and whatnot, and paying him $50 million seems a little high, but maybe you have to do it. Why not pay him $45 million a year, restructure the current deal so the 32 gets thrown in and you even it out over 5 years? Then you put in a Super Bowl bonus. If you get to the Super Bowl, $5 million. You win the Super Bowl, an additional $5 million. And so the question is it worth paying the guy $55 million to win the Super Bowl? I think everybody would agree. So that's my solution to the problem.
Yeah, it depends on how that works with the cap, and I'm really not sure. Most people don't agree to contracts like that. There are bonuses. There are roster bonuses, which are basically here's some free money. But
I love incentive-laden contracts.
Yeah, but you don't see them for the top players like this.
No,
in the
because
NFL.
they're at the point in their careers are guaranteed money, and they're going to get the guaranteed money. But to his point, I would love that. You give him a contract. We're going to pay him $45 million. If you get right back to the NFC Championship game. There's a $3 million bonus. If you get us to the Super Bowl, it's a $5 million bonus. You win a Super Bowl, it's a $10 million bonus.
All right, what the hell happened last night before the game in Phoenix? We will get into that coming up today at 12:05. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so you heard there in the update, strange things afoot prior to last night's Piston Phoenix Suns game. About an hour before the game tipped off, there was a tweet sent out from The Athletic, I believe it was, saying that Isaiah Stewart had punched Drew Eubanks of the Phoenix Suns. And I'm sitting there going, I'm going to have to go see that highlight. And I'm like, wait a sec. The game hasn't even started. And I remember Beef Stew had some beef with somebody earlier in the year. And it wasn't Eubanks. I don't believe. It was like a pregame. Who was that? Do you remember that?
Well, I thought it was with Eubanks.
He did have something with Eubanks back during the game in November.
Then he had the whole thing with LeBron.
Yeah.
Which was awesome.
And I think there was another incident. But this happened like in the tunnel. There was one account that said it was a parking lot. Another said it was a tunnel. It sounds like it might have been in the arena itself. And it might have been a carryover from the whatever happened on November 5th. My favorite quote comes from Kevin Durant, who said, there's a lot of noise around our games. Stop, full stop right there. Yes, there is. Having gone to a Suns game last year, it was the loudest arena I've ever been in. And remember, Steve Kerr later said, what are we doing here? Is like a DJ? Is this a club or is this a game? Because, yeah, it was over the top in terms of, it was sensory overload. And I'm like, wow, this is a different way to present a basketball game. But he wasn't really talking about the actual noise. But according to a media advisory, and this from the Detroit News, I've taken from the Detroit News and the Detroit Free Press. According to a media advisory from the Phoenix Police Department, Stewart was arrested on Wednesday for assaulting the 27-year-old Eubanks, 22-year-old Piston big man who's currently injured due to left ankle. Sure, those witnesses weren't Suns fans at all. The Suns released a statement, quote, the attack on Drew Eubanks was unprovoked and acts of violence such as this are unacceptable. We unequivocally support Drew and will continue to work with law enforcement and the NBA. Monty Williams said after the game, I know there were some statements put out. The thing for me is to get all the information and make sure I'm clear on what happened. The NBA will do an investigation. I've talked to Stewart. He shared with me what happened. Our people have talked to him, and they have information. But for me to come here and make a statement, that would be a bit irresponsible. Translation, Suns are irresponsible for saying what they said, that it was unprovoked. He's saying, let's wait for all the information to come out. Wow. Now, in Beef Stew, he's not Draymond Green, but he's mixed it up a little bit. But if it's in the arena, there's going to be video, right?
You would think. Sounds similar to another tunnel incident.
Oh, do you think Eubanks was skipping?
I don't know. Was he chirping when he was doing something? I don't know. But here we have.
How big is the tunnel in Phoenix? Do we know?
The Pistons coach is saying, let's wait for all the information to come out. And the Suns released a statement immediately. Sounds very familiar. The thing that I found interesting is there was the one account where somebody said that he was sucker punched.
Yeah. So a sucker punch.
I think sucker punch needs to be defined, right? Because two guys getting chest to chest, arguing with each other, and then when one person throws a punch at the other person, it's not a sucker punch. It's expected, right?
Yes.
Sucker punch is if you have your head turned, you're not expecting to be punched.
Out of the blue, from behind.
You don't see it coming. That's a sucker punch. This doesn't sound like a sucker punch situation.
Well, again, we await all the information, and in this particular case, I expect that there will be video in an NBA arena of every area. So Beef Stew told his side of the story, and we'll find out if his side of the story is true. I don't know what he even said, but it sounds like Monty Williams wants everyone to pump the brakes on drawing conclusions.
I would say this, provoked or unprovoked, Beef Stew should not be punching anybody.
Probably not,
right? With that being said, though, Beef Stew, don't step to this man. He is not playing around. Memo to the rest of the league. He doesn't play fight like everybody else does. He doesn't front. He doesn't
I love this guy.
Nothing is, hey, this isn't me trying to, hey, hold me back, looking for anybody. No. You better, if you say something to him.
No, they literally have to hold him back.
Yeah. Be prepared. He's not messing around. And with that, like I said, but also control yourself, Beef.
I'm intrigued to see what the other side of the story is, because we should wait for it to come out.
Well, what gets you to throw the punch? I agree. I want to hear the rest of the story. I mean, to throw hands with somebody, there has to be what is that reason?
Yep.
Okay, what was said? Because clearly something was said. Was there a bump? Did you think you were okay? Now I'm threatened here. This is a volatile situation. This guy just bumped into me. I got to react to it. What happens here?
As you grow up, you learn that words doesn't mean you throw a punch.
Right.
Words shouldn't throw a punch for words. Are you threatened? Are you threatened? Was it a response to some physical
when he went after
altercation that was sparked by Eubanks? I don't know.
When Isaiah Stewart went after LeBron James, I loved it.
Yeah.
Because LeBron deserved it. LeBron threw an elbow at Beef Stew and then tried to pretend like, oh, it was inadvertent. The hell it was inadvertent.
It was like a hammer fist.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's right. I don't think LeBron expected he would have cut open Beef Stew like that, but he did.
Mm-hmm.
And, then be like, what? What are you doing? Why are you so upset? It is ridiculous. And I loved his reaction to it. Now, at some point, Beef Stew probably should just, okay, now you guys can hold me back. It's fine. But literally the whole team had to hold him back, and he's breaking tackles trying to get back over to him. Like King said, this is not a guy you want to mess with.
Probably not.
But it's also not necessarily the attitude that you always want to have or the reputation that you're going to want to have the rest of your career.
No, and he's getting one, right? Because there are a number of altercations.
But he's not Draymond Green. In terms of he's going to go right up to your face and do it. He's not going to do it in a way that you wouldn't expect it.
Well, nobody cares because the Pistons are so bad. If the Pistons were good.
He wasn't even playing.
No, he wasn't. But the other thing what's going to happen? What's going to come out of this? Is he going to get suspended?
Yes.
And then what's going to happen? Are the Pistons going to
they'll rue the day that they activate him only to suspend him?
They're going to lose some games because of this?
I mean, nothing's going to happen out of this. He'll pay a fine. I don't even know if circumstances come out where the charges get dropped, but this is an assault charge, right?
Yes. Yeah, I suspect nothing will come out of it. I'm looking at a video here of Isaiah Stewart fights entire Hornets. So they might need to talk to him a little bit. Look, it's not going to hurt the team now because there really is no hurting this team. They're doing all the damage themselves. But you don't want to hurt the team when games have premium. You don't want to hurt the team when it matters, right? So, anyway, just something to keep an eye on.
Are you saying that the Pistons aren't playing well enough right now where it matters?
Yes, I'm saying that's the case.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. I don't know if you stayed up to watch the whole game last night.
Should we debate the point? Are the Pistons playing important games, 2-4-8?
I think it was...
Weren't they down 35 quickly?
I think Greg Kelser said it last night during the broadcast that this might be the worst first half he's ever seen the Pistons play.
They were down 71-40-something in L.A. the night before. And this one, they were down 70-41. Good God.
You sure he didn't say it since 4 days ago, Gator?
He did not. He said about last night's game, because the way they came out.
They were down 71-48 on Tuesday in L.A. at halftime. And on Wednesday in Phoenix, they were down 70-41 at half.
Maybe he didn't do that game in L.A.
Yeah.
But do you guys still get kind of like, we all know the Pistons are bad, but do you still get kind of shocked a little bit when you look at, they put the Pistons versus whatever team and you see the record comparisons? You're like, 8 wins. It looks so lopsided.
They're 8-46. 8-46. You know who looks up to that? UAD.
Hey, how about that, man?
Hey, props. Finally got that W.
Yes,
When 1-25 on the year?
You see they stormed the court? Well, it was one dude, but...
Good for them. 2-4-8.
Happens in a conference tournament, right? Was it a conference tournament for that? Did I see that or no?
Was it? No, it wasn't a conference tournament, was it? So they advanced?
I don't know. Not good.
248-539-9797. We'll get back to your phone calls. Big Old Tub Pretzels question today at 12:35. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, no matter what life throws at you, you can always tackle it with a good night's sleep. And True Sleep Mattress Store, they've got the perfect sleep system, like the top-of-the-line BedTech BT 6500 adjustable base with lumbar support. I am telling you, it's a game changer, and doing yourself a favor and visit a True Sleep store to try to check this out. It is amazing. Plus, the mattresses they have, they're all great. In fact, they're Michigan's largest Helix mattress dealer, and the most awarded mattress dealer is Helix, in fact. So go check them out. True Sleep Mattress Stores in Troy, Warren, Shelby, or Lake Orion. And that's True Sleep Mattress.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Just got an unexpected text from my oldest son. I'll get to that in a minute. Meantime, let's get back to your phone calls. David, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator.
What's going on?
Hey.
Not a whole lot. I kind of wanted to chime in about the Goff thing because I'm kind of getting sick and tired of people discriminating against the running quarterback and the throwing quarterbacks. I think Goff is perfectly fine the way he is in the pocket. Those quarterbacks that are running, their O-line is built different. And on top of that, if I remember correctly, there was a game in the playoffs. I don't know if it was the Rams game or the Tampa Bay game where Goff did run for 7 or 8 yards. He got a first down. And another time he ran for like 2 or 3 to get, like, it was like a quarterback sneak up the middle. Now, isn't that like his third option? Obviously, his last option is the run. We don't want him ripping a hamstring. We don't want him getting injured, fumbling the ball, tripping over his own feet. So those are things that you're looking for with the quarterback. Why would you want a running quarterback that has less upper strength to throw the ball and stay up front with your line to stay in the pocket than to run on outside where you know he's not going to get around the edge?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not even a variable. Like people, I don't think people are saying I wish he'd run more. They're saying he can't run, and nor should they scheme to have him run more. Should probably scheme to have him run less. But at the end of the day, it's not something. I mean, if you believe that they can't win with a quarterback that is this immobile, then I understand why you'd say move on. But I don't. I think this is another hard and fast rule where there has to be a lot right for this quarterback to be successful. And quite frankly, I mean, the Lions could have won the Super Bowl this year with him. They didn't, got it, but they didn't not win it because the biggest factors in the game against San Francisco were not Goff's lack of mobility. It was their defense's inability to get stops. It was their, unfortunately, mistakes that one of them might have been Goff's, the fumbled exchange, but I don't think it was. And the other one was a drop pass on a 4th and 2 that was really catchable.
Wonder how many
it wasn't a perfect throw.
Wonder how many quarterbacks in the NFL would love to trade their situation for Jared Goff's.
You mean that
play in front of this offensive line, play with the running backs the Lions have, play in an offense that's been molded by Dan Campbell and Ben Johnson.
Yep.
And take your skill set and put that in with this offense. How many quarterbacks would love to switch?
I think a lot. I think this would be a very desirable place to be a quarterback.
I think it probably is.
So maybe that, I mean, look, the reason this came up is because Dave Burkett wrote the story. Boomer Esiason, quote, give him a 4-year, $200 million extension. So that was the genesis of the topic and why we're talking about this. And you can still go vote and comment on our Twitter page at DunGator971, where the votes are pushing over 1,000 now. Approval rating, would you approve of that deal? 4 years, $200 million. 76.1% say yes, 23.9% say no. All right, so this is the text I just got from my 21-year-old, about to be 22-year-old son. Hey, Dad, did you listen to Seal?
Seal the artist?
Yeah.
Kiss from a Rose? That's Seal?
Yeah.
Crazy Seal?
Yeah. And I said, actually, yeah. I love me some Seal back in the day. And he then links a song, Let Me Roll, which is a Seal song. And he says, so his buddy last night was like, Seal is so good, and he wasn't wrong. This morning I put it on shuffle, and it was like the third or first song, and I'm like, wait, I know every word to this song. And he didn't know. And it was apparently a song I played a lot. They said, it's a banger. I've listened to it like 5 times this morning.
It's a banger, huh?
It's a banger. So apparently, how when that older group you get into and you're in college, but they're before your day?
Yeah.
For me, it was probably Steely Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Steely Dan's awesome. But all their music was like early, some of their best stuff was early to mid-'70s. They're still, Donna Fagan was still putting out music, although Walter Becker just passed, I believe. Anyway, the point being, you get into that group that was a little before your time, but you're like, these guys are awesome. Apparently for my son, that's going to be Seal.
Do you feel you've connected more now with your son?
I don't know.
And you maybe look up a Seal concert or something? Does he tour still? I have no idea.
Maybe. Let me see here.
You look at Heidi Klum pictures or something? Or
I just texted. Did we just become best friends? Is that? Now he's linked another Seal song. It's All Right. I don't know if I know this one. I probably do. But apparently kids are into Seal now.
Your kids.
Yeah, well, kids in his house.
Oh, yeah, his house.
Yeah, his house. All into Seal.
Seal was great.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
Yep.
Sure he can still belt it out?
Seal, you know what that song, I only know the couple songs that you said earlier, Gator. Kiss from a Rose and Crazy,
yeah.
right? Those two songs are perfect for like the runway shows that the models always do. Like those songs.
It's probably how he landed Heidi Klum.
No, seriously, yeah. It was like, I guess, stand the test of time for those type of songs.
How
It's
would
great
you?
for him.
How would you know that?
Victoria's Secret, man.
Oh,
you ever see
watch
the show?
No.
Hank's a pervert.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't hide that.
No, I don't know, but
You've never seen the Victoria's Secret show?
I actually haven't.
I don't even know if they still do it, actually, but I remember that Seal song would always play, and I'm like, hey, Kiss from a Rose, Seal.
Is he a tall guy, too? Is he like
Yeah.
6'3", 6'4", something like that?
Yeah.
Is that tall?
Oh, jeez.
Oh, here we
You're
go.
a humble brag,
Oh.
this guy.
I'd kill to be 5'10".
Looking for his numbers here. I don't see.
Heidi Klum's tall. I mean, of course. Most of
Yeah,
Super
she's
Bowl.
like 6 feet, 5'11", something like that.
Oh, did they get divorced?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Sorry. Sorry, Seal.
You got a shot, man.
Celebrity couples. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Hard to believe these kids didn't make it. So anyway, son's in the Seal, I guess. 248-539-9797. We opened up the Big Old Tub of Pretzels.
6'4", by the way.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that tall?
No. So I saw something that's making the rounds on social media. Joe Pampliano, who is a business reporter, it was the first one I saw it, so I'll give him credit. But it's the floor for the NBA All-Star Weekend. It's an LED floor. I haven't seen any reporting yet on whether or not this LED floor is going to be used in the game. But imagine, we've all seen the pregame introductions where the floor is lit up. This feels like it's lit up from, like they're playing on a giant screen. And it might just be for All-Star Saturday night. It's not clear yet. My question is, are they breaking a ceiling here in that this is going to become the norm? That your floor has to light up and will be used as such when playing. They say that they'll have stats on the floor and they will have replays on the floor.
That's going to be interesting.
Yeah. Now, if it's during the rookie or the Future Stars game, or if it's just going to be during the three-point shootout and the dunk contest and the skills and all that, or are they actually going to use it? I mean, if they're going to use it during the All-Star game, I guess if you're going to experiment, now's the time to do it.
Well, you do it during breaks in the action. You're not doing it while they're playing the game.
Well, but what if you are showing a replay of the play that just happened on the defensive end of the floor while play's going on the offensive end? What if you got stats on the defensive end of the floor?
Oh, boy.
While play's going on the offensive end?
I don't know if I like that.
I don't know if I like it either, but if you're ever going to experiment with it, now is the time. I'm sure the first to adopt it will be the Phoenix Suns. But seems like a lot. But it's something to look forward to. Something to look for, I should say. This coming weekend at the All-Star Game. Big Old Tub of Pretzels question of the day coming up at 12:35. We got to get into some Red Wing talk. They come out of the break with one very impressive performance and one not so much. Where are they going to settle in at here at the second half of the season, or I should say post-All-Star break? We will get to that coming up shortly. Also, Gator, I got to tell you about the mock draft yesterday and who the people wanted.
All right.
Yeah, we'll get to that in the 1 o'clock hour. Here on Karch and Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel every Thursday with TNT Thursdays. It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. You'll get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any NBA on TNT game. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way for you to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Doug to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay with TNT Thursdays. That's today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued is not withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Maximum refund is $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. A little surprised to see the 49ers fired Steve Wilks, defensive coordinator. In fact, if I recall correctly, weren't you championing for Steve Wilks to be the head coach at Carolina after he finished out that year for Matt Rule? I seem to recall you being, they should have hired this guy.
Yeah, he did a great job there, just like I did. I was championing Antonio Pierce to be the coach of the Raiders.
So he goes to San Francisco. Statistically, their defense was pretty good. There are some metrics that showed some slippage. But the one thing, I mean, look, they came close to winning a Super Bowl, and they fired their defensive coordinator. Would they have fired the guy had they won the Super Bowl? According to The Athletic, a reporter in The Athletic says, quote, it became clearer every week that the 49ers' top defensive players just didn't fully believe in their DC. So apparently there was something going on behind the scenes where it was weren't really getting along with the players weren't getting along with the DC. And one of the explanations was he was way too focused on the secondary, which I guess is his strength. And the linebackers, they got loaded linebackers, and the defensive front, which are loaded. We're like, hey, we're on the team too.
They were the third best defense in football.
Again, it depends. There are some metrics that say there was some slippage compared to the year before. But yeah, it wasn't like they were a terrible defense.
It wasn't even like they were a great defense.
They held the Chiefs to 19 regulation points in the Super Bowl, and the touchdown that the Chiefs did score in regulation was because of field position off a bad bounce or whatever you want to call it on that punt.
Well, I mean, I can get to the EPAs, the expected points allowed, that where they weren't even close to where they were the year before.
But I do acknowledge that I think there was some definite personality issues or something going on over there, because during their 3-game losing streak, the Niners had it in the middle of the year, and they had injuries and things like that. But I remember they moved Steve Wilks from the booth down to the field. I mean, there was discussions on what to do, what was going on. So I'm very curious too. We'll never find out for sure, of course. But if the Niners had won the Super Bowl, I think they might have tried to fire him anyways.
I know,
too.
Right? I mean, if it's true that it was personality driven, it's not like winning the Super Bowl was going to solve those issues. I mean, they might have decided to try and overcome them, but anyway, we kept our coordinators. I hope we're happy with that.
I mean, were they better defensively a year ago? Sure, they gave up fewer points and I think fewer yards. They were still really freaking good this year. But I guess if you clash with the team, then you clash with the team. Or if you're looking for a scapegoat.
Yeah, but they don't really need. I mean, maybe Shanahan. I don't know.
What?
There's heat on Shanahan.
Don't dare bring up Shanahan's name.
So, but firing Steve Wilks isn't going to be. It's not really going to change the focus. It's going to keep the focus on Shanahan.
Well, it'll readjust it, yeah. But for the time being, it takes the heat off of Shanahan.
I'm not so sure. I'm sure it doesn't put.
Oh,
more
now
heat
everybody's
on
looking for reasons why the defense. Well, wait a minute. I thought defense was good. Well, maybe it wasn't. Look at the EPA or whatever you said, the expected points allowed, and look at what their defense was a couple of years ago with D'Amico Ryans. Yeah, that was really good. Yep. You know what? Maybe it's not Kyle Shanahan. Maybe he's right. All
right, you ready to do a big old tub of pretzels?
Yes.
Let's do it. These are random questions that are sent to us, mostly from the listeners. Feel free right now to text us at 248-539-9797. Maybe we could solve a dispute or a debate you've had with you and your significant other. Maybe there's some parenting challenges you're having. Maybe it's a classic sports debate. Maybe it's vacation plans. I don't know. Whatever it might be, we're here to help with the Big O Tub of Pretzels question of the day. And Kang's got the tub back there and is pulling one of the questions out. You can watch it on Twitch, twitch.tv.
Smells stale, Gator.
Oh.
Stale pretzels.
All right.
All right, here we go, boys. You ready?
Yep.
You are locked in a large room. There are unlimited amount of 5-year-olds coming at you. How many do you take out before they overwhelm you?
Oh, my God. So we're being attacked by 5-year-old kids?
Unlimited amounts. They just keep coming.
Like I can see the rage in their eyes. They're out to do me harm. So
Yes.
I'm able to do what I need to do.
I don't know. Whoever sent this question over, you're sick.
How many can you take out before they overwhelm you?
So now I have to talk about how many kids I can beat up.
Or at least
this feels like one of those questions. Let me see if I can get these guys fired.
maybe just imagine yourself in this large room, okay? And then,
I think after I knock out like the first 7,
they might back off.
I think the rest of the kids just don't go near the bad man. They're running away.
No, this is unlimited, man. They don't know any better. They're 5.
I think I'd tire out after. I mean, fighting, like physically fighting.
I don't think they're coming in one at a time. I think it's just like an avalanche of kids.
An avalanche of kids. You're going to be. It's hard to like actually fight.
So you got a number?
How many kids or how long? Am I going with a time?
What's the question? Is the question time or the question
how many can you take out before they overwhelm you? Like
I don't know, 30.
31.
Well, my answer is 32. Next question.
Well played. Whoever sent this question in, you're sick.
I'm just trying to imagine myself before, like, when they climb all over you, like, how many before it's too much, right? Like, 20, 25.
Yeah. I can't hold them. Look, I saw Glenn survive in The Walking Dead by hiding under a dumpster. Is there a dumpster involved or no? No dumpster?
No. You're in a room.
Yeah. 67.
All right.
And it ain't going to be pretty.
All right.
Next question.
That's a terrible question.
Hold on. I just got this one. This one response on Twitch from Coyboy1. 5-year-olds coming for Gator. 5-year-olds coming for Gator and Doug. Doug, 0. Gator, thousands.
That's not. I don't understand that.
He's like the goat of defending himself against 5-year-old kids because they're on the list.
Yeah. All right, next.
All right, here we go. Has anyone ever seen a baby pigeon? I don't know why that's a... Have you ever seen a baby pigeon?
Now, to be fair, I've only seen...
full-grown pigeons.
Full-grown pigeons, but I've only seen a couple of baby birds when I've looked into a nest by my house, and it was not a pigeon nest.
And the answer to the question is no. I've never seen a baby pigeon. Just a teeny tiny little pigeon.
Has anyone actually ever seen a baby pigeon? This person doesn't think they exist.
And well, here's the question:
they come out full grown or something?
Would they actually be cute?
What, pigeons are cute?
Well, you know how I feel about birds.
Yeah, I know you don't like birds.
They have their mouths wide open like all baby birds?
I've never seen a baby pigeon.
I have not. They never show you that in the Nature Channel.
No. Anyone ever see a baby pigeon?
Here we are in New York City.
Yeah, right? They have to exist. They're not born as full-grown pigeons.
Or are they?
How many pigeons would it take to overwhelm you if you had to fight your baby pigeons, that is?
Well, like the birds. Tippi Hedren and the birds.
All right, let's do another one here.
We got another bird one.
Oh, God.
If you were going out on a normal day, how many owls would you have to see before you thought something was wrong?
What a great question.
I think like 3. And I'm like, dude, what's going on? Right?
First of all, those things are mean and dangerous, and they will kill you. I think if I saw even a second owl, I'd be like...
Okay, yeah, because we all agree. 1, we're like, okay,
There's
one
an
owl.
owl.
All right, it's an owl.
2 owls? You see 3 owls.
3 owls, dude. Something's up. Right? If you're going out on a normal day, how many owls would you have to see before you thought something was wrong?
It would be 2. I've never seen 2 owls in the same day. I'd be curious. A third owl, and I would start... honey, activate the emergency plan. Tell the kids.
I think we're close. I agree with an odd number. I'm going to go 5.
Wow.
5?
I'm going to go 5.
Is it normal for you to see multiple owls in one day?
I don't know why I'm going 5. It's very arbitrary.
That's too much. Something's 5.
Something's definitely wrong if you see a 5th owl in one day.
First of all, you got to be outdoors at night, right? Because they're nocturnal, I believe. They hunt at night. They're also raptors. They are considered raptors.
Are they?
Like
birds
the dinosaurs?
of prey. Birds of prey.
Oh, okay.
Because they kill a lot. But
attacking humans, I don't believe is.
They kill a lot, and you're okay seeing 4 of them?
Pete
Trey. I'm going with that because listen, if there's vermin in the neighborhood, they're going to get rid of it.
Pete
But
Trey
a fifth
100.
one, I'll be like, whoa.
Pete Trey 100 on Twitch has a problem with your philosophy. Because Gator, you'll be dead before you see the 5th.
Yeah, it's true.
That's why I don't want to. Well, that's a good point.
I'm a
I don't want to
dog.
see
Once you see a 4th owl, they're coming for you, man.
High alert when you see 2. 3 is something's definitely up.
This sets the record for 3 of the craziest questions we've ever gotten.
Hang on, I want to ask the question: do owls attack humans?
I think they do.
Owls of all kinds have been known to attack people when defending their young, their mates, or their territories. And then it's got a picture of an owl, and it looks mean.
Yeah. All right, thank you for your questions. Get them in for Kang right now. Text them to 248-539-9797, and we'll put them in the tub. Maybe that'll be the next go-around. We might want to cut back on the bird questions.
That's odd.
2 in one day. And they even weren't the most disturbing question. The most disturbing question is how long can we fight off a bunch of 5-year-olds before we'd succumb?
That wasn't a question. It was how many 5-year-olds could you take out before you get swarmed?
Either one I was uncomfortable answering. Let's get to some Red Wing talk next. And Gator, I got to bring up the speed on the mock draft results from yesterday. In the 1 o'clock hour, here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
You people are sick. I don't hate kids.
These questions put us all in an uncomfortable place.
Yeah.
Uncomfortable place. I want to get to this because this is, at this hour, update on the shooting in Kansas City yesterday, and it's different than the TMZ report, and I think it's important that we point this out. We were a little bit skeptical of that TMZ report earlier, that somebody said that there was a shooter standing and just shooting in a circle around him, which didn't sound like a dispute, but authorities in Kansas City are now saying that this appeared to stem from a dispute between several people. Total number of victims was 23, the one fatality, Lisa Lopez Galvin. 22 people injured, range from the ages of 8 to 47. Half of the injured were under the age of 16. 3 people were detained, 2 of whom were juveniles, and firearms were recovered during the mayhem, police said, but investigators are calling for witnesses, people with cell phone footage, and victims of the violence to call a dedicated hotline. The detainees have to be can be held for 24 hours before charges have to be filed, or they will be released.
So we don't know if the people detained were shooters or not.
No.
But if they're going to continue to be detained, they're going to have to be charged, and that should happen. If that's going to happen, that should happen in the next several hours, right?
Yep.
So more details coming out. It sounds awful.
It's incredibly depressing. Incredibly depressing. And we start the cycle of how these things happen, and until they figure out, until leadership in this country figures out how to handle it through more difficult to get your hands on weapons, all the way through to mental health and problem solving is a big part of this. And
problem solving is a huge part.
Yep. And
because if this resulted because of a dispute,
yep.
I mean, dispute leading to gunfire is...
Someone's threatening you or your family and your lives are in danger. There's the need, perhaps, for a firearm to defend yourself. But outside of that and hunting, I'm not sure they're particularly useful. But in my opinion. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. All right, we said we get to the Red Wing game tonight. Look. That game in Edmonton was disappointing when you give up 8 goals. I mean, it's clear if this team is going to do anything, they got to be better in their own end. They can't put the puck in the net, and they got a big win over Vancouver. Talked about it a lot the last couple of days, how much Gator, you have these moments in time that we're trying to identify when your team takes that next step. Whatever stage they're in, you're trying to identify. I don't know when it was for the Lions. Maybe it was the win at Green Bay last year at the end of the season, or maybe it was, who knows which one of the wins they had before this year came, but it felt like they had taken the next step. Then this year, I think we were all wanting to see them win a playoff game, and hell, they won 2. And that feels like they have taken another step. With the Red Wings, we're looking for them to prove to be a worthy to earn a playoff spot, and they got work to do. They got work to do. They got 3 weeks to the trade deadline, so we'll see if they can get anything done to justify Steve Yzerman making a few or some sort of go for it move. But they're playing the best in the West to start the second half or the post All-Star break stretch of hockey. So let's hope that they can bounce back tonight against Vancouver, which will not be easy.
No, it won't be. But last time they played Vancouver, they won. That was the overtime winner from Wallman on the
did the gritty
penalty shot,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So it's not going to be easy. But this is, to take that next step, like you said, these are things you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think they're going to be active at the trade deadline. The question is, what are they going to be active for? Ville Husso just came back the other night and left right away.
Yep.
So they're going to have to find some reliable help for Alex Lyon. But, he came into the game and, gave him 7 goals on 29 shots.
Yeah.
That's not good.
No.
That's horrible. That's not
There
like
was some own zone coverage. There was
Sure.
a bad rebound, but ultimately.
But you can't
gotta-
give
you're
up
not.
that many goals. I'm not surprised that Edmonton has a breakout game because they have so much offensive talent on that
They
team.
just finished a stretch where they won 16 consecutive games.
That's the other thing. I think they've won 18 of 20. They've won 8 in a row at home.
You missed it. I was reading in an Edmonton paper. There was a headline before they played the Red Wings because they won 16 in a row. They dropped 2 of 3. And the headline was, "Is it too early to panic?" Like, you just got done with a 16-game winning streak.
Yeah, dude, you guys are fine. Shut up.
Yeah.
But it's hopefully for the Red Wings, it's a yuck, throw it in the garbage game.
It happens.
It does happen.
It happens. But look, it was around this time on the calendar. I mean, it wasn't. It was a week or two later that the Ottawa disaster took place.
Yep.
A year ago. So now we're looking at that maybe, this wouldn't be the same. There's a lot of time to make up. But their lead in the playoffs, is it New Jersey that's 2 points behind them now?
Yes.
Yeah.
They are. They have the Red Wings in the last playoff spot with 60 points. New Jersey's behind them at 58. The Islanders have 57.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the 2 teams that are behind you. But the Islanders have played 53 games. The Wings and the Devils have both played 52 games.
Right.
And then, the Red Wings are chasing. They want to move further up. The Maple Leafs have 62 points. That's the other team in the wild card. And then the Lightning have 63 points. That's the team in the division.
Yep. Well, it'd be nice to see them bounce back. The other thing that came out was the announcement that the Red Wings will play at Ohio State. Literally, next March, they will be playing the Columbus Blue Jackets.
A year from now.
In the show. Yes, a year from this March, sorry. In the shoe in Columbus. And so I'm sure the Red Wings were chosen specifically being the state, a team from that state up north, as they like to say. So I mean, these outdoor games can be a lot of fun. This is a drivable one, but will it be as hostile?
Hockey crowd.
Yep.
I hope not. I hope it's not hostile. I hope it's an awesome event. Can get 90,000 people there, whatever it seats. That'd be amazing.
I don't mind hostility within reason, right? I mean, I hope it's
good-natured ribbing is fine.
Yeah, but it has been known to get out of control. The irony is the Blue Jackets have 4 Wolverines on their team.
Fantilli is one. Well,
Yep.
is he playing again yet? Or is he still
Fantilli,
hurt?
Werenski, Blankenberg, and who am I blanking? There's Kent Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. So anyway, they have 4 Wolverines on their team, which has got to be a difficult thing to
The Red Wings
accept
have
down there.
3?
Comfer,
Larkin.
Kopp. Is that it? That might be it. Anyway, I mean, that could be a fun trip. It could be a really, really fun trip. Unless, I don't want to recommend anybody go there and then they have the worst time of their lives because the Michigan-Ohio State thing comes up. And I feel like Michigan fans know what they're getting in, what they're in for, and kind of almost expect it. I'm not sure Red Wing fans will, even though there's some crossover, obviously.
What's the date they're planning this for?
It's March of next year. I have to look up the exact date.
I don't know if March is the good month to plan for hockey outdoors.
What do you think? It's
in Ohio.
Too warm?
I would think it might be too warm.
Could be. The schedule hasn't come out. Well, no, hold on. March 1st, excuse me. According to the source, the NHL will finally take the outdoors to Columbus with March 1st, 2025 matchup between the Blue Jackets and the Red Wings. At Ohio State's historic stadium, which can hold 110,000 for football games. Look, the outdoor games at the Big House were really cool. The outdoor game in East Lansing, very cool. I did not go to Comerica. Did you go to Comerica?
No.
When they did that there, but and the Red Wings play in one of these things. They did play in Cleveland. No,
they played in Chicago. They played Wrigley Field one year.
Yeah, and there was
they played at Comerica, and the Red Wings play at the Big House.
Yes, they played Toronto at the Big House.
There you go.
But I feel like they played another one. But anyway, 2016 Stadium Series against the Avalanche at Denver's Coors Field. So that was the other time. Just saw it in the Free Press story. Could be fun. Could be fun. Approach with caution is what I would say about that. All right, Gator, headline I couldn't believe, and it's somewhat locally related. We'll get to that today at 1:02 because lunch is over. Typical lunchtime is over. And we'll talk some NFL draft next hour as well here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Details scarce regarding the incident precipitating Isaiah Stewart's arrest ahead of last night's Pistons at Suns game. Phoenix center Drew Eubanks alleging Stewart punched him amid an argument about 2 hours before tip-off at the arena. In a statement Thursday night, the Suns said Stewart's actions were, quote, unprovoked and acts of violence such as this are unacceptable. That didn't sit well with Detroit coach Monty Williams, who was fired by the Suns last year. The Red Wings are in Vancouver tonight for the second installment on this West Coast road trip. The league-leading Canucks will have revenge on their minds. The Wings overcame a 2-goal third-period deficit to beat Vancouver in overtime at LCA last weekend. Red Wings, by the way, clinging to the last spot in the Eastern Conference, last wildcard spot that is, by just 2 points over the Devils. Winged Wheelers face off with the Canucks right here on 97.1. Here it's starting at 9:45. And speaking of the Wings, they'll reportedly be part of the first hockey game ever played at Ohio Stadium. Blue Jackets hosting Detroit in the Horseshoe, reportedly March 1st, 2025. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Really is a shame that there's just about a 0% chance that we can ever really cultivate a rivalry with Phoenix. You know?
Oh, basketball?
Yeah, because the groundwork is laid with this kind of dispute.
It was a chippy game last night.
And you get, one coach who used to coach the other team,
right,
ripping on the organization. It definitely could be something, but the actual practicality of this is that there's almost no chance that this could be something, which is too bad.
Well, you have to be good. Well, at least be up to, I guess, the level of the other team.
Well, that would help, yeah. But anyway, suffice to say, there's very little chance of that. All right, Gator, I'm going to read you a headline. And I want you to think of 5 possible answers. I'm going to leave something blank. This is going to be match game style.
All right.
International flight to Detroit turns around after blank fall on woman. International flight to Detroit turns around after blank fall on woman.
After blank fall on woman.
Mm-hmm. Can you fill in the blank?
After, first thought is overhead luggage, but that's not going to be it because blank fall on.
Mm-hmm. It could be like bags.
Oh, good God. I'm starting to think of horrible things. Okay. Snakes?
That would be horrible, and I'm not completely off in terms of how horrible it would be. I actually think this is worse than snakes.
Oh no. Bags of feces.
It's close. We're not going to do this all day.
All right. Now I understand why you did this at 1:00. Okay.
A flight from Amsterdam to Detroit had to turn around an hour into the trip. This is according to MLive Tuesday because maggots.
Oh.
That were in a passenger's luggage fell from the overhead bin and landed on a woman. According to Fox 2 Detroit, the incident took place on a Delta flight. Passenger on the flight, Philip Schoot, spoke to Fox 2 about what he saw from his seat. Schoot, a Netherlands native who currently lives in Iowa, said he was sitting across from the woman and saw at least a dozen maggots falling on the woman. At first, he thought it might be some sort of prank, but it became clear it was not a joke. As the woman got the larvae off her, staff discovered the cause of the problem from a passenger on the flight. What I'm about to read is maybe one of the most unreal things I've ever read.
I don't know why we're doing this. Okay.
From a passenger on the flight who had wrapped rotten fish in a newspaper and brought it in his luggage.
Why?
Dude.
Why would you wrap rotten fish to bring with you?
Dude. Schultz said passengers immediately pinched their noses when the bag was open and the crew moved the smelly bag to the back of the plane. The flight returned.
Throw it out the window.
The flight returned to the Amsterdam airport, so it was on its way to Detroit. And passengers could be put on the next available flight to Detroit. The plane was taken out of commission to be cleaned, and it's unclear if the passenger who brought the fish on board was apprehended once the plane was landed.
How would you not be?
One would think that it would it'd be worthy of an apprehension.
Yes.
In fact, I want to send in Beef Stew to take care of this. Because somebody needs to be punched in the throat.
This was a flight from the Netherlands?
Yes.
So I'm not sure on Netherlands cuisine or anything like that, but I'm thinking it's some kind of, not necessarily rotten fish. Now, this fish may have rotted, but maybe some kind of raw fish or a delicacy, or you know what I mean? Where something like that.
This is the worst story ever.
And then maggots came out of it.
Maggots!
Wow. Like how high do you have to be?
Right. At what point did someone say, what are my choices? And this was the best choice. Whatever situation they were in with this fish, the best choice was to wrap it in newspaper and take it in your carry-on. We get mad when somebody puts fish in the microwave back in the kitchen.
Wow.
Isn't that awful?
That's awful.
Yeah.
That's horrific.
Should I apologize for even bringing it up?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. 248-539-9797.
That doesn't seem sincere.
I'm sorry.
That's
I
more
am
sincere.
truly sorry.
No, that's less sincere.
Let's go to Brady. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brady.
Hey, how are you guys?
We're doing good.
Good. Hey, listen, over the course of my career, I've traveled to Columbus an incredibly large number of times, 600-700 times. I don't even know how many because I've done a lot of business in Columbus really since the early 90s.
Okay.
And I can remember when the Blue Jackets first started going to Red Wings Blue Jackets games. It was literally like being at a Red Wings game.
Yeah.
There is a massive contingent of Red Wings fans in Columbus. And if you think about it geographically, it kind of makes sense. I mean, it was one of the, if you're an NHL fan, right, it's one of the closest major cities that has a team. But there is a very, very large contingent of loyal Red Wings fans that are Columbus residents. So I think it'll be very interesting to see how that game turns out.
It could be awesome. Like the stadium it really is an old, kind of a cool place. And look, there's been intense and incredible games played there. And yeah, is it Red Wing fans in Columbus, or is it's so close that so many Red Wing fans make that drive?
It's Red Wings fans in Columbus, locals, and of course, certainly X amount of Red Wings fans make the drive. But there are a lot of local Red Wings fans. You'd actually be surprised.
Yeah, I might be.
The other thing.
Go ahead.
The other thing I wanted to tell you guys is I travel internationally a lot. I've been on that Amsterdam to Detroit flight I don't know how many times. And, because I travel internationally a lot, I kind of get chummy with a lot of the customs guys. You would not believe if you talk to those guys and hear all the absolutely crazy things that people that they catch people trying to bring into the U.S. It's mind-boggling. I mean, and a lot of it is disgusting. A lot of it is recently killed animals that they're bringing over for whatever religious reasons or whatever, fish, all sorts of crazy things. They will tell you talk to a customs guy, they will tell you that they have some of the things they see even they can't believe.
I mean,
so it's not that
I'm having thoughts about how you get that through security. Like, do maggots not show up on the belt?
That's a good point. I mean, if you put that thing through the scanner, I mean, obviously it's not metal. It's not going to show up. But I guarantee you that was a transit passenger. Amsterdam is a massive transit hub, and it was probably someone coming, for example, Bangladesh, they have this certain fish. I can't remember what it's called. That's like a really big delicacy, and it's very expensive. And people often bring them or import them to the United States. It's probably something like that. It was probably a transit passenger.
Awful.
But, yeah, they see a lot of gross, crazy stuff.
Yeah, they really just need to learn how to wrap the fish better. I think that's really the problem.
I mean, I literally, if I could list 10 million things that I might take on a plane, I'm not sure fish would ever come up. Once.
Well, you're not from another country.
This is true.
We don't do this here.
I'm not Bangladesh.
Yeah, exactly. Where were the cocaine sniffing dogs? Did they skip out on the rotten fish? Sniffing dogs.
It's up to you, man.
Yeah, right?
I'm not going to that.
So bizarre. All right, so yesterday,
This is where you need the cat instead of the dog, right? Cat's like, what we got over here? What's this? The cat's indicating. What's the cat indicating? We got fish over here. The cat's using both paws. Tearing away at this thing.
the bomb sniffing cat. You don't see bomb
You
sniffing
don't see the
cats.
bomb sniffing cat all that often.
Well, now we'll know if we start to see them, the reason why. Okay. Yesterday, Gator, we did our first look at a mock draft on the air. And it was put up by Field Yates of ESPN. I'm going to give you your choice that we gave the listeners.
Okay.
The choice. And then what happened was really interesting, and I want to talk it through with you a little bit. So at 29, the people that were on the board for the Detroit Lions to consider included Michael Penix, and we put him out there because we just wanted people to know that we're going to talk more about trading out of the first round because that is prime spot to trade out of the first round. And oftentimes people will do it to move up to take a quarterback. So Penix was on the board. Keon Coleman was on the board, which is tempting.
Yep.
The edge rushers from Penn State, Chop Robinson and Adisa Isaac were on the board. Jerjon Newton, the defensive tackle from Illinois, was on the board. Tavondre Sweat, the defensive tackle from Texas, was available. And two corners, Kamari Lassiter from Georgia and Kool-Aid McKinstry from Alabama. I've already told you who the actual pick was. Darius Robinson, the edge rusher from Missouri. But given those choices, I want to know who you'd take. And you didn't hear the show yesterday, and I want to debate what the listeners ended up doing. We will get to that today at 1:20. It's open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. Hey, February is the month of love and chocolates, and Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has sweet deals that you're going to love. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox arriving daily. Plus, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights is showing their love for the community with their quarterly blood drive. That's Friday, March 1st. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, 17.5, and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson back. Fighting a head cold the last couple of days. Good to have you back, Scott. In the meantime, talking a little bit about the NFL draft. And our discussion yesterday, which was about the mock draft by Field Yates, I gave you the choice at 29 of the players available, and you can also trade back if you want. Which player would you take, or would you move out of that spot?
Out of those players, I would take Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Would you?
Defensive back, Alabama. I think you'd have pretty good intel talking to Brian Branch, seeing if this is a guy that works. Got good size, is 6'1" corner. Been playing against pros basically the whole time because that's the SEC. So that's where I'd go.
You like it better than Lassiter from Georgia, the other?
He's bigger, so yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I went with Chop Robinson, but it's interesting because we basically mirror what the people did. It was a dead heat between like literally the exact same number of people that sent us texts, tweets, and posted between McKinstry and Chop Robinson. Those were by far the two most popular choices. Trade back and Jerjon Newton were the 3 and 4. 5 was Keon Coleman. And
can't help but be intrigued, but
Yep.
it doesn't make any sense.
Yep. Now, as much as we sit here and say that, what if he's the best football player available?
Well, I'd say quickly, it doesn't make sense, and yet does it? Let's see. Because you got, obviously, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You have Jamison Williams. Who's the third receiver?
Josh Reynolds, who's a free agent. Khalif Raymond, who's kind of perfectly cast in his fourth receiver role. They did take Antoine Green last year, and they believe in draft and develop. I don't know how much faith they have in him.
Mm-hmm.
But I will tell you that what was interesting was when you looked at the way the rest of the first round played out, only Lassiter went 30, 31, 32. Now, you don't know that when you're on the board, but that means a bunch of those guys will be available in the second round. McKinstry, Chop Robinson, Adisa Isaac, the two defensive tackles.
Which is great if you're picking at the top of the second round.
Right.
But
Which makes the trade back possibility if one of those teams near the top of the second round, it makes an offer that includes obviously their second round pick and something else. Getting into the top of the second round could afford you the possibility of getting one and maybe two of those guys if they drop down to the bottom of the second round. But trading back is something that it's going to be wild because the draft's in Detroit and the fans are going to be sitting around partying and drinking all night. And then when the lines are on the clock, if
they announce a trade at the end of the first round.
But I'm just telling
and
everybody.
You have to wait till tomorrow to see who they take.
But everybody buckle up, right? I mean, this is a strong possibility.
Yeah, and I think the vast majority of Lions fans are of the opinion of whatever Brad Holmes wants to do, let him do it.
Mm-hmm.
If you take a wide receiver there, if Keon Coleman's there and he takes Keon Coleman, I'm like, okay, that's good. If he takes a defensive tackle, fine. Take a defensive back, fine. I mean, there aren't many positions that you could take at that position where I'd be like, no.
Well, there's
other than running back, because they don't need a running back, clearly.
Yeah.
Tight end, I wouldn't do it. But offensive lineman, can you see offensive line there? Absolutely.
I could, especially obviously, if they're two starting guards, if one of the two of them are brought back, that's about. I hesitate to say this because I think it's completely meaningless. You could get the best guard in the draft, but that doesn't mean he's going to be a great player. You just never know. You probably wouldn't at that point. But the way these things play out, some years, whether it's the best guard or not, are you going to get a good one? It's probably too high for Zinter. I don't know if the Powers Johnson kid out of Oregon also is projected as a guard. He's a center at Oregon. So I don't know. We'll see. But it's harder to project the field of players that might be available at 29, given that you get to that point, you can go in a direction. I think trading back
is a real possibility.
If screams Brad Holmes, which is, if you look at the first four picks they got last year, which were all in the first two rounds, as a result of trading back, if they trade back here and get an additional second, and I don't know what else you'd get for it. It depends how far back you go, but they already have 2/3. So maybe they could get a second and a third to trade their first round pick and have 2 seconds and 2/3. This sounds to me like in Brad Holmes' wheelhouse to go find talent, right?
Yeah, you would think. I'm just trying to think of a team that might do that. Let's say the Giants, they're drafting and they're like, you know what? The top 3 quarterbacks are off the board. We're not looking there. Why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and draft an offensive lineman or a wide receiver with their 6th pick overall, and then they come calling and say, hey, Michael Penix hasn't gone yet. Let's go get Penix.
What about Washington? Oh, they'd probably take a quarterback at 2.
I would imagine they'd take a quarterback at 2.
Would Minnesota be a candidate at 42?
Well, they've traded with Detroit before.
And they had it was a Kwesi Owosu. What's the name of their general manager?
Something like that.
Yeah, would he be? That doesn't seem to stop him in the past, right?
No.
And they are picking relatively early in the second round, so that could be done. It's going to be a lot of fun and very, very interesting. But the warning to Lions fans is there's no guarantees that they will draft in the first round.
Yeah, I have no issue if they trade back, if their guy isn't there, because we know how they value players, and if they don't see there's a first round value for a player, they'll absolutely trade back.
Yep. And the question becomes, and I said it yesterday, and as we talk this through, and we'll talk this a bunch over the next couple months, we're only a couple weeks away from the combine, as we find out how committed they are to the theory. Because the theory has been great to get them to this point, but when you're this close, do you have to shift gears a little bit and say, we're not doing the whole, we need to draft football players. We need fits. We have specific holes. If you take him for his word, those holes might not be addressed in free agency, maybe through trade, but do you have to shift gears a little bit and say, we're going to take the best defensive player at 29. Maybe not the best player, but the best defensive player at 29. Which it's hard to imagine there won't be a defensive player on the board that they really like.
Correct. I think there's a number of defensive linemen, a number of defensive backs. I don't think they're looking linebacker, but there will be somebody they like. But will they be somebody they like enough where they feel so confident this is the guy we want at 29? Like they felt about the previous draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where they think they got all those guys who were first-round grades and they got them so early.
Depends on how deep they think their bucket is with first-round grades, right?
Yeah.
If they only have like 10 guys with first-round grades and all 10 guys go before 29, I think they aggressively try to get out of that spot. You always want to blend need with talent as much as you can, but I feel like Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell, they want to stay true to who they are, and they will continually draft football players that fit the Lions system, fit the Lions label, what they're looking for. And if you don't fit that need, they don't care what position you play. And that's just how I mean, I don't know, he'll never tell us specifically those players they pass or end up drafting, but I just feel like they stay true to their philosophy.
I think they do as well, but how true? Slight shift? I mean, a slight shift?
Or they just simply get the best corner in the Canadian Football League. Just keep raiding.
Yeah, what do you make of that move?
I mean, it's a no-risk, high-reward move. I have no problem with it. The guy's got good size. That you're talking about the outside linebacker who's the defensive player of the year. He had 18 sacks in 18 games last year in the Canadian Football League.
But were those 18 sacks Canadian sacks or American sacks?
I don't know. That's a great point. Why not go ahead and take a chance? Okay,
Yeah.
if it doesn't work out, oh no.
I think I don't think there's any guarantees that this guy makes the roster. It would think, and if the league felt that way, there probably would have been a bidding war for him.
Well, he was on the roster. Was he undrafted free agent with the Bears a couple of years ago?
Yep, made it to the final cut, and then spent last couple of years in the CFL. And given he made an impact, which is cool and everything, bravo.
He was defensive player of the year.
We did get somebody saying, isn't basically what I was saying I'd go for Chop Robinson. We had a listener yesterday suggest that they already have that in Matthew Betts. They don't need Chop Robinson because they signed Betts from the CFL.
See?
And I did not take that into consideration.
Well, you've had some time to think.
I have had some time to think. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today. AUDACY. That way you can listen to our program anywhere in the United States and Canada. You can also, for those CFL people, those up in British Columbia that saw Matthew Betts play, can sound off on how good or bad he is. Also stream through our website, 971theticket.com. And that is where we have great content posted from the Birchie Kid and Evan. Also stream a video, twitch.tv. See what we look like. Hopefully you'll be impressed. Doubt it. But you can check it out by going to twitch.tv, search up 971theticket, and participate in the streaming chat where they bet on all kinds of things to what we're going to be wearing and what we're going to have for lunch. Also streaming with YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Again, search up 971theticket. Make your comments there as well. Thank you for being with us on a Thursday here. Carson Anderson, Red Wing game tonight. Seems like kind of a big one to bounce back. Also got some draft talk mixed in as well. If you missed the Jared Goff conversation, an NFL insider suggested what he might get in a contract extension with the Lions. We'll get to that number today at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. So we're getting a ton of feedback on a variety of topics, including the big old tub of pretzels question of the day, where we had 3 questions, and they were bizarre this week. One of them was, have you ever seen a baby pigeon? Mike in South Lyon says, I just Googled baby pigeons. They are weird. I've not Googled baby pigeons. Have you ever Googled baby pigeon?
No, I've never Googled baby pigeons.
I've never seen one now that it was mentioned.
Have you ever seen a baby cardinal?
I guess I really don't think I have.
I mean, aside from, I don't even know what kind of bird it is. Is it a robin or some other?
Okay, baby pigeons are a mess. They are a mess. They're just like a little hairy ball.
Well, that's how baby birds are typically, right?
I guess. One of the questions was, how many owls would you have to see before you started to worry
that something was up?
That baby pigeon is weird looking, man.
Isn't it? Mike is right. Once you see the 5th owl, you're in the afterlife. That's from,
yeah, Gator.
That's from
5
texter.
5.
People think pigeons are government drones. It's a thing. Look it up. That is from Scott.
I don't doubt it.
David in New Baltimore. There's a Japanese TV show where 3 professional athletes face off against 100 kids. It's absolutely amazing. Are you sure? What would we face it off in? Like wrestling?
Like basketball or something?
I don't know.
Hockey, floor hockey, ice hockey.
Is it Peyton Manning?
Yeah, greatest commercial ever. Or skit SNL has done.
That's so great. Adam Sandler?
Another one here. One of the questions was, if there was an unlimited number of 5-year-olds attacking you, how many could you fend off before you'd succumb? One of the answers from Scott is, an unlimited number of 5-year-olds and John Kruk go into a room. Who comes out? That dates back to
they know all of my stories.
Yeah. Was you and some Blue Jay fans?
It was me with a couple of my buddies.
Yeah.
And there were some Blue Jay fans that were at the bar. This is the Lodge at Orchard Lake, way back in the 90s.
And you got into a bit of argument?
Well, they were getting loud, and my buddy was wearing a Dino Cicerelli jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the Toronto guys started getting on him for wearing a Cicerelli jersey, which is, I don't know, kind of strange. So my buddy starts giving back to him, and it gets heated. It gets loud and heated. And at some point, my buddy yells at him, "You throw everybody in the room together, you know who comes out? John Kruk."
What relevance it had, I don't know, but
it's like fight to the death. You get the Blue Jays and the Phillies at the time. You know who comes out? John Kruk.
So it was the World Series was going on.
Yes.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was World Series.
All right. That's why.
You didn't say not Dutch Dalton. John Kruk.
I grew up on a pigeon farm. They don't leave the coop until they're a few months old. That's why you don't see the babies. Tom in Flat Rock says, if I see more than 2 owls, I think something is happening in the wizarding world.
I think something special is about to happen.
Yeah.
5, I'm out.
Yeah. And then there's this one regarding the story of the maggots in the luggage. Always check your maggots. It's common etiquette. Yes. Okay.
Can you imagine if that bag had been checked?
Like in the hold underneath?
Yeah. So now all those maggots are all over the place?
Ugh. So disgusting. So disgusting. Okay, if you missed it earlier in the show, we were talking about a story put together in the Detroit Free Press, written by Dave Burkett. Jared Goff, contract extension could be on the table. Boomer Esiason quoted as saying, "What's the alternative? I mean, Daniel Jones makes $41 million. He got a 2-year contract for $82 million guaranteed. So that's where we're starting. And here's a guy that should have won the game against San Francisco." Later, he goes on to say, Jared Goff has basically proven himself to be a worthy leader of the Detroit Lions. And so I know he's got 1 year left on his contract. Could they give him a 4-year, $200 million extension? Something like that would be fair and would be the going rate. I know that may not excite a lot of people because Jared's not a flashy guy, but he's still a very effective quarterback. The best part about Jared Goff, in some ways, is exactly that he is not a flashy guy. It is about substance, right?
Yes.
This is all substance driven, which is all we've asked for forever with the Detroit Lions. We've had hype. We've had exciting players. We've had, in fact, some of the most exciting players in the history of the game to play their positions. And it didn't do much. Now we got a guy who's not exciting. Not exciting, with the exception of the way he plays the game leads to a whole bunch of winning. I'm on board with a 4-year, $200 million extension. I think he's earned it this year. And we asked people, would they approve of that? And the voting has about an hour left. So you can get in. There's over 1,000 votes. Would you approve of that deal? 4 years, $200 million. It would make him the 6th highest paid quarterback in the NFL for now. We know that would change. 75.9% say they approve. 24.1% say they don't. Gator, you would also approve.
I would. I think he deserves it. It's probably the top of where I want to be with him, but I think it's also an appropriate contract. Wouldn't make him the highest paid quarterback in the league. There are other contracts for quarterbacks that they're going to get. Trevor Lawrence's deal is coming up, so he'll pass Jared Goff, I'm sure. There'll be a couple other guys that are coming up that they're likely to get extensions that are going to be surpassing it. But I'm not sure what the low end of what's appropriate is. Is it $45 million? Is the range between 45 and 50? Is that the sweet spot to get him to sign?
Mm-hmm.
If that camp is asking north of 50, I'm reluctant.
So the thing about it is, you're right. The north end of what we want. The one thing that we will get when we bring up a topic like this, somebody will say, "I'm not giving him a contract that long. I'm giving him 2 years and $40 million." Okay, got it. And then he says no, right? I mean, you don't get. It's a negotiation of which the player would have to agree to what you say. So, I mean, are you willing to let Jared Goff walk when they are this close? I mean, he won't be walking because he's under contract for 1 more year, but you will be running the risk.
Well,
okay, let's say they don't offer him a contract that he likes and they go into next season. Are we talking about the first step in the erosion of a good culture? How will that sit in the room? How will that sit with Jared Goff?
I don't know. I mean, it's a weird hypothetical, but I mean, at the same time, if let's say that it's clear that they're not going to get something done,
mm-hmm.
then I think the Lions move on. If you're not going to get something done, don't overpay. Don't do something you're not, do something that would benefit the organization, which would be to trade him because he'll have value.
So if Goff's camp, oh, really? You'd trade him before next year?
Not likely, but I'm saying if you know that, wait a minute, they're asking $55 million. We're not going to go 55. Can't do that.
Well, if
and all of a sudden, I mean, because this does happen.
I know.
We've had this over the last couple of years. It used to be like crazy to think that franchise quarterbacks could be had in trade.
I do. You caught me off guard with that you would trade him or bringing that up as a possibility, because I would think they would go, all right, he wouldn't agree to a contract with us, but let's go try and win the Super Bowl this year. I would be absolutely stunned if they traded him, but then again,
I'd be stunned if they did too, but I'd also be, I don't think he's going to ask for something crazy.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is everything about Jared Goff says level-headed, understands that he's having the best part of his career here. This Act 2 is the best part of his career.
Playing with guys he loves, coaches he respects, and a town that appreciates him right now. Yeah, I think that they can get a deal done with him.
All that's gone into getting him to where he is, and how the fact that Ben Johnson is staying, they have a chance to keep this offensive line together. Like, there's a lot to be that we could consider promising, but at this point, I mean, is he going to ask to break the bank? I don't think so. $50 million over 4 years, I'm comfortable with that, because by year 3 of that extension, I mean, he's probably like the 10th highest paid quarterback in the league. So he'll start as the 6th highest and finish as the 10th, 11th, whatever it might be, with standard inflation of the position. It's just the cost of doing business. So I'm really comfortable with it. Now, a big part of this is percentage of the cap, how the money's allocated, the bonus structure, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and also trying to time it with what happens next. You know, you've got Hendon Hooker. You feel pretty good about Hendon Hooker. You know, apparently the team really liked what they saw late in the season when he got to practice, very little bit. But if you like Hendon Hooker, he wasn't a first-round pick.
Nope.
So his initial deal is just a 4-year deal. So 1 year is done, and now he's got just a few left. So what do you how do you reconcile that with it? Do you try to line it up or not?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm thinking about Hooker's future with this team. What is his future with the team? I guess it's to be determined because you haven't seen him play.
No. I think they
and
might
does that
have,
not even come into play?
Look, ideally you sign Goff, and Hendon Hooker spends the next 3 years being a very capable backup quarterback that can win you important football games, ideally. And then if he proves – because, one thing we experienced this year that scares the heck out of me that I hope we get to keep experiencing, that is our quarterback stayed healthy for all the games. That is an unrealistic goal that year after year that your quarterback's going to stay healthy for all the games. And if you're trying to win Super Bowls, hey, Hendon Hooker – you're not stepping into a no-pressure situation. And if you can step in and win some games, that might be your tradable commodity.
Or do the Lions end up having a situation like the New England Patriots did when you had the heir apparents to Tom Brady? But you know what? We're sticking with Tom Brady. We'll trade you away. Like would they trade away Hooker like they've traded away other players?
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, open lines. You want to get your 2 cents in on this? The story is linked through our Twitter page at DunGator971. You can vote and comment there where we have the poll going on right now. Would you approve of that deal? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Well, spring's not here yet. If you look at the future forecast here for the next week or so, okay, maybe the temperatures are going to warm up a little bit, but overnight it's still damn cold, in the 20s. Yeah. So that being said, the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they know what it takes to keep your home comfortable this winter. They're offering a deal right now where you can replace that clunky water heater of yours with a tankless one for free with the purchase of a Comfort Maker furnace and air conditioning package. With over 100 years of combined experience, they're the team that I trust. I had a water heater issue. It was leaking. I needed to have it replaced. They came out immediately, got a new one set up. I couldn't be more satisfied. Visit them at birminghamplumbingco.com. It's birminghamplumbingco.com.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Great to be with you here on a Thursday in Detroit. By the way, Gator, you find this hilarious. I know you like it. If anything that happens, it can make me look dumb. I know that's one of your favorite things.
That's not true, Doug.
It isn't? So yesterday we were talking about, I put together a list of 4 things I'm looking forward to in spring training. And I was, I'm starting to speak very boldly of Jackson Jobe. And he got a big league camp invite. And I said, I've watched enough. I'm not counting out him coming north with the team. And then yesterday afternoon, A.J. Hinch met with the media and said, I've already told Jackson Jobe and Ty Madden they're not making the team out of spring training. So immediately I made the prediction at like 12:30, and by 2 o'clock, that prediction was already apparently proven that it was going to be wrong.
I love it. I feel like Hinch was listening.
Yep.
Or somebody let him know, hey, AJ.
Guess what the midday guy on 97.1 predicted or talked about?
You a scout now, Doug?
Yeah. Won't be the first time.
Well, if you had asked me the same question yesterday prior to A.J. Hinch saying what he said, I would have said it's highly unlikely because he hasn't pitched above AA.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say I think it's quite possible he gets brought up at some point.
Yeah.
This year.
And what I put it in the context of all the young kids, like Cole Keith has to prove he can hit major league pitchers. When he's facing a major leaguer in spring training, how does he look?
Yeah.
And when Jackson Jobe faces major leaguers at the plate, how does he look? Because you're right, they haven't been at that level. I don't need to see Jackson Jobe in the 9th inning of a game facing a bunch of guys that are going to be in the Florida Gulf Coast League. I want to see him. I want them to give him a start against the Yankees. You know.
Yeah, and I wonder if in spring training, if he'll get those chances. Are they going to let him pitch the first inning of a spring training game?
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't seem like it. And Ty Madden was the other one he said that isn't going to come up.
Yep.
Madden's a little bit more advanced. He's older. He's 24. So I'm very intrigued by both of those guys, and I do think that both of them have an excellent chance of being brought up at some point. I'm not sure how quickly Jobe would, because I think he's got to jump a level first.
Yeah.
I think likely, from what I've read and what I gather, is that he starts at AA, maybe gets promoted quickly to AAA. But the Tigers have a lot of pitching in the minors right now, and we'll see how much of it shakes out to be quality pitching and how much of it is just, they're good minor league guys.
Okay, feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox regarding the Jared Goff contract story that ran in the Freep today, which suggested by Boomer Esiason a 4-year, $200 million extension, $50 million a year. Detroit Sports 313 writes in, I would prefer a 2-year extension at 45 and all of it guaranteed. If he doesn't accept, fine. I can franchise tag him and we still have him for an additional 3 seasons. Well, that'd be franchising him twice. No need to make him the 6th highest paid quarterback, nor do we need to lock him up for 5 more seasons. I think making him the 6th highest paid quarterback is perfectly acceptable because it's a very temporary place.
Yeah, it is a very temporary place.
He's not the highest paid, so you're not clearly overpaying for a guy. And by the end of the contract, it'll be a top 10 quarterback contract, which is, so he'll spend the first part of the contract on the higher end of what he is and the last part of the contract on the lower end of what he is. And the other thing, as far as franchise tagging him, I do, and that would give him a 1-year contract worth something, probably by the time that happens, something like $54 million, but it would only be 1 year. I do worry a little bit about upsetting the apple cart. Like, it's easy to say if they're just numbers, but right now this is about as healthy a locker room as there can be. I think the team believes in Jared Goff, and I don't want to get to, like, this is why I really hope they are in the same ballpark. Because what message do you send the team if the player that they think of as their leader doesn't get the contract he wants?
Well, I mean, it is a business when all is said and done, and I think that players and teams understand that. You have to understand it going into it.
One would think.
But no, of course, you want to bring back the quarterback. You want to keep this going as long as you can. But there will be some hard decisions that are made. Hopefully, you don't have to make that difficult of a decision with a quarterback. If you're telling me I could get Jared Goff to sign a 2-year contract extension for $90 million,
yes.
I mean, in a heartbeat, you do that. Or even if it's a 2-year deal for $100 million, I do that in a heartbeat.
Is that remotely realistic?
I don't think it is. Not for a guy who's 28, 29 years old. I don't see it being that realistic. Now, the names to look out for in this offseason are Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott, I think is the other one, to see what kind of extensions they get.
Greg writes in via Twitter, they kind of have to pay him. What other options are there? Risk losing him? He's earned this raise. Michael says, no, play him this last year of the deal, then franchise him if Hooker isn't ready. From, let's see, these 39691 on Twitch.
Oh, going back to the last one. So then you're assuming that Hooker's going to be the guy.
Yeah, but.
And again, it's about sending that, if you're worried about that message. I don't know. I have a hard time doing that with a quarterback that just won you 2 playoff games.
And I think the team.
And played well enough to win the NFC Championship.
Am I worried that the team, am I worried about nothing, that the team will be raising their eyebrows like, what are we doing? This is our guy. These 39691 writes, yes, the market will surge past this number within 3 years. Goff is worth every penny. Sean T says the market isn't determined by what other quarterbacks have signed for. It's also impacted by what other teams would be willing to pay for that quarterback. I think Goff is a good quarterback and should be paid, but what would other teams be willing to pay him? I think $48 million is the ceiling. I mean, if the difference between 48 and 50 is so negligible. If you were willing to go to 48, but you won't go to 50, come on. Phoenix writes in, $50 million a year is way too much. Maybe 40 to 45.
Yeah, maybe 4 to 5 years ago. I mean, that's just the way this works, right?
Well, not according to Phoenix 719-777-63.
Just saying.
There you go.
That's Jim Costa, along with Rico Beard. They made their way in studio. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Anything exciting on the agenda?
No, I was just telling Jim some tales from when I was in college. So they had nothing to do with you, Doug.
I know, but I did hear you tell a story. Are you going to tell this one on the air that I overheard you saying? It has to do with gaming?
I mean, I can. It was basically when I
well,
was.
Hold on. Before you tell it on the air, Jim, did you not find it fascinating?
Oh, I thought this was incredible. This is Rico jokes, or we joke with Rico about being ahead of his time. Wait till you hear this.
Okay, I think you should save it for your show.
Oh,
at some point. I'm not trying to produce your show.
Doug just teased your topic on your show.
Okay, go for it.
You were ready to go ahead and do it.
No, you know what? Maybe Doug is right. He is the master artist of
the tease.
I will, but I think what you just said that you did is kind of insane smart.
It is. It's
insane and it's smart.
I had to give up video games because I became obsessed with playing video games, and I ended up taking it to a whole nother level.
Yes, you did. And
I hated losing. So later on in the show, I came up with a way to make sure that I never lost to my buddy again.
Okay.
Yeah, I had a video game issue in college as well. Tetris.
The reason this came up, college football, NCAA 25 teaser trailer was out today. So.
Yeah.
For EA Sports.
Yeah, we can make some room for it during the show today. Why not? Yeah. And we got it. We do need to pay off the story because it was incredible.
It really is. I look forward to him telling that. So the college football, when does that come out this year?
This year, so May is when we're going to get more details.
What happens when Quinn Ewers says, I want more money from you?
I think it's probably going to be one of those pool things that if you want in, guys, you sign up now, you'll get your check, and once we cut you a check, you're not allowed to renegotiate.
So
until the next game.
And the only guy who really gets paid is the cover.
Well, I mean, you're using the actual players now, so
right. I just wonder if a player insists on more money,
then he becomes, wide receiver 3.
Yeah,
How does it work in the NFL? Do they get paid at all?
I think
through
it's
EA
part of the
Sports?
Players
Yeah, I think
Association.
it is. So I
Yeah.
think everybody gets like a certain fee that you're in there. So if like for college, it may be like, okay, if you're in the game, you get 10 grand.
Because I feel like EA Sports has a little bit of negotiating. Fine. You don't want to be in the game because I think the players are like, now, wait a sec. I
Right.
want to be
No,
in
no. And I'm saying, I think it's like, okay, we'll give everybody, I don't know, but let's just say $10,000, Gator, you're in the game. Well, that's not enough. Okay, fine. Well, you will now be defensive end 1.
Yeah.
So either you're in there,
or you're known as DE1.
Yeah, you're
on the game.
DE1, and it just so happens to be your number.
Yep.
Stuff happens. Or you can take this 10 grand and shut the hell up. Not you, Gator. But
navigating.
Gator, I think he told you to shut the hell up.
I'm listening.
Navigating the new paradigm of college athletics. Sure is fun.
No. See, I want to know, will they have a portal?
Oh, could you imagine you're building your team up?
And your player all of a sudden, Coach, I'm hitting the portal. What?
Miami's NIL has come for you.
Yeah.
And it just happens like randomly.
Yeah.
Like you lose a game week 5 or something like that.
Keon Coleman's out. He's gone.
All of a sudden, what just happened? I got this alert that so-and-so's in a portal. Awesome.
Sick.
I guess I would imagine there will be a portal. Gentlemen, enjoy your show. I look forward to the reaction to Rico's story, what he used to do to quote,
not Doug,
guarantee that he never lost a game. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a safe day. Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. Great show ahead. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Capital Mortgage Funding. Sounds like the Big Ten will be taking the opposite approach of the SEC when it comes to late season matchups. Commissioner Tony Petitti tells ESPN he wants more November league games with serious college football playoff implications. That would be a stark departure from the SEC, which is known for an 8-game conference slate and the so-called November bye. Petitti telling ESPN, quote, "We want fans to think that a game in the second week of November, even if you've already lost 2 or 3 games, still has a lot of value." The Red Wings were the better team for 40 minutes at Edmonton Tuesday night, But the Oilers scored 5 times in the other 20 en route to starting Detroit's Western Canada/Pacific Northwest road trip off on the wrong foot. Wings are in Vancouver tonight, just 5 days after overcoming a bad 20 minutes in the middle period to beat the Canucks 4-3 in overtime last weekend. With Detroit barely hanging on to the last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference, Captain Dylan Larkin says they've got to start putting a full 60 minutes together. Wings at Canucks right here on 97.1 starting at 9:45 tonight. And a faction of power brokers at Penn State pushing to name the Beaver Stadium field after Joe Paterno. Some board members and university officials there reportedly dubious. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Incredible. A local hero. Tell me you saw that court storming yesterday.
So much of a local. I want this man to call the show today. I want to know who this person is. He needs to be recognized because he alone went out there when everybody else gave up on this team. He just looked at them all and said, no. I will rush to court if I have to do it all by myself and have a one-man party. And he did. But that wasn't Cookie Moore. And maybe it was. I want to know. I want to know who that person was. So at some point, if you know that person, call them. I need to talk to them.
They had lost 26 games in a row. You guys made fun of them a couple Fridays ago, right?
Yeah.
They finally win, and we get a court storming.
I was like,
kind of, sort of.
You know, when PJ sends me the thing, like, we got a court storm. Maybe I should give him Titan Club tickets. No. He gets season tickets. Season tickets. Titan Club. You know what? Give him a warm-up. Let him sit on the bench.
Rico, the video.
That's a real fan.
He takes a couple steps out, realizes it's only him, takes a couple more, puts both arms in the air, and
spins it around in a circle.
Basking in it.
Right. Like, guys, we may never see this again.
It's incredible for people who missed it.
I mean, Kenny comes from that elite school of OU. They win all the time. But, you know, UD people have to relish this moment.
For those who missed Cash the Ticket, we actually gave out that play, and I think it is our finest hour as a podcast that we handed out an 0-26 team as a favorite, and it hit our finest hour. We will do no better than that. So, some love for Detroit Mercy as we kick off the show.
UDM.
Yes.
Not Detroit UDM.
UDM.
Or just is it UD? They keep changing.
Okay,
they won.
When I go into the little app and I check the score, it says Detroit Mercy.
They won.
All love.
You know what? You're better than the Pistons. You won.
You know who else won last night?
Who?
Team that may have been buried too soon by the guy who normally sits in this seat. Is the light switch getting flipped on here?
You know what? Yeah. Michigan State. We're talking about Michigan State basketball, folks. When Costa sends you a little, when he sends you a text message of just somebody hitting a light switch, it took a sec. Like, what meme is this? Michigan State goes on the road. They defeat Penn State 80-72. It wasn't even that close. Penn State hit a couple try-hard baskets at the end to tighten up the score. Michigan State led for double digits from about 95% of the game. I'm going to say this. This is the reason why Tom Izzo is so polarizing when it comes to basketball. Because he starts off, there's high hopes, there's high expectations. Spartan fans think whatever happened last year rolls over into the new year. You find out it doesn't. They crash and burn like clockwork. But around basketball reunion weekend, sometime in February, they're going to play a weekend game against a top-ranked opponent. They're going to beat that opponent. They're going to beat that team. And then all of a sudden, wait a minute, could this be? Even you were asking, could this team go on a Final Four run? This is where the whole January, February Izzo comes in, because at the beginning of the year, he schedules all the hard games and they lose. And then they started winning. And then you start saying, well, if they're beating all of these teams, you start looking at the schedule. Did you bury them? It depends on what you're looking for. Is this a Final Four team? I'm going to still say no. The sad reality is this. 248-539-9797. Michigan State fans, did you bury this MSU basketball team too soon? Did you say Tom Izzo was washed and he's cooked? Or maybe you still want him gone. We'd love to hear what you have to say. I'll stand by this. This team, the bar has dropped for them. It used to be about going to the Final Fours, and now it's about getting to the second weekend. Now it's about, can you get to the Sweet 16? They don't hang banners for it, but they hang unofficial banners. It's like pounding your chest. Yeah, well, at least we got to play K-State and lose in New York in a double overtime game. We made it, because they haven't made it out the first weekend in a long time. Since last year was the first time in a long time. Think about that. Michigan State used to guarantee if you went there and stayed for 4 years, you were guaranteed to go to a Final Four. That's over. Now it's Sweet 16. But the team is not as bad as a lot of people think, because I heard people, well, they're not going to make the tournament. And then with Mike, they will make the tournament, okay? They have enough wins. They have enough net ranking. They're going to make the tournament. The problem is you're sitting in the dreaded 8-9 seed. That means you're going to play. If you happen to win the coin flip game, because 8-9, ask any better. That's the game you really don't want to play because you have no idea. Then your reward, congratulations, there's UConn. Congratulations, well, you can't play Purdue because they're in the same conference, but there's Kansas, there's Houston. There's a top team waiting for you if you happen to get past the first game.
I don't want to drop the bar for Izzo. This is a Hall of Fame coach. They had a preseason top 5 team. They have not lived up to that. But I think when people, and I'm going to use Mike as the example of this, but when people buried this team, I think they did it prematurely. Rico, since 2001, every team that has won the national title has been top 25 in offensive and defensive efficiency. Guess where Michigan State sits today? Top 25 in O&D efficiency. They got a coach with tourney success. They got not one, not two, 3 guards. And when one guy doesn't play well, another one picks him up. It was Akins yesterday.
Well, I'm about to say a fourth when they got shot, but yes.
Okay, I left that part out.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's guards, plural, coach who's done it, O&D efficiency, and this Malik Hall thing, he has come on strong lately.
Okay.
Rico, you know this, but I'm telling this to everybody else. They're going to be favored in just about every game outside the Purdue matchup to round out the regular season. There's runway for this team to take the Illinois win, which was big, the Penn State win, they're not that great, but it's a road win, and string together another one this weekend against Michigan. And then, Iowa, Ohio State, who fired a coach. They win 5-6 in a row. They start heating up. And guys, does it not feel like that familiar feeling as the calendar shifts to March? For as much as people have buried them, I think that was premature.
See, here's what happened. And I do think it depends on where you're at. Because, yes, burying them thinking that, they're not going to make the tournament, yeah, that's premature. But for Michigan State, you get judged fair or not based off of your past success. That's where the frustration kicks in. Because as a Spartan fan, you're used to a higher plateau.
Sweet 16 sounds
and it's
like
just like
weenie. When you say that, it sounds like,
Sweet 16 is where you were in 1998, okay? When you broke through, when you played North Carolina, it was like, wow, this is what the second weekend looks like. And then you went to 3 straight Final Fours. You won a national title. You start going. That's when he became Mr. March. Mm-hmm. And now it's almost feels like you're going backwards. Because here's the thing. You're favored in all the games coming up except for Purdue. Unfortunately, the Purdue game at Mackey is going to remind you of what life is really like when you play a top team. Because the Purdue – Mackey's just weird. I don't know if you've ever been.
I've heard stories.
It's asymmetric. It works for them. Okay?
And it's always given MSU fits.
the last time Michigan State won was the backcourt was Keith Appling and Gary Harris. Oh, my God. Yeah, that Keith Appling and that Gary Harris.
Gary Harris is like rounding out an NBA career.
Right. That was
like
the
wrapping
last,
up.
That was the last time they went in there. So it causes problems.
Yeah.
If you're MSU, you're basing it off of what you want this team to be because they were preseason number 4. Now, you're right. They got a lot of things. The Malik Hall, I don't know what young lady has entered this man's life, but he needs to hold on to her because all of a sudden his game has changed. And he's going out there. He's dominating.
He's
and I'm
confident.
Like, that's Malik. Like, it was in the locker room. I was like, Malik, you realize that they threw the ball to you in Illinois. They gave you the ball, not Tyson Walker at the end of the game. He was like, well, that's what everybody thinks and dreams of in their backyard. But I'm sitting there thinking, but you're not Tyson Walker. Cookies, they've won their last 2 games. Tyson Walker has not been the leading scorer. If you can continue playing like this, then yeah, the bar is high. If you can continue doing this, then yeah, you can go. Now, it all depends on the seeding in the tournament. But this is one where it's the frustrating thing about Tom Izzo and the MSU basketball program. Because just when you think they're done, they're not. I remember I had this conversation with the late, great Drew Sharp. And I said, Drew, you know what? I'm done. I'm done burying this team because they make me look ridiculous every year. I would go on the rant and like, oh, this team is horrible. And he was like, no. So fine, it was the year they had lost their first game in the Big Ten tournament. It was horrible. We were driving back from Indianapolis. And I made him a bet. And I'm like, Drew, I promise you, this team's going to the Final Four. You're being a homer. Not being a homer. I'm looking at analytics. And nobody even talked about analytics at that time. But I'm like, this team is going to go. Sure enough, he owed me a dinner. He was like, I'll be damned. You were right. You said this 3 weeks ago. I was like, Drew, that's what it's the frustrating thing about this team. This team, it's hard being a Spartan fan in basketball because you want to believe and then they take it away from you and then you're skeptical, should I believe again?
Yeah, we've done this dance before. Like you could make the little chart, the graphic, preseason expectations, big smile. Early season struggles, Izzo's washed.
Because
early February, big win. Wait, there's life. Don't bury him now. Where are you at in that cycle of fandom? Because I do think some have already buried this team, and I think you were wrong to do so.
Yeah, I mean, Saturday is going to be a big game. You're going to be playing, not a big game, but it's a rivalry game. And you could go back to 20 years ago when State fans bought out Chrysler Arena, kind of like how Lions fans went to all the different arenas. And State fans can do that. Tickets are like $20, $30. And you turn that place into, hearing the Go Green, Go White chant going in there, maybe you can propel that because that's the one where, can you go? Because they're 0-4 against Juwan at Chrysler. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I did not have that stat today.
There you go.
Well, there you go. This is the worst Juwan team. Anyway, Michigan State's how we begin the show. They won last night on the road at Penn State. They had the big win last weekend against Illinois, starting to heat up at the right time of year. Your reaction, it's 97-1. Another day, more hype. We'll get to it at 3 o'clock. Michigan State basketball is the way we begin the show. Spartans got a win last night at Penn State. They got a win against Illinois last weekend. Starting to trend up. Buried too soon, you tell us. David, what do the ticket texters have to say?
I'm sick of MSU excuses and Izzo slaps. Been 25 years since the title. They continuously drop the ball and fall short of expectations. Costa still believes the Izzo and March thing. He isn't that anymore. Go look at his record. They lose on the first weekend more often than they don't. That is from Mike.
I would agree. The mystique isn't what it was. I don't think he has that same level of success that he once was. I think we covered that to start the show. My point was this team.
Come on, man.
Rico.
Izzo is polarizing, so either you praise him too much or you beat him down too much.
I'm just trying to live in the here and the now with this team. They underachieved to start the season. They are playing much better. Despite what other people tell you, they're playing better. Metrically, they grade out as a team that can go on a deep tourney run. They have 3 veteran guards. They've got a front court scorer who's a veteran who's playing some of his best ball of his career. They've got a coach who, while he hasn't done it as frequently as peak Izzo, is still Tom Izzo. And you would think we don't even have a basketball team in the state worth talking about. Rico, they're flipping the switch late in the season at the right time.
Because here's the thing. I will say this. For everybody who was like, well, Izzo hasn't won in 25 years or 24 years. No one in the Big Ten has. They're still the last team. Because I don't count Maryland because Maryland wasn't in the Big Ten at the time that they won it. No Big Ten team has won since 2000. So if that's the case, then the entire conference sucks.
Well, the conference has been
But they've
underachieving.
They've made, I think, the championship game 8 or 9 times during that period. They just can't win the big game.
David, what else?
I just roll with the punches because someday Izzo is going to hang it up and we're going to become North Carolina under Matt Doherty. John in Lake Orion. Someone else says, Izzo is washed. A couple wins doesn't change that. This was supposed to be his greatest team ever and hasn't done anything except for a first weekend out.
Okay, real quick. This team had a lot of expectations. But let's not confuse things. This was not his best team ever, Rico. Am I
It was
missing
supposed to be, though.
Was it supposed to be?
It was talked about.
No, Izzo came out and he said that he really likes this team.
Okay.
This was all his words.
I don't think this is the best team he's ever had. Do you? I think it's a good team that can go on a run here. I want to be.
No, ironically enough, the 2 best teams that he had both early exits.
Yeah.
The Denzel Valentine's senior year, that was the was it Memphis? Middle Tennessee.
Yeah,
Tennessee State. Yes.
Giddy Potts, baby. I think the ticket texts that we've already taken are kind of proving my point, though. I'm not promising you a Final Four. I didn't say this team's winning a national title. I said, guys, the ingredients are there and they're playing well, and everybody else is going, yes, they're currently 6 feet under. How dare you bring the shovel? They're proving my point. Many people have written this team off prematurely because the season's not over. They are playing some of their best ball, and I think you owe it to yourself to see it through if you think there's even half the talent you thought there was on opening night.
But you also have to remember where we live. So you have half the people who just want to see crash and burn and laugh no matter what. So, well, you didn't do this and you didn't do that. That's where you have a whole city and a fan base that just anti-Michigan State. Now, a lot of Spartan fans, your expectations are so high, like Mike, that when you don't achieve them, I can't settle for less.
No, then skewer them. My point is if they underachieve, then skewer them. But season's not over.
Yeah, what is the standard of the program, though? And I think people were seeing, and I'm still seeing, I don't see that standard right now to say they can make that and get that.
So, okay, on the fly here, what's a successful season?
A successful season?
Yeah, where you say, wow, that was a successful Michigan State basketball season.
Yeah, if they make the Sweet 16. Where they're at right now, yeah.
I think the standard of MSU with Tom Izzo as your coach, Final Four is a success.
Yes.
It should, right. That's where they should be, but being realistic.
Yeah, at least make it to that regional final, right?
If you want to be realistic,
give yourself a chance.
Probably not going to. Okay? You're not. I mean, Because when you play Purdue, you're going to find out what it is like going up against one of the big boys in college basketball. They're going to embarrass you.
Jerry, get some of your thoughts. Jerry, you're on 97.1.
Hey guys, how you doing out there?
Hey, Jerry.
So I've been watching Spartan basketball now, and my thing with Izzo, I really started to lose faith in him after Middle Tennessee because you guys were just talking about how good of a team that was, and then I believe a few years later we had another solid team. I think Cassius Winston was on the team, and we lost to Buffalo like in the first or second weekend. And to the point that you guys are saying, like, what is the standard? And I think the fact that we even have to ask that question is why we have to start questioning whether or not Izzo should, continue to be the coach other than his name being Tom Izzo, because for a while there, the standard was Final Four, trying to win a title. We're a blue blood. We're Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina. But I personally don't remember the last time I felt like this was a blue blood team. And again, the fact that we have to question to me, an outstanding season this year would just be getting to the Elite Eight. I'd be like freaking out if we got to the Elite Eight. But that seems weird as a Spartan basketball fan. And I don't know, man. The fact that we're like, well, what's the standard now? Well, if the standard's not what it was, then maybe we need to start questioning.
Jerry, you're right. Jerry's right.
Jerry, it is. But, Jerry, I'll say this. There's really one blue blood team out there if you really look at college basketball. There's only one
Kentucky
team
or North Carolina.
Say what? No, it's
Kentucky
Kansas.
or North Carolina?
No, Kansas. Have you seen Kentucky basketball lately? They hate their coach. As bad as we talk about Izzo, they're talking about Calipari.
Hold on. Isn't UConn a blue blood with their success?
UConn rises and falls. Kansas is the only one that consistently is always there. Duke, now that Coach K is gone, is taking a step back.
Well, North Carolina played for the championship a couple years ago,
And now
post Roy Williams, and they're going to be in contention again this year.
They were Michigan State last year. They started preseason number 1, didn't make the tournament after winning the national title. So, I mean, this is one where I think reputation falls in, and there's facts and there's what people believe. Facts say there's only one team that's a blue blood, Kansas. Kansas consistently is always there.
I would just
Duke
say
is on the way down. New coach, North Carolina, on the way down. Kentucky, all the NBA talent they get, they keep getting in their own way.
I think Jerry makes a good point. It's the question of Izzo and how the program has fallen. They aren't what they once were.
Nope.
I think that's obvious, and it is fair to criticize and question Tom Izzo, to wonder about the longevity and the health of the program and should he be here for much longer. Those big picture conversations, I think, are fair. They're welcomed. My question was about this year's team, which unquestionably had the talent preseason, is playing noticeably better now, and metrically grades out as a team that could go on a run, yet nobody wants to talk about that because of the bigger picture.
Right,
I'm saying just focus in, dial in. They're on the eve of March.
You can't, because Spartan fans don't want to be hurt.
Okay.
They don't want to buy in. If I don't buy in, you can't break my heart. If I don't accept the date and go out with you, you can't break my heart.
I think you're right.
You're not going to do this to me again. No.
Where's your belt?
No.
Give yourself a ding. That's a great point.
That's all it is.
If I don't start to believe, I can't be hurt.
You can't disappoint me because I won't believe in you. So therefore, if it happens, I'll jump on the bandwagon at the same second.
Yep.
You exceeded my expectations.
But does that bother you? Like, as a Michigan fan, David, seeing these Michigans, they can only have their cake and eat it too when they're good, and they don't want any of the pain and the suffering when they're bad.
No, I'm with Spartan fans on that. I understand where most of them are.
But it's like Mike makes it like, I can't believe you go to these games. I can't believe you watch the games. I'm like, I'm going to watch them, but I've lowered my expectation. So I don't get angry. It's like, okay, you go on the road. They won their second Big Ten road game last night. I don't expect them to win when they go on the road.
Here's a dirty little secret. When you get to the tournament, none of the games are true road games.
Right.
So
but it's like, oh, but what about this? Spartan fans don't want to be hurt again.
Okay.
Because you've had this expectation, and the times you really believed, that's when they crash and burn. But when you really look at the NCAA tournament, NCAA basketball is funny and it's fickle. How many top teams win it all? They don't.
Single elimination. It's unforgiving.
Right. Like Purdue went in there, best team ever, until they played the first round game against Fairleigh Dickinson.
All right, 3 o'clock. There is a local product whose draft hype continues to grow by the day. We'll get to it top of the hour. We've got football questions next, 97.1. Let's do it. Football today.
So let's talk about the Super Bowl. The next Super Bowl. We're not going to talk about the 49ers and the Chiefs. We're going to talk about this upcoming Super Bowl. Odds have been out for the last few days. We've talked about it a little bit, but let's dive deep with it. My first question, I'm going to give you a few teams that are in the back of the odds here, and I want to know if any of these teams can jump up into, let's just say, the top 15 in odds with moves this offseason. Start with the Steelers at plus 9,000, the Broncos plus 10,000, Commanders, Patriots, and Titans all at plus 15,000, all probably drafting quarterbacks. Can any of those teams make moves this offseason to put them in the top 15?
You realize what he just did? He thinks he's slick. He lumped a whole bunch of dead bodies and his Pittsburgh Steelers so he would say nice things.
Well, no,
they're the best of that group, David.
But they're back
But I see
here.
I see what you're doing.
Can they make a move to put them in the top 15? Any of them?
Yeah, you said the Steelers, who?
Titans, Commanders,
Patriots,
Washington
Broncos.
Generals,
Washington Generals.
Kentucky Wildcat football. Yeah, I think it's the Steelers.
Yeah, I mean, I've said it before. I think Justin Fields is the linchpin. You can go get him, combine with what you have, you can do something. If the Commanders bypass taking a rookie and go get an established quarterback, they could immediately enter the equation. So, yes, they can, but drafting a rookie quarterback, I think what C.J. Stroud did is an anomaly, and
Yes.
you won't see that again for a very, very long
Even
time.
Peyton Manning didn't do that.
Right.
Like, think about it. The Titans, they have a new coach, presumably a new quarterback.
Maybe
Or
not
Will
Derrick
Levis.
Henry.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I feel like you just set us up to say nice things about your team. I'm on
There
to
are
you.
no nice things to say about the Steelers, but let me ask you about another team that I did not mention that is at plus 15,000. It is the New York Giants. Are you surprised to see them with the second worst Super Bowl odds right now?
I'm not, because really nothing about the Giants screams they're good. They have Saquon Barkley, who they will probably lose in the offseason because I don't think he's going to stick around. I think he's going to get dealt. They're going to hit rock bottom. They're going to have to start all over again, and you made the mistake of paying Daniel Jones. So you're going to be paying a guy to hold a clipboard because you probably want to go and get a young quarterback.
Yeah, what is their identity?
Losing.
Like they have they have an offensive head coach in Brian Dable, but like tell me that they've developed a stable of receivers. Tell me the offensive line is even a little stable.
Well,
tell me they have a quarterback that's looked promising.
No, Jim, you're about to lose your offense when Barkley walks out the door.
And how about defensively? Wink Martindale's gone, whatever you think of him. They at least had an identity as a heavy blitzing defense. Now they're kind of starting over there. Yeah. You know what that tells me? What are the odds for Dable to be the first coach fired? Because the New York market, if they're one of the worst teams in football, he's going to be out.
Well, think about the New York market for that for both of the teams.
Salah.
Yeah, good point.
So let's get into the Jets for a quick second because we're going to do the 6 under the radar now teams in the odds. And let's start with the Jets. They are at plus 2,500. You consider them an under the radar team when it comes to Super Bowl odds?
No, I don't. I don't believe in Aaron Rodgers. I think unless they go out there and pick up two pieces to that offensive line was horrible. Like we made fun of all the other quarterbacks, but really the common denominator was they couldn't protect. They couldn't do it. Defense was great. Offense, horrible. So with Rodgers coming back, all he's going to do is run for his life because if you fail to remember, his 3 plays as a Jet was negative yards.
They lost some close games this year. I'm not telling you they can win a Super Bowl, but with a decent quarterback, can they have a winning record? Can they be in the playoffs? That's as much as I could sell you on it. I don't think they're winning a Super Bowl. Rico's right. They don't have enough up front to win multiple playoff games.
So, yeah, you're looking at, what, the Bills and the Dolphins you got to overcome?
Correct.
Not even saying the Patriots.
So they got to be the second best team because they're not going to win the division, but it'd be the second best team in the division.
No.
That's tough. Next one on the list, Jim.
Yeah, only your division puts in everybody.
Almost. Is this great value?
Ooh.
Houston Texans plus 2,200.
With a capital V, value. Second year for the coach and the quarterback. They're just scratching the surface. It does feel like they got an outside shot to surprise the world.
They have $65 million in salary cap space, and I saw a rumor report out there that Saquon Barkley would be a fit there.
Think about it. They made that run. Tank Dell was hurt. He should be back next season.
Now, if they add Saquon, I think that would fit. That's one of those where you have a young team, so you could pay him and you could afford to do that.
Yeah.
Saquon changes the equation because I think that they will hit a sophomore slump, that they'll fall backwards.
But who's the best team in that division? It's not like there's
is
a
no best
juggernaut
team.
at the top.
No.
So they're at least in a position to host another home playoff game. They won one this year.
No, but I think the same thing is, as I say for the Lions, that schedule is going to get a lot harder.
You're right.
It will. They have a first-place schedule with, you may not say a first-place roster.
Right.
That's fair.
Necessarily.
So that's where the team could be good or even better, but they may not have the same amount of wins.
Let's touch on the different team in that division, the Jags at plus 3,000.
Yeah, I'm tapped out. I keep hearing Trevor Lawrence, and Trevor Lawrence is, okay, great hair. You've done nothing. You've really not impressed me. You haven't. Just the way Caleb Williams will do for me. He won't impress me either. But Trevor, I was told, was going to be, the next great. Still waiting.
Well, it's interesting because there almost is the parallel here. They are last year's Texans. Right?
Yeah.
They young team, made the playoffs, won a playoff game, that weird game with the Chargers.
Played a real schedule.
Yeah, took a step back. But now does the bounce back from the bounce back? I think this year is kind of the prove it year for Trevor Lawrence and company. Or you're right, Rico. He will get relegated to that group of dudes who are just okay.
Yeah.
Next team on the list, they are a hot team on the betting market right now. It is because of their new coach. It is the Los Angeles Chargers at plus 2,500.
I guess
To
the
win
biggest
the Super
question
Bowl.
is, will Jim Harbaugh keep them from chargering? Basically, it's like Clemsoning, where they just fall apart. They find ways. They're the NFL. They find ways to lose games. And you're like, really? Never seen that before. I mean, I still go back to the game where if they could just tie the game with the Raiders, they both make the playoffs, and somehow they managed to screw that up. That they pissed off the Raiders, and the Raiders like, oh, okay, you know what? We're just going to win this game. We're not both going. We're going. You're not. Go home. No, because you play in the same division as Kansas City. So, no, I don't see this happening.
I do think he'll be able to button up a lot of the nonsense that's happened in L.A., where it's been Herbert trying to overcome a ton of bad performances around him. Button it up, closer games. Herbert's a special quarterback, right?
He is 1 year ahead of Trevor Lawrence to me. I thought he was. I thought he was going to beat something and nothing.
David, I don't think they do it in year one, but I'm interested. I think it's interesting where you have him
It
priced.
will be a better team, but
that
not
means,
Super Bowl.
Right. I mean, you have Kansas City right there like, hi, Jim.
Yeah.
Here's a fruit basket. Welcome to the neighborhood.
And their roster they need to make some.
They have $44 million over the cap.
Yeah, they
right
have
now.
some major tweaks. Probably not year one for Harbaugh.
So real quick, the last two teams both play in the northern part of the country. One AFC, one NFC. The Cleveland Browns plus 3,500 and the Minnesota Vikings plus 5,500.
I'm way more interested in the Browns than the Vikings.
The Browns, if the Watson experiment works, maybe you have something because you have the defense. Now, if Deshaun Watson can go out there and give you 75% of what he used to be, you may be the best team, or you'll be battling Cincinnati. So, yeah, I think that there's something there because that Cleveland defense is so good. If you could just score 21 points, you'll probably win the majority of your games.
And with Minnesota, I don't know what their quarterback situation is going to be. Is it Kirk Cousins next year?
I think it has to be.
Okay. And they're in a division. I mean, both teams in a tough division, but I feel like Minnesota's been going the wrong way for a couple years. I would much rather take the Browns team on the way up.
See, I look at, if you just say Cousins and he's that game manager, man, you got weapons.
And
you got weapons that a lot of quarterbacks that kill to have.
Yeah. And let me say, I know Minnesota 2 years ago won the division. I felt like we all identified that as a fraudulent team on the way down. This year was the way down.
They missed their quarterback. So I know everybody wanted to bury the Vikings. I'm not, because you did not have your QB.
They also didn't have a run game. That matters.
It matters, but they didn't have a QB. So that hurt them. They got to buy from me for this year. I know, in Detroit, they're frauds, they're this, they're that. Guys, come on. If Jared Goff went down for the year and the Lions took a step back, you can't bury them. You have to sit there and say, you know what? Wasn't their year. Not going to punish them for that.
So Rico's saying Minnesota wins the division next year. That is
No,
football today.
Green Bay.
We opened the show talking a little MSU hoops. They won last night on the road at Penn State. No, you don't throw a party for that. They beat Illinois the previous Saturday. That's a big win. It's a couple in a row. That time of year starts to feel familiar, but a lot of people have buried them. So we opened the show asking if you had buried him too soon. We're going to talk a little bit about the NFL draft and a local prospect whose stock is soaring pre-combine, but he continues to move up. And I think there's an interesting discussion, a spicy conversation at 3 o'clock. David, what do we have on the ticket text?
This team has a chance to finish 20-10-ish with a bye in the Big Ten tournament. That's a decent year. I'm happy. Agree with Rico on Kansas. Basketball, there are the only blue blood since 1990 that have been top 4 seed every year except for 2 years in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I know we like to say, well, Kentucky. And then I ask people, okay, well, name me all the titles Calipari's won. Name me all the Final Fours. He's won. That's it.
He's got the one title.
Yeah. He's put in 40% of the NBA. I'll give him credit for that. But you think about it. We've bashed Juwan because he had 2 lottery picks. Kentucky has lottery picks every year, and they don't go far. So Kansas is the only one that has NBA players, and they actually win. Duke was up there, but I think you're seeing a step back. With Roy Williams and Coach K both leaving, Duke and North Carolina are not the same teams. Give it a little bit of time, as John Jans would say, if you let it play out.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
But right now, there is a blue blood. UConn rises and falls. They'll be great for this year, maybe next year, and then they'll go to having losing records again. And then they'll rise back up again. That's what they do, historically speaking. Kansas is the only consistent team that is that technical blue blood program.
Regarding the Lions from that football today, someone says, going into last season, we thought our division would be a cakewalk for the next few years. Now, Green Bay has rebuilt. Suddenly, the Lions are good. The Vikings will be good again, and the Bears have a ton of draft picks. The division got tougher.
Yeah, Rico slipped in at the end. You think Green Bay could win the division this year?
I do. They're young. Their quarterback is, all of a sudden, it seemed like the game started to slow down for him. I think that he's going to take that playoff game and kind of learn what they did right at Dallas, what they did wrong in San Francisco. But as much as Lions fans like to think, oh, we were this play away, they were a play away from making the NFC title game. They played well.
Wish they would have.
I don't think so, because they were humming. That team's good.
Okay, here's the thing. I can have a respect for how Green Bay ended the season and the trajectory of their franchise. I can acknowledge Chicago has 2 top 10 picks, some big decisions, but they're generally trending up. Right. They got their house in order at the end of last season. I can respect what teams in the divisions are doing. I can tell you it's going to be harder for the Lions. But here's the difference. 5-6 years ago, you'd be a little more aware of what everybody else in the division's doing because the Lions didn't have their own house in order. Because I trust what the Lions are doing, because I trust the people in charge, and because they have the resources to stay where they're at, I don't worry about the other teams because I trust what we have here in Detroit.
Here's why I say that, because when it boils down to it, that Packer team that you initially beat at the beginning of the year wasn't the same Packer team that came in here on Thanksgiving. Can we agree upon that?
Yeah, they were better.
Love is the one kind of quarterback that gives this team fits. So, yeah, I do think that it's going to be a problem for them. I mean, as bad as Chicago was, they gave the Lions fits for 2 games. The Lions split them, but he gave them fits, both here and in Chicago. Shouldn't have lost here, but they found a way to lose. That's to me is the difference maker. And it goes back to what we talked about yesterday. Unless you shore up that defensive line, the mobile QB will always be the Achilles heel of this team, and that's what Love is.
So what you're saying, Rico, is Love always finds a way.
Love over hate.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys.
All right, Radio Raheem.
Oh, man. Someone's talking about your blue bloods here. It says blue blood programs are allowed to rise and fall. They can't fall off the radar for 3 years or more. As long as they stay in the mix, they're still in the perceived elite club.
Okay, and I'm saying one team has stayed there. Carolina is in that last year of holding on to their ticket. Duke.
Hold on. Carolina was in the Final Four in 2022. Wasn't that long ago.
Right.
2 seasons ago. They're not about to fall
And
out
then they
of
did
blue
not. And then they did not make the
tournament
tournament at all.
They're going to make the tournament this year.
No. I'm saying when you don't make the tournament, that's a major statement from you just were right there.
Yeah.
And then you're not. So that's yeah. So what I'm saying is, yes, they look like they're back, but they not making the tournament meant you know what, to the back of the line. You're a blue blood, but you're at the back of the blue blood line.
All right then. Because to me, blue bloods, UConn is a blue blood. I think Duke and Carolina and Kansas are blue bloods. I feel pretty good about that group. I may be missing somebody, but that to me is kind of the royalty of the sport. I think there is a cachet component of blue blood. You have to produce, and these teams have produced recently. Kentucky, I think, is one we would fight about because it has been a minute for them, but they certainly have the cachet. They certainly have the reputation. They're probably on the fringe. It's an elusive, exclusive
right,
club. It's not supposed to have everybody in it.
So even if you just go Duke, North Carolina, and Kansas, okay. Who else?
UConn. I'm going to keep fighting for UConn.
UConn's good. UConn may be great. I don't think UConn's blue blood.
You win a title every decade. You're in the mix most years.
And if that's the case, then that means what? Is Villanova blue blood?
More of a new school blue blood. Is that an oxymoron?
A little bit.
A little bit. All right, 248-539-9797.
I'm here to 6.
I know.
You
I
can
know.
keep yelling at me.
Rico, I'm not trying to yell at you. I might yell at you about this next one.
Give love a try.
He's not. David, the little vein in his head at the end of that the blitz we did, and I said Green Bay, you just right there, that vein here. That's when you know he's upset. I was like, yeah, I look at the Packers. Yeah.
He just slipped it in. So we had to address it at least briefly.
You don't think so?
I think they're a good team. I'm not afraid of them.
I didn't say you were afraid of them. But I do think that, yeah, they won't play the same type of schedule. Like, I think the Lions benefit from the schedule that they didn't have to play, that the Vikings did have to play.
Sure.
Same thing I think will happen next year is that the Packers will kind of get that Lions type of schedule, and the Lions will have that Viking type of schedule.
But for the most part, if you handle your business in the division, you're probably winning your division. I know there's extremes, but if you handle your business in the division, you should be just fine. You say, Green Bay, if you don't get a better D-line, they're going to be a problem. I would tell you if the Lions had a healthy offensive line, they would have beat Green Bay on Thanksgiving Day. Turnovers were a big issue. When the line's healthy, this team minimizes turnovers. They didn't have their full offensive line against Green Bay on Thanksgiving. No Jonah Jackson. And they didn't have their full offensive line in San Francisco either.
Couldn't Green Bay say we didn't have Aaron Jones?
They could.
But we still beat you.
They did.
Right.
I'm telling you, though, when the Lions' offensive line is healthy, they are in a position to take care of business and win the majority of the games they play.
They are.
Everybody's chasing them. And I'm not going to reset this because Green Bay's got upside. They're still chasing the Lions.
Okay.
He thinks I'm being a homer. I can tell.
I don't.
I can see it in your eyes.
You know what it is? It's called, Jim, I know this is a foreign concept in 2024. I just respect your opinion.
Oh.
That's all.
Thank you.
I heard what you had to say. Everything's not a fight. Everything's not an argument. And sometimes, you know what? I can respect your opinion. I know.
I'll take it.
All right. It doesn't mean I have to sit here and fight. Like,
Hey, Jim, one more day, and then you don't have to deal with us anymore.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that.
You don't have to deal with this show. You can go on and regalness. This is now my mornings.
Oh, stop. Tomorrow will be an emotional day.
Cookies in the morning.
Final day with you guys tomorrow. All right, how about this?
Cookies and Jansen.
Coming up next.
Heather Park with the news.
Here's Heather with the news. You got J.J. McCarthy hype that may be out of control. I don't know. We'll find out. 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The NBA is reportedly likely to investigate the lead-up to Pistons big Isaiah Stewart allegedly punching Phoenix's Drew Eubanks before last night's game. No official word from the association yet. The Suns, though, issued a statement Wednesday evening calling Stewart's actions, quote, unprovoked.
Where is the Washtenaw County prosecutor when you need him?
I was just going to say, it's weird how a tunnel fight was covered over there as compared to here. But anyway, Pistons coach Monty Williams, who was fired by the Suns last year, took issue with the Suns' statement. Red Wings need to keep winning if they want to make the playoffs for the first time in 8 seasons. They'll have their work cut out for them tonight, though, at league-leading Vancouver. Wings are nursing just a 2-point lead over New Jersey for the last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. Hear the game here on 97.1, coverage starting at 9:45. In college hoops, latest bracketology, has Michigan State a 9 seed following Spartans' win at Penn State last night. And the College Football Playoff Board of Managers meeting next week to formally adopt a format for the new postseason. The model is expected to include the 5 highest-ranked conference champions and the next 7 highest-ranked at-large teams. At the Corwell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Little known fact. What up, though, could also mean, hey, how are you? Or, are you want to fight?
Which one did Isaiah Stewart use?
You want to fight?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those words, man. It's like roll tide. Has multiple meanings. You remember that ESPN commercial with all they were at a funeral. Roll tide, roll tide.
Roll damn tide.
What up, though? Could mean, hey, or it could mean, oh, for real? You got beef? Okay. Or you could be that lone Titan fan last night yelling, what up, Doe?
All by yourself.
That person needs to call in.
We still need to hear from them today. A local community icon, a hero. All right, let's have this J.J. McCarthy conversation. We touched on it briefly yesterday in a blitz. David had a mock draft. Where's J.J. going? I think he was 12th in that mock draft.
Correct.
The Ringer has a mock out today, has him going 8th to the Atlanta Falcons. I saw an NFL reporter say there is significantly higher interest on J.J. McCarthy than they could have imagined. A source says a team has him as QB2 on their board. I don't know where this is going to get to by draft night, but I have a few questions. One, how high is outrageously high for J.J. McCarthy to go in this draft? And two, is the hype out of control?
Outrageously high. I think
like if he went 1 or 2, you'd be like, oh, come on.
If he went 1 or 2, all of a sudden I think you're now hitting that Baker Mayfield. Like, where did this come from? What do these people know that I don't, that I didn't see?
Do you think top 10 is reasonable?
No, I don't.
You don't?
I don't. And that's not to take away. It's just his body. I look at his body of work and the fact that, yeah, people are probably, well, he had this game. They won the majority of the games without him. They ran the ball. It was Blake Corum. Really got things done. And the dime. But other than that, because of the body of work, I would say probably like 15 to 30. I would see him.
You see him as a middle to back end of the first round guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see him like in the mix. I would probably go with Bo Nix. Now I know David is saying he's anti-Bo Nix and they're anti-Michael Penix because they're too old. My thing is I don't care. If I'm a team that's ready to win right now, like you're the Vikings and all you need is a quarterback, I want a guy who's a little older. I want a guy that has been around for a while. Granted, it's college, but yeah, I see JJ going to a team where, you know what, he could sit and learn for your whole draft and stash. He could sit, learn for a year. You got a quarterback that maybe you don't know what you're going to do with him. Like, this is one where, had the Lions not taken Hendon Hooker, if you took JJ and said, okay, we're going to roll the dice and see what we're going to do with the quarterback next year. If not, we'll go younger. I don't know if you're ready to, because if you get drafted in the top 10, you're the franchise. You're the quarterback. You don't get to sit. This ain't the Steve McNair year where you get to sit for a couple of years and learn. You're going to be in there by week 3 or 4. You're QB1.
Teams picking in the first round early that need a quarterback. Chicago 1, Washington 2, New England 3. We'll skip Arizona and the Chargers. Giants at 6. Tennessee at 7. You could make an argument. Atlanta at 8, definitely. Minnesota 11, Denver 12, Las Vegas 13. I would argue New Orleans 14 needs a long-term answer at quarterback. A lot of teams need a quarterback. And we see this every year. Jake Locker probably went higher than he should have gone, right? Christian Ponder went higher than he should have gone. So what I need people to understand, I think there are people listening to this right now going, you are out of your mind that J.J. McCarthy would go as high as people have him going. I'm here to tell you, when teams flip on the tape, they're going to see that he makes throws that NFL quarterbacks make, and some that NFL quarterbacks can't make. They're going to say the ceiling is there, the upside is there. We can make it work. He's got the size, he's got the mobility, he's got the zip on the throws. While we want to see twice as many of them on tape, we think he's capable of making those throws. Rico, it won't surprise me if this guy goes in the top 10. It won't. You don't have to agree with it. Maybe your evaluation's different, but guys, I think this is going to be a thing where JJ is going to be thrust into a top 10 pick.
If he goes top 10, he's not I don't think he's QB2.
No, I think even that sounds a little ridiculous.
QB2 means means
pick 2.
Here's your Jim Costa value. According to FanDuel, JJ McCarthy as the number 2 overall pick, plus 3,000. So if you really believe that, and you think I'm crazy, you go ahead and, bet it.
So I'm curious. We have Michigan fans listening. You watched him very closely for years. Do you think this guy's a top 10 pick? And how high is too high for J.J. McCarthy? Because I don't know that people expected this, but it does feel predictable to me. Teams desperately need a quarterback. The skill set is there. They look at him like a project, maybe. I mean, Josh Allen was a raw prospect coming out of college, right? People go, I don't know, his completion percentage is kind of low. Didn't Buffalo take him in the top 10? 8th overall, something like that?
Yeah, so it was close to,
Yeah, so, I mean, Atlanta's picking 8. Tell me Atlanta. They miss out on 1, 2, and 3 at the position, and they're sitting there at 8. Is it really ridiculous to suggest Atlanta would draft J.J. McCarthy 8th overall? I don't think so.
But see, that's why I think Atlanta would go with a guy that you saw put up the video game stats like a Bo Nix, who night after night, he went out there and he just kept putting up numbers. Whereas, as you say, JJ has throws. He's got moments. He's got quarters. These guys got games to say that we did it for the entire game. That was me sitting there at the Heisman ceremony. So, yeah.
248-539-9797. David, as a Michigan football fan, JJ was seen as a game manager at times. Threw 3 touchdowns against Alabama in the playoff win, and you saw pro throws. What do you think?
I think top 10 is high for him to get selected in, but I won't be surprised to see it because we're already seeing the hype train now, and they haven't done interviews. They haven't done workouts. Nothing's happened yet with teams. And yet there are teams falling in love with the tape that they see. They're going to fall in love with the personality. because he's a great dude. He knows how to talk well, speaks well. Like,
He was a leader.
he was a leader. They're going to love that part. So when you start adding that they love the tape already and then will love that, I can see him in the top 10. I just think that's too high.
And while I don't know how much you put on this, teams are going to say winner. Now, you and I both know they won with a special defense and a quality offensive line, and he did his thing. But when people cite the 26-1, one ear out the other. I want to judge the throws he makes, and I think there's enough of those on tape. You want more? Sure.
Well, here's the other thing.
I think there will be NFL teams that value the whole winner thing. They're going to say the guy started so many games and went 26-1.
Here's the other thing, and you know what? Shame on all of us, because the Lions were good, and we forgot about. Guys, what's one thing that's the constant when it comes to combine and draft talk? Nobody tells you the truth. Everybody sends up smoke signals.
You think this is smoke?
Think every year there's guys who all of a sudden rise up, and then when the draft comes along, you're like, I thought you were going to take him. Well, yeah, I didn't.
248-539-9797. Destin Adams is the guy who says some teams view him as QB3 and one has him as QB2. That's the latest report. He's the Colts beat writer, or a Colts beat writer. And just in general, a lot of these mocks have him going up and up and up. I mean, yesterday it was 12. Today it's 8. The idea that JJ is the top 10 pick, does that seem right to you? We'll get some thoughts. It's 97.1.
Guys, you've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. You want a career in radio or TV, or you're a graphic design artist, Specs at LTU is the place to help you get started with your career. There's classes going year-round. The next class is going to be starting up in about a month and a half, so you need to get your name on the list of students and get started right away. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, graphic communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business, like me. So what does that mean? Hands-on experience. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the business. Not going to be sitting there with a boring lectures. You're going to learn in the labs what it takes to make it in the business. So, radio, TV, graphic design artists, listen up. Head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
Talking JJ McSizzle. JJ McLaserbeams, whatever nickname we're going with these days. JJ McCarthy and his draft stock. Some of you might not be ready for this. He's going to be a top 10 pick. This is becoming industry consensus. Mock drafts are just the start of it. Reports from beat writers, reports from insiders, the whispers that the momentum around JJ McCarthy is real. And Rico, this doesn't surprise me. If you watched him play, he has the size, the mobility, and he makes throws that some NFL quarterbacks can't make. Do I wish, from an evaluation standpoint, he had thrown 150 more passes last season? Sure. That he had 2 years of heavy passing reps? Yes. But he didn't. And I think that's what makes it harder for people to get on board with the fact that he's a top 10 quarterback. But I see it. And my question is, do you guys see it? I mean, I'm talking to Michigan fans. We got a huge portion of Michigan fans listening. Do you feel like your guy is a top 10 pick? 248-539-9797.
You know what? I'm going to simplify that. Not a top 10 pick. Let's just stick with the quarterbacks.
Okay.
Because he's moving up in the ranks.
Yeah.
Is he one of the top 3 quarterbacks in this year's draft? If he keeps moving up like that, then you're telling me he's challenging the Drake Mays of the world.
The Jaden Daniels.
The Jaden Daniels of the world. Should his name be in there, and we should be talking about the top 4 quarterbacks instead of just the top 3?
Big 4.
Should it be the big 4? Is he that guy? Did he leapfrog Bo Nix?
And Michael Penix.
Penix.
That part feels, at least at this stage of the draft process, long process,
like he's separating
he is ahead
himself,
of those guys.
Right,
Yeah.
like, and he is now moving into that upper tier of the top 3 quarterbacks plus JJ. So do you feel that JJ is making this the big 4 instead of the top 3? 248-539-9797.
I noticed nobody's talking about him going 8 to the Falcons, Penix to the Falcons,
Right.
Nix to the Falcons. It's JJ.
Right. So for me, if you're a GM and you take him, you're gambling.
Well, that's true of any of these guys.
I know, but you want to try to hedge your bets. And okay, because if you take JJ's going to feel like a little bit of smartest man in the room syndrome. And that's what gets a lot of GMs fired. Where if you take a guy that everybody just said you have to take and he fails, well, you look around and say, well, who else we're going to take? You know, that like Bryce Young. Bryce Young was something that everybody said had to go number 1. So if Carolina had passed on him and taken CJ Stroud, people would have been roasting this guy. Now, it turned out to be you took the wrong quarterback, at least as of now. But that's what I mean. It's some picks, they're excusable because you could say, guys, everybody would have taken this guy. And then there are other picks that are smartest man in the room type of picks where I think CJ Stroud was that guy last year where really he had low test scores. And, you know, he couldn't beat Michigan and he couldn't do all of this stuff. And are you really sure you want to take C.J. Stroud? And the Texans said, yeah, we do. And he wins Rookie of the Year. Smartest man in the room, when you do it right, you're the Texans. When you do it wrong, you're the Niners taking Trey Lance moving up.
Yeah.
And it doesn't work. And now you got to swallow your pride. And how quickly can we jettison ourselves away from this guy and start over?
My point is teams make these big swings all the time. And sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. I'm not telling you the guy's going to have a Hall of Fame career or he's going to make some GM look really smart. I'm telling you he will go in the top 10. And the question is, could he be QB3? We're early enough in the process. Sure, he could be QB3. Let's get to Josh. You're on 97.1.
6'3", 220, mobile, has an arm, can make all the throws. Rico, you're killing me, man. It is unbelievable kind of how you're just downgrading JJ here. And I think it's your buy.
Hold on, Josh. Let me just stop you right there. We're going to have a conversation.
Okay. Let's have it.
I'm basing it off of what I saw him do and what he did at Michigan. What do you want me to base it off of?
So, Rico, just look at the biggest games. Look at Alabama. Look at these games where he had to show up. Yes, he doesn't throw the ball 30 times a game. He's not going to have the stats. That's given. It's Michigan. We run the ball. But
Okay, so
no.
So why are you saying I'm being biased because it's Michigan? He doesn't have the stats.
No. Yeah, he doesn't have the stats, but you have to look at his tape and the throws that he makes, how accurate he is, where he places these balls. It's unbelievable. Caleb Williams, Penix, these guys are throwing to wide open receivers. These guys are just wide open. It's not hard to make those throws. JJ, the throws that he makes on those outs to the sideline or in the middle of the field, right over a linebacker's heads, right in the hands. You got to look at that stuff, and that's why he's rising up boards, is because scouts are seeing that, and they love that stuff. And he has an arm, and he's mobile, and he's a great leader.
Yeah, they're looking at traits more than stats. But that's Josh. That's
what I'm saying is, I saw all of that, and I maybe you missed what I said. I wish I would have seen more of that rather than picking and choosing certain spots where I saw people like Bo Nix doing it nonstop every game, putting up numbers like that. I got
Rico,
that in bits and
that's the
pieces
offense
from
he was
JJ.
in. Rico, that was his offense he was in. Those guys are going to naturally have those plays. When JJ needed to step up, when Michigan needed him, they counted on him, and he made those plays.
Okay, let me try to summarize both of the conversations you guys are having here. Bo Nix threw 45 touchdowns this year. JJ didn't throw 45 touchdowns the last 2 seasons, if I did my math right on that. Yeah, JJ had 22 this year, 22 last year.
You better stop. No, you're being biased.
No, but let me finish.
You're being biased.
Let me finish.
Because Michigan.
These NFL teams aren't counting stats. They're looking for traits. Traits will be more important than stats, and that's why JJ is a real conversation
and as I
here.
said, I needed to see more of that. I saw it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it consistently. So it's not bias. I don't see it through the maize and blue glasses where, oh my God, but if you just extrapolate this and that, or I could just look at what I saw on the field. I could look at a Penn State game where he didn't throw a pass at all in the second half. But that's Michigan, and that's the offense. Not my problem. I don't care. He didn't throw it. I needed to see more of that. I needed to see more of what I saw in the Rose Bowl, what I saw in the national championship game. If I saw more of that, I would feel comfortable saying, yeah, he belongs in there. But when your own team doesn't ask him to do that, how am I the bad guy?
How do you evaluate him? It's part of the question. Scott, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
What's up?
I don't understand all this love for J.J. McCarthy. I really don't. I see a guy that hid behind a great run game and a great defense his entire time in college. The guy throws these lame duck passes to the perimeter. He can't hit anybody on the perimeter. He can throw the ball well over the middle of the field. But when it comes to nut-cutting time, the guy just can't get it done. I think he's overrated. And if you want to talk about traits, we can go ahead and talk about traits. You know what? Taylor Heineke had some really great traits, but that it doesn't translate to physical tools to get it done on the field. J.J. McCarthy, everybody's all high and mighty on him because they're looking at him through these maize and blue glasses. You know what? The guy's a bum, and he's going to wind up struggling in the NFL. He's a backup quarterback at best, period, and bottom line.
Scott, do you think other GMs are maize and blue fans?
Absolutely.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. They all got their degrees from the Ross Business School.
No.
That's why they're going to pay.
No. I think what helps, like, look, when you have Jim Harbaugh has a voice, and when he says, hey, guys, you may be missing the mark, because Jim knows maybe we didn't use him the right way. Don't let my ignorance be biased against him. He just didn't go out and do it. So that leads me, well, if your team didn't ask you to do that, what makes me think you could do it consistently in the NFL?
But this guy just called him a bum.
Okay.
He's not a bum.
Okay. Jay, and
He's Taylor Heineke.
Here's what's going to happen.
Real call. We just
People
took it.
gonna
It
swear up
happened.
and
You
down.
can rewind
I
if you
called
missed
him a
it.
bum. I did.
No, you didn't call him a bum.
I know.
That's listeners. Okay.
Don't worry about the listeners, Rico.
What
Come on.
What I'm saying is this: he's not a bum. I just needed to see more. Like for him, his pro day is going to really tell me what he's going to do. Because if I'm JJ, I'm not throwing at the combine. I'm not doing anything at the combine. I'm riding this. Everybody loving me right now. You can only go down. Wait till your pro day, go to Ann Arbor, put up great stats at home, and you'll stay there. You go to the combine, man, you make one little mistake, and you're in trouble. One mistake, and next thing you know, you went from being drafted 5th to 15th to maybe not even in the first round.
I'm just happy we had Scott call in because people like Scott are listening and going, I think he's a third rounder. He's a fourth rounder. I'm preparing you. He will go in the top 10. Jake Locker went in the top 10. Josh Allen went in the top 10. These guys were not polished pro prospects. They had upside, they had traits, they had tools. We may be having two different conversations. I didn't fit him for a gold jacket. I said, guys, this is going to happen. I'm not trying to be the first one to tell you. Other people are already bringing it up. JJ to the top 10. And the question about is he okay? It's the conversation we're having. It's 97.1. trying to have a conversation about J.J. McCarthy. I say trying. We get people calling him a bum. I don't think he's a bum. I think the evaluation's hard. He didn't trail a lot. He didn't throw a lot.
Yeah, you
but
brought
there's
that
no
up
doubt.
in the break.
Yeah, like, okay, Rico, I said it to you before we put the mics on here. How many times was Michigan trailing this season to where it's obvious passing situations, first, second, and third down, he's got to drop back and reliably hit guys and move the chains and move the sticks? Not often.
It wasn't often. But here's the thing. There were other programs who, and I think this is why Harbaugh is campaigning for him right now. They just said, we're going to destroy this team. Like when Michael Penix walked into East Lansing, we all knew what was going to happen. And then when you look at the highlights that they show, he's in a white jersey. He's coming down a tunnel with the green lights on. That's Spartan Stadium. He's lighting them up. And basically they said, go out there, do your thing for the first half, because this is what NFL teams want to see. We're going to design plays. Michigan didn't do JJ favors by the type of offense that they ran, because it was just turn around, hand the ball off, turn around, hand the ball off, turn around, hand the ball off.
Michigan's first priority was to win a national title.
No, it was.
I know you're not blaming them. Their first priority, what is it going to take to win a national title? We got a great defense. We got a run game. JJ will make plays when needed. And he did fairly consistently pop plays that are NFL worthy. I'm just trying to be fair. He's not going to go one or two because he didn't do them repeatedly and he didn't do them trailing. And there are some gaps in the evaluation. But I do believe he's going in the top 10. And that's the question that we asked people today is, do you see it? Do you see him as a top 10 pick? Throw the stats out. Look at the traits. There's enough teams that need a quarterback. Someone's going to take this guy pretty high. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Kyle. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Love the show. First off, full disclosure, I'm a huge Michigan fan. I love JJ, but my gut tells me he's not going to be a good pro. I think he's got a lot of upside, but the problem is I see more bad Brett Favre comparisons than I do good comparisons. I think I've seen him make get away with a lot of throws at the college level that he's not going to get away with at the pro level.
I think there's a learning curve. I mean, that's obvious. There's a learning curve, but I'll concede that. Yeah, I think there will be challenges that he hasn't seen when he gets to the NFL, and how he handles the adversity is still an unknown. No. And Kyle, I'm not trying to couch the opinion. I don't know what he's going to be in the NFL. I'm just telling you teams are going to draft him. I'm telling you teams are going to like what they see when they put the tape on, and he's going to go higher than people realize.
But how long will the tape be is the question.
Yeah, you're right. They click it on. It's 2.5 minutes instead of
okay, these are good highlights. Let's see the whole game. Wait.
That was it.
Did he throw the ball in the second half?
That was it. So, Kyle, appreciate the phone call. Let's get George's thoughts. George, you're on 97.1.
Hello?
Hey, what's up, bud?
There he is.
Oh, man, like I was saying, I don't know who don't like McCarthy. They don't like football. He is the next Brady. Look at what Brady did when he was at Michigan. He didn't throw a whole lot. He didn't do a lot. Came in at the bottom of the pile. McCarthy is that guy. He got it done in 3 years.
Yeah. What's going on in the background there?
Put your seatbelt on, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm pulling up at the AutoZone.
We want you to be safe, George.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you get where you need to get in one piece.
I may disagree with what you're saying, but I need you to call back tomorrow.
We all kind of looked around like, is he
okay?
George.
Oh, no, man. No. See, me personally, I bleed blue blood. I talked my family into going to Michigan. I talked everybody in my family graduated from University of Michigan. I bleed blue. I'm a Brady Bland fan through and through. And McCartney is the next Brady. Whoever don't get this man is crazy.
George?
Hold on. So, George.
I'm listening to you.
So you thinking that he is the next Tom Brady? You don't think that's putting it up a little high?
Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. I watched this kid. I look at his demeanor, his smile, his confidence. He is real. He is real. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this kid got it. He got that it. Look at what the kid I hate down in Kansas City. Can't stand him. That Texas kid. I don't even want to say his name. 'Cause
Mahomes?
He robbed me out of my Super Bowl. But, Jesus, man, I'm telling you, he got it.
George, I'm worried about your blood pressure.
Okay, George.
I am worried
Me
about
too.
you. He said me too. George, I appreciate you, buddy. Oh, my God. His smile, you guys. He's the next Brady, and his smile is the difference. That Mahomes, he doesn't smile like JJ does. His teeth don't glisten. That's the analysis we're looking for.
I mean, I'm glad he didn't set the bar high. I'm really glad he didn't say, he didn't set it high.
We're like,
he will be the next Tom Brady.
Will he go top 10? He'll be the unquestioned greatest of all time.
So basically, we are now looking at the guy that's going to usurp Mahomes.
Well, Mahomes is no good.
Mahomes has, but give JJ 5 years and he'll have 4 Super Bowls, is what this guy is saying.
Give him 3 years, he'll have 4 Super Bowls. That's how good he is.
Wow.
All right.
I like that.
This is incredible. It's 97.1. Time for another fix of football. Rico, take it away.
All right, guys. There was talk that maybe, just maybe, Patrick Mahomes is the new GOAT, the greatest of all time. He's going to pass up Tom Brady. Two-part question. If he does what I'm about to say, will this make him better than Brady? And that's, can the Chiefs win 3 in a row? Never been done in NFL Super Bowl history. You've had teams that have come close. Going back to 60, you had the Packers, Dolphins, Steelers, 49ers, Cowboys, Broncos, Patriots. None have gotten that last title to go 3 in a row. First question, can the Chiefs go 3 in a row?
Can, yes. Odds against them, no. The AFC's loaded. You're going to have a team in Detroit charging in the NFC. Odds are no, they won't three-peat.
Can they? Yes. I don't think they will, and I think it depends on, I know what he said at the parade, but it depends on Chris Jones. It really depends on if they get that deal done early or if it still goes into training camp.
If the Chiefs happen to win 3 in a row, is Patrick Mahomes now better than Tom Brady?
He's already better than Brady. He's not more accomplished than Brady.
Because he has now done something that Brady could not do. No quarterback in NFL history was able to do if Mahomes wins 3 in a row.
There will be people that say Mahomes has to win 7. And if he wins a three-peat, he would still be at 4. I think just pound for pound, throw for throw, he's the best quarterback I've ever seen. Three-peat or not.
Look, I bleed blue, okay? So there's no way that someone's... No, I don't think he's better than Brady now. I don't think he'll ever be better than Brady. Wow. I don't.
Ever? What if he wins 10 Super Bowls?
Okay, well, I don't think he'll get
What if he wins 50 Super Bowls?
He doesn't
David?
get to 7, so...
You don't think he'll get to 7?
No, that's a lot. No, I don't think so.
Dave, he's 6 years in. He's got 3.
Yeah, there's going to be a lull, though. There's going to be a period of his career where he doesn't get to the Super Bowl.
You promise? Asking for a lot of people who are sick of him. You promise?
Sticking with the Kansas City Chiefs. Should Steve, the defensive coordinator, should Steve Spagnuolo just stay as a coordinator and give up ever being a head coach? He is the only 4-time coordinator to be on a Super Bowl winning team. Should he just change his Indeed.com page and just say, I am a DC and that's it?
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought he would have had another shot to be a head coach at some point. Hasn't happened. I think he's very comfortable. In a lot of ways, kind of like Ben Johnson in Detroit. You got a good thing going. You're in complete control. You're winning a lot. And unlike Ben Johnson, he's longer in the tooth. Yeah, I think he stays as a DC.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a quote from him earlier in the year saying he would love to be a head coach again.
How did nobody interview this guy?
I think he's smart to just stay a DC. Just stay a coordinator. You're good. Keep winning.
Because, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah, you're not cut out to be this, but you know what? You're going to be the highest paid coordinator of all time.
Is he the best DC in football? Got to be, right? 4 different Super Bowl defenses, and he's the reason they pivoted.
Well, think about this.
In this era of the Chiefs to win a Super Bowl.
He's the first person they signed. As soon as the Super Bowl was over, he got the first contract.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah.
Okay, they re-signed him. Yeah, they made sure he was there. Now, it's not Kansas City radio, but the Chiefs are interesting right now.
Yep, they're hot.
Is Eric Bieniemy going to be the offensive coordinator for the Chiefs?
He's without a job right now.
Rumor has it they may be bringing him back. Problem is they already got an OC.
Do co-OCs.
Can you really have a co-OC?
I don't know, they do it in college. No, one guy's got to call the plays. Could I see a reunion?
I think it's just a little too close to home.
Because he left to try to better himself as a head coaching candidate. If you come back, you've admitted you're never going to be a head coach.
Yes, no, it's almost you inviting. Wait, we moved past him,
No, but
right?
is-
And
but
now
is-
you're bringing him back in the house.
But isn't that his best fit? He's not going to be a head coach.
He's not.
So then be the best position coach you can be on
you
that
sure about
team
that?
where you have familiarity.
You sure he's not going to be a head coach one day? Because my thinking is, if you're returning, wouldn't it be a package deal and say, look, Andy, 2 years.
Oh, what that? Like the Jared Mayo
years.
thing, and then
Mhm.
for the Patriots.
Where his contract says you're the next head coach whenever he leaves.
Why would you promise him that?
They promised it to Mayo, so it's possible. It's happened in the NFL before, so it's
And the
it's
league
interesting.
and the league kept it quiet. The league knew about the Jared Mayo thing, and they said, "Yeah, okay." Sticking with coordinators, Steve Wilkes fired, San Francisco coordinator, DC. This man has just led a hard life. I mean, he's been in situations. He had the third best scoring defense last year, but you lose the game. You were holding Mahomes to 19 points in the in the regular game. You lose in overtime. The Niners fire him. Reason being, for me, I don't think he ever really made that his defense, but that's not the question. The question is, who do they replace him with? Because there's some interesting names out there. One, Bill Belichick, Pete Carroll, Mike Vrabel,
some experienced head coaches,
and Ron Rivera.
Okay.
If you're the Niners,
some heavy hitters.
Do you go with one of the former coaches who just got fired and bring them in knowing it's probably going to be one of those one and done type of situations because they just want to be around football? Or do you go younger?
The answer is probably you'd take any of them. I don't know that any of them want to take a year as a coordinator rather than just wait and be a head coach.
Well, I think idealistically, they were looking at Belichick, but Belichick doesn't fit their system. But he's Bill Belichick, so he's available. It's like, how do you not pick up the phone and call? But from what I'm hearing, Bosa, Vrabel have a relationship that may be something that wouldn't be that far-fetched. Also, Pete Carroll from that area wants to be in football. He's got nothing to do right now. Two names. Just
David, do any of those names make sense to you?
No, not to me. A name that makes sense that you did not mention. You talk about relationships. Why not Brandon Staley?
He's also on that list.
Ran
as well.
a similar defense. He knows Bosa because he coached his brother.
And he doesn't have the head coaching prospects
Yes.
after flaming out. So this is a rehabilitation spot more appealing for him.
So I said, you go younger.
Yeah.
So,
And Wilkes did get a raw deal, by the way. The only touchdown they gave up in regulation was off the muffed punt, or the.
It wasn't just that. It was the fact that you gave up a ton of yards. Your 3 playoff games, you gave up a ton of yards against the Packers, a ton of yards against the Lions, and then you couldn't shut down Mahomes. And I know that's asking a lot with no Greenlaw, but that means that you didn't develop a backup. So, yes, I feel sorry for the man. I wouldn't want to sit next to him on a plane during a thunderstorm, okay? He's just an unlucky guy.
Yeah. Didn't he only get 1 year when he was the coach of the Cardinals? I think so.
I think he got it 1 year.
Interim, yeah.
And then the same thing happened with the Panthers.
Yeah.
He took over in the middle of the year. They started winning. Okay, we're still going to fire
They
you.
were fighting for the playoffs.
Right.
And said, no, thank you.
Still going to fire you. All right. Real quick. Did the Seahawks make the right choice? Because today they decided, guys, we're going to go ahead and pay Geno Smith that $12.7 million. We're keeping him. We're going to guarantee that money for next year. They're out the quarterback market, or are they? But did the Seahawks make a mistake in keeping Geno Smith?
I think they're hedging their bets because they still may draft a quarterback and then they don't have to force that guy out onto the field week 1. I think they're
JJ.
covering their ass. Maybe it is JJ.
No, that's not high enough.
16th is their pick.
That's too low. He's slumming at that point. Turn it down. Finally, this. On March 17th, Denver has to decide, what do you do with Russell Wilson?
Dumpster.
I think he's going to be owed $38 million.
Expensive dumpster.
Do you re-sign him? Do you trade him? Or do you just really get him to consider being done?
Did I miss something? I thought they were all but guaranteed to cut him. Wasn't that the plan, that they're just going to release him? I don't know that there's a market.
That's a lot of dead cap space.
You bite the bullet.
Like, if I'm going to pay the money, why not just keep him on the team and make him a backup?
Yeah, but if I'm Russ, let him rot. Give me my money, cut me, whatever. I get what I get. Let him rot. No, don't trade me and you save. No, none of that.
So you're saying just you walk away.
Yeah.
If you're him, you walk away.
Yeah, go somewhere else. San Francisco.
Pittsburgh needs a quarterback.
Hey, David.
He's
thank you. No, thank you.
Dangerous.
He's unlimited.
Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, you can miss that exit in Pittsburgh.
I mean, and they got Subways in Pittsburgh, right?
Yes,
He can sell sandwiches and eat
Prefer.
them weirdly. That's your NFL Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan football is bringing back former linebackers coach Brian Jean-Marie to once again oversee that position for the Wolverines. Jean-Marie previously coached U of M linebackers in 2020. He spent the last 3 seasons coaching backers for Tennessee. That leaves defensive line as the only coaching vacancy for U of M. Red Wings at Canucks tonight in a game heavy with playoff implications. Hear it here on 97.1, coverage starting at 9:45. And big news for millennials like me. EA Sports made it official today. That's from a trailer for the much-anticipated return of EA's NCAA football video game franchise, which is officially now back this summer. NCAA Football 25 will be the first new installment in the series in 10 years. EA didn't release a specific launch date, but did say it will be precipitated by a full reveal in May. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Real quick, Beanie, before you take off and go back and do your real job over on the J side. So you're excited about this game coming out, right?
I think anyone born in 80 onward is, right?
This is going to be game-changing.
It's a huge deal.
Because listening to you talk about it, it seems like a lot of work. Like you got to build teams. You got to go out there and do combines and scouting and stuff like recruiting.
I can't wait.
NIL will be part of the game.
See, like I said, and this dates me, it was just the players. And you just played with the teams. You did, like Mike will always, I built this dynasty. I took Eastern Michigan and we won a national title. It's like, that seems like an awful lot. Like, when do you just play the game?
But it's rewarding when you take a school like that, right?
You make them one of the toughest places to play.
At Toledo or
Central Michigan.
I just like playing the game. Like, it seems like that's the game.
Rico.
And then after you build it, then you go and actually
Well, you can
play
still
with the
do
players.
that. You can still just do an exhibition or play someone online, right? But you're right. They have that dynasty mode.
Yeah, what game changing is the dynasty mode, the coaching carousel. You get all your buddies in there. You're all trying to build your programs, or someone leaves for a better job. I can't wait until it comes back.
It just seems really involved.
Second only to being an actual college football coach now.
I guess that's what it's like for me. Like when it was NFL Game Day was the game that I played in the 90s when I was in grad school.
Can you tell the story that you teased during the crosstalk today?
So we used to play this game every day. It was me and some buddies of mine, and we from like 8 p.m. to like 2-3 in the morning. We would go. We had to do this old school. We all just met in one place, and it was round robin. So when you won, you sat on the big couch. When you lost, you got relegated to the little couch. When you're on the little couch, you couldn't speak. You couldn't talk. You couldn't say anything. It was punishment. Don't lose. So if you say something, did the little couch just say something? So all of a sudden, one of my friends just got really good, and he used to beat me. Of course, I played with the Niners back then, and I'm like, wait, how are you beating my team? Like, I got the ultimate team. I got Steve Young. I got Rice. I got, Ricky Waters. I couldn't get past this guy. It was so bad that I became Belichick and Harbaugh before Belichick and Harbaugh. I invited him over. Said, hey, why don't you, let's just, me and you just hang out. We don't need everybody else. Me and you hang out. Set the VCR up to start recording. Popped in the game, and we started playing. I'm recording the entire game. He's beating me the way he always beats me. He's laughing at me, and I'm taking it. Okay, man, I wish I could figure that out. Couldn't wait for him to leave. He leaves. I rewind the tape, and I'm studying game film. I'm reading the defenses. Like, that's the defense that this SOB is playing that I can't beat. Next time I played him, didn't lose to him ever again. He never has figured out why all of a sudden he could not beat me.
That's a first for me, Jim. Have you ever heard of someone doing actual film study on a football video game?
I picture Rico with the little clicker that the football coach rewinding each play at the pre-snap adjustments.
The remote control.
Yes.
It was. I was looking at the position of the players. I'm pulling up like, okay,
Awesome.
what defense is that? He pulled up like some remote defense and it was killing me. because I couldn't beat him for like 2 weeks.
So when you ask about the involvement of the new game, I feel like you're projecting a little bit.
No,
Sounds
because
like it to me.
Yeah.
No, it's not projecting. It was like, okay, I did that one time, but this looks like it takes a lot of time and effort,
even without the film study,
to build a team and to scout and recruit.
Modern day, Rico's going to be scouring the Twitch feeds of the other players in his league,
Yeah.
and he's going to be doing deep dives. It'll be great. We'll get you
Awesome.
involved.
I just hate losing.
That's one of the greatest video game stories I've ever heard. So thank you for that.
Yeah, I just
awesome.
Good stuff, Beanie.
Technology. I'm like Harbaugh. I push the boundaries, minus the spy glasses.
You were stallions,
right?
Oh no, you had your own spy glasses. It's called a VCR.
Hey, it was my house. You know what he actually saw? He was like, "What is that? Is your VCR on?" I'm like, "No, it's broken, man. Don't worry about that. I can't get that light to go off. Don't worry about it."
By the way, we are going to have fun with Deal Breaker coming up at 4:15. Let's knock out a couple more of these J.J. McCarthy calls. We're having the conversation because I think he could go in the top 10. I feel like at this point, there's enough hype. The traits are going to be there when teams pop on the tape, and there's enough teams that need a quarterback. This is not me telling you he is going to be a great quarterback. I do think he will go in the top 10. Rico and I have had a good conversation about how do you evaluate a guy who didn't throw the ball as much as his contemporaries, who wasn't trailing in games. Not his fault, but wasn't trailing in as many games where you can check that stress, and how does he handle it?
And, I mean, because I think really only like the MSU game was the only game that they said, okay, JJ, just go out there, light it up.
And he did.
And he did. I mean, maybe you
needed
needed
to high school, but he did it.
Right, but you needed to see that more. Like, just go light it up and get your stats and get your ESPN highlights they're going to be showing when you get drafted. I needed to see more of that.
Okay, Tony, you got thoughts? You're on 97.1.
Tony.
Here
you go.
All
Can
right.
you hear me?
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
Oh, at the last
Back
second.
from the dead. What's up?
Yeah, I just wanted to disagree with Rico. I think he's basing too much on just that. I think
Tony, you go. Hold on. Tony, you got us on a speaker
You're
or
kinda
something?
muffled.
You sound muffled.
Yeah. Okay, hold on one second. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
That's way better.
I want to hear you coming after me. Good. Okay, good and clear. Let's go.
I mean, Rico, just going by what you're saying, you're basing a lot of things on stats when really I think the scouts and stuff, they base it on potential. And potentially, he is a first-round draft choice quarterback. I think he checks all the boxes. It's not his fault that their offense.
And Tony, you're correct in that it is based off of potential. But when you have stats to back up the potential, it makes it a stronger risk that you're taking. When you don't have that, now it's a little riskier because it's like, trust me, he really is good. You just didn't see it. So
I think a couple critiques would be he is, while tall enough to play the position, he's not Kyler Murray, 6'3",
right.
A little thin, right? And if you're going to run him more, Michigan was hesitant to do so. That becomes a risk. Getting to the second and the third read consistently in the drop back game, again, not his fault. Michigan was a well-oiled machine, but those are risks that I would be taking if I drafted him. It's why he's not going 1 or 2. But then does he end up in that next block of QBs where a team like Atlanta at 8 says, what the hell? We got an infrastructure. We got playmakers in an offensive line. A team like Minnesota at 11, Denver at 12.
Because
Vegas at 13.
Speaking of Atlanta, and I know Michigan fans are going to get angry, but I don't, Desmond Ridder had all the numbers. He did all the stuff.
Big winner at Cincinnati.
He had the arm. He was elusive. He could make the NFL throws until he got to the NFL.
Different game.
So,
well, notice I have not made promises about what he's going to do once he's drafted.
You have him in a gold jacket. You have him winning, 7 Super Bowls?
Well, we had a guy earlier say he's better than Brady, or the next Brady.
No, he's better than Brady.
Yeah. Nick, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Cookies. Hey, Rico. What's going on?
Hey, Nick.
I'm going to put my Michigan, because I don't like Michigan, but I'm going to put my Michigan hate aside for 1 second, because I think this is an interesting conversation. In the beginning, I was sort of when people were talking about JJ going into the first round, I'm like, are you out of your effing mind? But the more I think about it, I think he's this year's. Remember how Anthony Richardson last year we were talking about?
Or Trey Lance before that.
This guy can throw the ball really far, but look at his completion percentage. I don't know.
Yep.
And he went through the combine. he's like this year's version of Anthony Richardson.
Nick,
he could
thank you
be
so
good,
much. That was the name I've been trying to think of. It was Anthony Richardson. Thank you.
But I think the key is if you want to get the most out of him, like what's Atlanta's offensive line situation like? Is it good or is it like I can't like? So like you put him behind an offensive line that's good, give him time to throw the ball. He could develop into something. It's not a guarantee, but he can run. He's mobile. I think one thing I gotta say is that one guy who said he's like the next Brady is absurd because first of all, I mean Tom Brady didn't have any of the intangibles that that JJ has. He couldn't run.
You mean
catch you in
tangibles?
the pocket, gets knocked down easily.
Yeah.
He didn't have the arm, but he could read defenses very well, which is something that I'm not sure JJ can do. So comparing him to Tom Brady's like absurd. And that's all I'll say on that subject.
Well, he was able to connect the only two dots there. Both played at Michigan, and he ran with it. George, for people who missed him in the last hour. Go back. George was a character.
Yeah.
Odyssey Rewind.
Yeah.
The tangibles that McCarthy has, not intangibles. The tangibles, the things you can measure, JJ has that Tom Brady didn't. It's why Brady went in the 6th round. But think about it. If you're talking about how raw JJ McCarthy is, Trey Lance went 3rd overall, and the dude had only played 1 year of FCS football and still went 3rd overall. So remember that. There will be 4 or 5 teams that need a QB in the front half of that first round that may trade up or may say, you know what, we think the skill is there, we'll roll the dice.
Right. It is potential.
That's all it
But
is.
when you don't have a lot of data to back up your potential, it becomes a riskier pick. You're going to have to really go in there and sell the GM and the owner and say, I know we don't have as much tape, because when you pop in the tape, it won't be as long as Bo Nix. It won't be as long as Michael Penix. But you got to say, trust me on this, this will work.
From one quarterback to the next, 5 o'clock. Jared Goff contract extension. What would it look like? We've got some numbers. Some experts weigh in. That's top of the 5. Deal breaker next, 97.1.
Hey guys, Rico Beard here, and Cookies, this one is for you. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. Football season is over. It gives me a chance to catch up on some new shows and some favorite shows. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Just wrapped up watching a show called A Murder at the End of the World on Hulu. You'll love it. Trust me. You get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows without interruptions. Means you get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, or whatever show that it is you want to watch. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary, not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
the conversation that we just had.
Yeah, here's your deal breaker. Add that to deal breaker.
Okay, I like it. By the way, Roberto's been doing this all week. I'm just going to acknowledge it again. What is that?
That's Michael Jackson / Jim Costa as the Thriller. It's Jim Costa
on the cover of Thriller.
It's the Thriller album cover with the little baby tiger and Jim Costa in a white suit and a black shirt. Doing the Michael Jackson lean on the floor.
Yesterday it was.
I know he loves cats, so I thought, what better way to,
baby tiger. Yeah, there you go. Yesterday you had me in my cabana outfit with all the little kittens and cats on me. Yeah, I tweeted that one out too if people missed it. We've kept you busy this week.
Well, we're by no means done. Believe me. Tomorrow we have a big crescendo. It's going to be fantastic.
I don't like how he says that. Let's have some fun. Deal breaker.
Deal breaker.
I haven't done one of these in a while. I'm excited. What do we got?
It's the music.
This week I'm doing an all co-worker edition.
I like this.
These are all scenarios about your co-workers, who I know you all love.
Dearly.
Here we go. All right, first one here. Every time you pass a coworker of yours in the hallway at work, he reeks of weed. You would hate to see the guy get fired, but it's really embarrassing for you to confront him on it. Is there another way to handle this? What can you do?
Roberto, this is definitely from here. It's 100%
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Evan eats the gummies. It's not him.
No, he's actually very...
you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, he's real methodical about that stuff.
I'm not talking about him, by the way.
I know. Actually, no, I don't know what you're saying.
The question is, how do we handle it?
Yeah. I mean, if, can you confront that? You just leave it alone or what? I mean...
If I'm not close to them at all, I leave it alone.
Let them fend for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to bury themselves. Just let them do it. It's not my problem.
Right. If you're that close, you're like, yeah, you could put all the cologne on. I still smell weed on.
Is it just being that you don't care? B, is it an act of defiance? Or C, is it just stupidity?
Who, the person or you?
The person.
No. I think the person probably thinks like people who drink a lot of alcohol and think, I'll just use the mouthwash and chew gum and no one will know that I just downed a fifth of vodka.
It's a tolerance thing. My brother, not a surprise.
Yeah.
This is something he does.
Yeah.
I invited him out to town one time. He walked in the restaurant. Everybody knew he walked into the restaurant. What do you do at that point? You can't pull him aside at that point.
I think you stop smelling it after a while if you're the partaker.
Right. Yes, that's what it is. He's not intentionally doing that.
And you say, hey, brother, gonna be around my girlfriend's folks. How about we go on a 12-hour, you don't smoke anything until the evening is over.
Then you can have all you want.
Right. I'll pay for it.
See, I guess I'm just a horrible human being because I'm going to walk by that coworker and say, wow, you had a great lunch period, huh?
Yeah, I guess you had lettuce for lunch.
So you say you're a bad person. You're actually probably doing them a favor compared to us.
Maybe. Or just making them in their head think, oh, man, I thought I got rid of that.
Yeah, you're
Make
not,
them think.
I just like, you realize you're not fooling anybody. You reek of marijuana. I mean, why beat around the bush?
Yeah, I mean,
you stink.
You stink.
I mean, seriously, it's like the person like, no, I'm chewing gum. Yeah, you also had a whole lot to drink. We smell it. It's coming out your pores.
Your pores, yeah, that's right. Like garlic. All right, here's another one for you. You constantly overhear a male coworker asking a female coworker out for dinner and drinks. She always says no, and the excuses she gives are starting to get ridiculous. Should you get involved and help this woman out, or is it better to just mind your business?
I say, Roberto, you got to be better than that,
man. Yeah, it's,
She's not interested.
Yeah, when I hear I'm busy all this month, that's not really a good sign.
So you're going to jump in and say what?
Hey, buddy, take a hint.
Yeah, do you say something to him?
Yeah,
or,
say to him.
Or do you try to like...
She's doing the best. She's fending for her life at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, like, how many times I got to tell you no without telling you no? I think it's the guy you got to pull aside and say, hey, guy, this isn't going to happen in your lifetime or the next.
Yeah, I've seen this happen where a coworker constantly is going over to the female employee, and eventually the female employee says something to me saying, you know, you gotta get him away from me. And so I said something to the guy.
That's the one that gave the coworker flowers, right?
No, it was it was a different situation. It wasn't that, but we did tell that individual you got to let it go. She's not interested. Yes.
I mean, I just wish that I or any of us would know, you know, that we're not subconsciously would do something like that. But
you trying to confess something right now?
It does. It got awkward. It did. You felt it too. It got really awkward. Like
where are we
last
going
week,
here?
He's like, I hate if any of us was doing that.
Last week it was dark. This time it's just awkward. Like here's the deal. I'm probably not trying to get involved with other people's relationships or what they have. But if the person says, hey, can you help me get this guy away?
Correct.
This is once again, hey, leave her alone, man.
That's it.
She's just not into you, and you're making a fool of yourself. Move it along.
Stop trying to make small talk. She doesn't want to talk to you.
Next, or you'll end up in HR. Let it go.
That would be awesome to see that.
Unfortunately, I've had this conversation with somebody. So
nice.
And no, it wasn't Roberto. People.
No,
But
I
it was.
never
It was
did.
like, bruh, come on. It's no is tattooed on her forehead.
I'm scared of my own shadow.
Stevie Wonder can see this.
All right. Here's another one. You're on a business trip meeting with potential clients. Your coworker gets overserved during lunch and can't make it to the client dinner. You step in, present his proposal, and pay for the dinner. The deal closes, and your boss sends out an attaboy email. However, you are not mentioned in it at all. Is your boss protecting your drunk coworker, or did he not even tell anyone that you were the one that actually made it happen? How do you handle it? Who do you confront?
Can you not just go to your boss and be like, "Hey, this is how it went down. I don't know what your intentions were, but."
So you don't want to be a team player.
Because if you go to the boss, you're throwing him under the bus, which
How
you're
well do I
well
like
within
this
your right to
coworker?
do.
How well do I like this coworker? Because
You
if
like
he's
him.
just some schmuck that I don't really care.
Well, you
know?
like him enough that you picked up the slack and got the job done.
Right.
That was to cover my ass. That wasn't for him. I had to close a deal. If I don't like him that much, he's going under the bus.
The email's already gone out, too. What's the boss going to do? Resend an email? Well, actually, Kenny did a great job on that as well.
No, I just want him to know that I was, doing something there and I wasn't mentioned because he doesn't think I did anything.
Right. You weren't the drunk one for once.
Here's the thing. Maybe it's. I feel like I'm the only one that just likes to be direct. I'm going to go to the person who was drunk.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to walk in the office or cubicle and say, you know
what you need to do.
Doggone well what happened.
And what you're going to do
You
about
didn't do. So either one of two options. You're going to go walk into the boss's office and say what really happened, or we are going to go into the boss's office and say what really happened. It's on you.
Yeah, I don't need to go to the boss first. I need to confront because I need to make sure either did they tell the boss? Because if they told the
Could
boss
just be a big
and the boss
misunderstanding.
ignored it,
Because the
Maybe
boss,
you're going to get a
right.
promotion and they're hiding and they're just not telling
No,
you.
here's the thing, because he or she may be the boss's favorite, so the boss just assumed, oh well, Cookies got it done. No, Cookies was drunk on his ass. I'm the one who got it done. So if we're
Save
giving
that
out
drop.
credit, I want the credit.
All right, let me give you one more real quick. So this actually happened. Kenny gave me this one today because this actually happened to Kenny earlier. You've been very busy lately and are running behind on watching a few of your favorite TV shows. Your coworkers have no regard for your situation and are constantly spoiling your new episodes. You're unable to leave the room where this is being discussed.
Roberto and Evan, in the middle of a segment, we're talking about the new Curb episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. I've been diligently avoiding information about it because I want to find out when I watch the episode.
But why are you not watching it? That's not my problem.
I'm watching hockey. I got things that I'm doing at night. I was going to save it for the weekend and then watch it over the weekend. Thank you, David.
Yeah, I think I have an unpopular opinion on this, which is it's not everybody else's fault that you're not caught up. Now, if you have said something to them.
I have.
Okay, now, Roberto, it's your fault. I tried to have your back.
Well, he was very angry about it.
Well, especially if he can't move. Like, he's stuck there.
You have
So
to be listening to the show and have to be screening the
So
calls.
here's the thing. You probably have like a 2-week window. After that, I can't just sit here and just protect you. Like, yeah. I'm not going to say something if his show just came out a couple days ago.
I'm one episode behind. It came out last weekend.
And then, like, with me and Evan have no regard, so we're just sitting. And then he did this. And did you see when the guy did
There
that?
was a huge plot hole.
Kenny, how long do they have to wait for you?
I'll be done by the end of this weekend. We can
And then you'll
all
be a
catch
week.
up
You'll be
together.
a week behind again.
No, I won't be.
You're gonna watch both.
I'll watch both just for this.
Okay.
Just for this.
Yeah. Come on, get it together.
Get your life in order, Dash Roberto.
Right.
And that is Deal Breaker 97.1.
What up, though, could also mean, hey, how are you? Or, oh, you want to fight?
Which one did Isaiah Stewart use?
You want to fight?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those words, man. It's like roll tide. Has multiple meanings. You remember that ESPN commercial with all the they were at a funeral. Roll tide, roll tide.
Roll damn tide.
What up, though? Could mean, hey, or it could mean, oh, for real? You got beef? Okay. Or you could be that lone Titan fan last night yelling, what up, Doe?
All by yourself.
That person needs to call in.
We still need to hear from them today. A local community icon, a hero. All right, let's have this J.J. McCarthy conversation. We touched on it briefly yesterday in a blitz. David had a mock draft. Where is J.J. going? I think he was 12th in that mock draft.
Correct.
The Ringer has a mock out today, has him going 8th to the Atlanta Falcons. I saw an NFL reporter say there is significantly higher interest on J.J. McCarthy than they could have imagined. A source says a team has him as QB2 on their board. I don't know where this is going to get to by draft night, but I have a few questions. One, how high is outrageously high for J.J. McCarthy to go in this draft? And two, is the hype out of control?
Outrageously high. I think
like if he went 1 or 2, you'd be like, oh, come on.
If he went 1 or 2, all of a sudden, I think you're now hitting that Baker Mayfield. Like, where did this come from? What do these people know that I don't, that I didn't see?
Do you think top 10 is reasonable?
No, I don't.
You don't?
I don't. And that's not to take away. It's just his body. I look at his body of work and the fact that, yeah, people are probably, well, he had this game. He had like, they won the majority of the games without him. They ran the ball. It was Blake Corum. Really got things done. And the dime. But other than that, because of the body of work, I would say probably like 15 to 30. I would see him.
You see him as a middle to back end of the first round guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see him like in the mix. I would probably go with Bo Nix. Now I know David is saying he's anti Bo Nix and they're anti Michael Penix because they're too old. My thing is I don't care. If I'm a team that's ready to win right now, like you're the Vikings and all you need is a quarterback, I want a guy who's a little older. I want a guy that has been around for a while. Granted, it's college, but yeah, I see JJ going to a team where, you know what, he could sit and learn for your whole draft and stash. He could sit, learn for a year. You got a quarterback that maybe you don't know what you're going to do with him. Like, this is one where, had the Lions not taken Hendon Hooker, if you took JJ and said, okay, we're going to roll the dice and see what we're going to do with the quarterback next year. If not, we'll go younger. I don't know if you're ready to, because if you get drafted in the top 10, you're the franchise. You're the quarterback. You don't get to sit. This ain't the Steve McNair year where you get to sit for a couple of years and learn. You're going to be in there by week 3 or 4. You're QB1.
Teams picking in the first round early that need a quarterback. Chicago 1, Washington 2, New England 3. We'll skip Arizona and the Chargers. Giants at 6. Tennessee at 7. You could make an argument. Atlanta at 8, definitely. Minnesota 11, Denver 12, Las Vegas 13. I would argue New Orleans 14 needs a long-term answer at quarterback. A lot of teams need a quarterback. And we see this every year. Jake Locker probably went higher than he should have gone, right? Christian Ponder went higher than he should have gone. So what I need people to understand, I think there are people listening to this right now going, you are out of your mind that J.J. McCarthy would go as high as people have him going. I'm here to tell you, when teams flip on the tape, they're going to see that he makes throws that NFL quarterbacks make, and some that NFL quarterbacks can't make. They're going to say the ceiling is there, the upside is there. We can make it work. He's got the size, he's got the mobility, he's got the zip on the throws. While we want to see twice as many of them on tape, we think he's capable of making those throws. Rico, it won't surprise me if this guy goes in the top 10. It won't. You don't have to agree with it. Maybe your evaluation's different, but guys, I think this is going to be a thing where JJ is going to be thrust into a top 10 pick.
If he goes top 10, he's not Q. I don't think he's QB2.
No, I think even that sounds a little ridiculous.
Because QB2 means here's
that
your
means pick 2.
Here's your Jim Costa value.
Value.
According to FanDuel, JJ McCarthy as the number 2 overall pick plus 3,000. So if you really believe that and you think I'm crazy, you go ahead and bet it.
So I'm curious. We have Michigan fans listening. You watched him very closely for years. Do you think this guy's a top 10 pick? And how high is too high for JJ McCarthy? Because I don't know that people expected this, but it does feel predictable to me. Teams desperately need a quarterback. The skill set is there. They look at him like a project, maybe. I mean, Josh Allen was a raw prospect coming out of college, right? People go, I don't know, his completion percentage is kind of low. Didn't Buffalo take him in the top 10? 8th overall, something like that?
Yes, it was close to
Yeah, so, I mean, Atlanta's picking 8. Tell me Atlanta. They miss out on 1, 2, and 3 at the position, and they're sitting there at 8. Is it really ridiculous to suggest Atlanta would draft J.J. McCarthy 8th overall? I don't think so.
But see, that's why I think Atlanta would go with a guy that you saw put up the video game stats like a Bo Nix, who night after night, he went out there and he just kept putting up numbers. Whereas, as you say, JJ has throws. He's got moments. He's got quarters. These guys got games to say that we did it for the entire game. That was me sitting there at the Heisman ceremony. So, yeah.
248-539-9797. David, as a Michigan football fan, JJ was seen as a game manager at times. Threw 3 touchdowns against Alabama in the playoff win, and you saw pro throws. What do you think?
I think top 10 is high for him to get selected in, but I won't be surprised to see it because we're already seeing the hype train now, and they haven't done interviews. They haven't done workouts. Nothing's happened yet with teams. And yet there are teams falling in love with the tape that they see. They're going to fall in love with the personality because he's a great dude. He knows how to talk well, speaks well. Like
he was a leader.
He was a leader. They're going to love that part. So when you start adding that they love the tape already and then will love that, I can see him in the top 10. I just think that's too high.
And while I don't know how much you put on this, teams are going to say winner. Now, you and I both know they won with a special defense and a quality offensive line, and he did his thing. But when people cite the 26-1, one ear out the other. I want to judge the throws he makes, and I think there's enough of those on tape. You want more? Sure.
Well, here's the other thing.
I think there will be NFL teams that value the whole winner thing. They're going to say the guy started so many games and went 26-1.
Here's the other thing, and you know what? Shame on all of us because the Lions were good, and we forgot about. Guys, what's one thing that's the constant when it comes to combine and draft talk? Nobody tells you the truth. Everybody sends up smoke signals.
You think this is smoke?
Think every year there's guys who all of a sudden rise up, and then when the draft comes along, you're like, I thought you were going to take him. Well, yeah, I didn't.
248-539-9797. Destin Adams is the guy who says some teams view him as QB3 and one has him as QB2. That's the latest report. He's the Colts beat writer or a Colts beat writer. And just in general, a lot of these mocks have him going up and up and up. I mean, yesterday it was 12. Today it's 8. The idea that JJ is a top 10 pick, does that seem right to you? We'll get some thoughts. It's 97.1.
What up, though, could also mean, hey, how are you? Or, oh, you want to fight?
Which one did Isaiah Stewart use?
You want to fight?
Oh, okay.
It's one of those words, man. It's like roll tide. Has multiple meanings. You remember that ESPN commercial with all they were at a funeral? Roll tide, roll tide.
Roll damn tide.
What up, though?
I was? 97-1.
You got JJ in the Hall of Fame, yes.
David ticket text.
JJ equals the next Marcus Mariota. Agree with that one?
He's drafted high. No promise that he'll be a great pro.
I mean, the hit rate for quarterbacks is not great.
Yeah.
I mean, we like to think, oh, this guy's a lot of can't miss guys are out the league or they're backup quarterbacks from the Sam Darnolds of the world. Like the Baker Mayfields is struggling. Maybe he found his fit. Jared Goff he had to leave and resurrected his career.
Well, and let's make that point. The situation that you're drafted into matters. The supporting cast matters. Unless you're an alien and you're Patrick Mahomes and you can just lose Tyreek Hill and have your offensive line go through, most guys are going to have their career shaped by who drafts them.
Right. That's why
even Mahomes with Andy Reid, that helped him too.
Right, but he's going to be the next Tom Brady. I'll take that bet that he's not. And it's not because where he went to school. It's just, it's hard to do. That lofty goal, but just quarterbacks, man. If 3 quarterbacks that go in the first round hit, that's a successful draft.
Yep.
Think about what I'm saying. 3.
How many do you think we could have in the first round this year? Way too early, still February, pre-combine.
I think you could probably get 5.
5
quarterbacks taken in the first round.
Caleb Williams, no order, I don't want to fight. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, Nix and Penix would be 6.
See, I would say Bo Nix. I think Penix is
That's your guy, though.
Injuries. But see, I can be fair.
Okay.
And people just think he's had a lot of injuries. So he's damaged goods. He's one where he's Hendon Hooker, except for he actually played last year. We could take him in the second round if it works out. We don't have to pay him as much, and his contract will be up sooner. We'll see what happens. That's Michael Penix because, yeah, every year except for last year, he's been injured. So that's going to be a red flag for him. So I think 5. I mean, think about it. Last year at this time, Bryce Young, number 1 quarterback. If you had to redo it, would he even be number 2?
No.
Right. So the whole, this guy's can't miss. We miss all the time.
All the time. David, anything else in the ticket text?
Oh, yeah. People that stink of weed disgust me. If at work, I want them fired now.
Wow.
Steve in Auburn Hills.
0 tolerance policy.
Another one texted in says, 10-year smoker here. I stopped smelling it after year 3. Please let us know.
Yeah, it's rather than beat around you stink. It's not that hard. It's not personal.
It is a nose blind. Have you ever walked past a house? You're like, how do I smell it? How do I smell it from the street? I'm walking on the street. How do I smell this? Bro. It's a nose blind thing.
Yeah. David's just collecting everything right now. I remember my days at Fox 2, and probably the most putrid smell ever was a house. And I remember it was one of your people. It was a cat lady.
Say, who are my people?
It was a cat lady.
I'm a cat lady now?
But all of a sudden, she died, and the cats kept breeding.
So they took over the house.
They took over the house. And it was like hazmat. Because I remember I was like, guys, where's the address? He was like, don't worry. You'll know it when you smell it.
So they
literally rolled down windows like, whoa. And as this, and then you see like guys out there in the hazmat ET suits. Yeah. I can't even describe how bad it was.
I feel like she's giving cat owners a bad name. That is
no. But it started off, she had a few cats, and then she got sick.
Yeah.
Couldn't control them.
Yeah.
And it was cats in the wall. Oh, it's bad.
Okay.
That's
all right.
Off now.
Yeah, because I was like, can I go in and get some video? And the guy would laugh. He was like, as long as you can stay in the house, keep shooting.
Rico shows up in a hazmat suit.
Held my breath.
With that camera in his hand.
Yeah, he's sticking it over the shoulder.
No, the camera was out. It was 30 seconds. I stuck it in the door and just did the pan. Slow it down if you need to.
Like whatever I get is what I get.
And that's what it was. David, Oh, yeah. Yeah. I can't even, and it was a hot summer day, too. Yeah.
Literally anything else on the ticket text, please.
Yes. Top 10 for McSizzle. I'm not even convinced he should be a first-round pick.
Sign Trey Lance and
Daniel
Jake Locker. I'm just saying. Trey Lance, Jake Locker. We do this every year.
If 5 of the quarterbacks go in this draft, if 2 hit, it's successful. Like, you forget about Bryce Young because you're going to remember this as the C.J. Stroud draft. When you look back in history, like, oh, Carolina could have had him.
And I'm telling you, if you don't go 1, 2, or 3, that's not the worst thing in the world. If you end up in Atlanta where they got a good line, a run game, couple go-to red zone targets, that's not the worst thing in the world here.
You said it. Where was Mahomes drafted?
Andy Reid, Kansas City.
There you go.
Certainly helps. I mean, Josh Allen, he got drafted by Buffalo.
What was Mahomes? 8?
That was 10, I believe.
He was double digits.
Yeah.
I think it might have been 15.
I don't know. Wow.
Josh Allen was
I remember
7.
he was a system quarterback. That was the knock on him.
Yeah, Texas Tech,
Nobody
throwing around
plays.
the yard.
Yeah, nobody
Yep.
does like Texas Tech does. Yeah.
Yeah. But like Josh Allen, he's a project. He's drafted 7th overall. They don't get him Stephon Diggs until I think year 3, and then things started to turn around for him.
Yeah, it's funny, but yeah, Trey Lance, we're gonna move up. This guy, and that's what I guess I'm not saying that JJ's like Trey Lance, but it was such a small body of work.
Yeah, he was Lance more extreme.
Right, he was extreme where he played literally in 1 or 2 games, but you had to extrapolate. Well, this is what he can do.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, but I would like to see him actually do it. Well, you didn't get that. Got to take this chance.
Take it or leave it. All right, you've seen enough of Jared Goff. Real conversations are going to take place. What does a contract extension look like for Jared Goff? The latest from Dave Burkett in the Free Press. We've got numbers. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. 4 years, $200 million. That's what Boomer Esiason says the Lions should give Jared Goff. Those figures would make Detroit's QB the 5th highest paid in the NFL in terms of average annual value. It would also lock him up through the age 34 season. Goff slated to make $27.9 million this coming season, the last of his current deal. Stay tuned. Rico and Jim have more on this next. We still don't know what led to Isaiah Stewart allegedly punching the Suns' Drew Eubanks before last night's game, but the NBA is expected to investigate. In a statement, the Suns accused Stewart, who was arrested and cited for the incident, of acting unprovoked, something Pistons coach Monty Williams, who was fired by Phoenix last year, took exception to. The Red Wings are in Vancouver tonight, holding on to the last wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference by a thread. The Canucks will have retribution on their minds after blowing a 2-goal lead and losing to the Wings at LCA last weekend, but Detroit might be vengeful too. Vancouver defenseman Nikita Zadorov returns from his 2-game ban for a hit to the head of Lucas Raymond last weekend. Wings and Canucks face off here on 97.1, coverage starting at 9:45. In other Wings news, Derek Lalonde just announcing netminder Ville Husso is week to week with another lower body injury. And a bigger March Madness bracket. Conference commissioners have reportedly met with NCAA President Charlie Baker multiple times recently about expanding the NCAA tournament. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Please tell me you guys saw that. The one-man court storming.
It was on ESPN just now.
Incredible. One man for one win.
Real fan.
UDM. On the board.
He deserves whatever he wants.
Season tickets for life.
Season tickets for life. He gets to hang out with Cookie Moore, Cookie Monster, whatever. He's the man. He gets his own City Edition jersey with just him, a silhouette like the Jordan silhouette of him on the court with both hands up.
He steps bravely by himself onto the court, realizes it's just me.
But he didn't stop.
But he owned it. He kept walking. He put his arms in the air, and he basked in a Detroit Mercy Titan victory.
You know what? Detroit, if you're listening, seriously, you should put an outline of that should make that your logo next year on the jersey. Kind of like the Jordan brand, put him with his arms up.
Iconic.
I like that.
He deserves his love.
He does.
I think the news station's trying to grab him. We'd love to get him on the air.
Probably didn't realize how famous he was. Like, really? I didn't know people were even watching this game. Yes, son, you're famous.
Some of us had bet on that game and were watching it. Some of us are calling it the finest hour in the history of Cash the Ticket. Betting on an 0-26 team and winning.
Some of us are questioning, there's an 800 number.
Only if you lose.
Or, okay. All right.
Probably not the advice. All right, 248-539-9797. On to the story of the day. I don't think the tagline is only if you lose, the gambling hotline. Jared Goff. Time to get paid. And everybody wants to know, well, what's the damage going to be? Boomer Esiason gave a number to Dave Burkett of the Free Press.
Can I guess?
It's a big number.
I still say 4 at $200 million.
Yep, 4 years, $200 million.
I got it?
Yep. Takes him through age 34. It would put him in the top 5/6 quarterbacks in the NFL because Mahomes' deal is getting redone.
Lions fans have to be okay with this. And not that you have to be okay with this. You have to be okay with knowing he's going to get that. Here's the problem. when you're cheap, you can get away with a lot of stuff. When you're expensive, you expect more. You go to an expensive restaurant, you expect everything to be right. When it's a cheap restaurant, you know what? Silverware is dirty. Can you bring me some, you put up with some stuff.
Water spots in the silverware, no big deal. Fancy restaurant, it's got to be folded napkins and everything.
You don't want to be sitting next to the guy that smells like weed, okay? You want fancy. When he makes this money, he's still your quarterback. Guess what? When he signs that deal for $200 million, he's not going to get any faster. He's not going to get more elusive. Okay? That's not going to happen. And I need Lions fans to be okay with that. He ain't all of a sudden going to turn into Michael Vick because he signed a $200 million deal.
It's a fair point. The question to Lions fans, how do you feel about these numbers? I actually think this may be light. When Matthew Stafford was here, he wasn't the best quarterback in football. When he got paid, he didn't get paid like a top 5 or 6 quarterback. He got paid the most. Goff is next. He won you not 1, but 2 playoff games. It wasn't his fault in the NFC title game. If you told me it's $50 million, 50 on the dot, 4 years, sign it today. Because I actually think that's going to look better and better as the years go on.
This is one where, you know what? Brad Holmes and the Lions management, they gambled and they lost. So they should be calling the numbers because they didn't win. Because you should have locked them up last year right after Daniel Jones. Take a chance. You'd have been paying $60 million less. And you probably could have got him like a 3-year type of deal.
Okay, you're not wrong, but I was the guy who felt the same way apparently that Brad Holmes felt. He wanted to see it in the playoffs.
It's a gamble.
And I called it a certainty tax. You are going to pay more today than you would have a year ago. It's the certainty because you saw what he did in the playoffs and you feel more comfortable paying him. Now, this goes with some stipulations. You got to keep him upright. You have to continue to invest in the offensive line. If you pay Goff but lose 1 or 2 guards and Taylor Decker's only got 1 year left on his deal, you don't reinforce that position. The deal will look bad. When he gets pressured, he fails. If you keep him upright, keep him healthy, this contract won't be a big deal. If your GM's as good as we think he is, you'll keep the roster stocked, and he will be in a position to win year after year after year. But as you hear those numbers, Lions fans, 4 years, $200 million, Boomer Esiason's best guess, Dave Burkett wrote an article in the Free Press. You cool with it? 248-539-9797.
Because I have plan B. I don't think that the Lions will do this. Or Goff, Lions may think about it. Goff probably won't. I take a chance and I gamble again. I go the Kirk Cousins route, not bringing Cousins in.
You tag him.
I start tagging him.
But you end up paying him the average of the top 5 at the position anyway.
Okay. It's okay because this is one of those, if you feel like he's your guy long term, then you do that deal for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
But there was hesitation last year. You didn't sign him long term.
Right.
If you still have the same hesitation, minimize your losses. You tag him for a year or 2, and then all of a sudden we find out, and look, you find out that this last season's miracle run was an anomaly. And really, he wasn't that good. You're not on the hook. You're only on the hook for maybe another year or 2. You can jettison him. Go start over. You're not locked into a quarterback that you now have to try to move or you have to pay him because you're making too much. Yes, it is a gamble. He's going to make a lot of money in a year, but it's a 1-year deal. And you just keep going because it's obviously you don't feel comfortable enough. If you do, sign him. It's going to be $200 million. That's your guy. Hendon Hooker, he's going to be a backup. But you all know what's going to happen the second Goff. Your $200 million quarterback is out here through 2 picks. Why don't we just put Hendon Hooker in the game? Once you sign him for $200 million, fans are going to lose it. Fans will not look at him the same way. His mistakes get magnified.
He deserves a pay raise.
He does.
Yeah.
He absolutely does.
And the number to me feels reasonable. Now, you got to answer that question as a Lions fan, but just understand the cap is going to go up every year. The sooner you lock him in, the better. If you go top 5 of the salaries after next year, it's a bigger number. Right. You tag him a second time, it's an even bigger number.
Okay, but you're 2 years, let's just say your 2 years, $110 million or $200 million. If at the end of the 2 years, you're like, yeah, we're going to move on, that's $90 million you're not locked into.
Do you factor in at all goodwill or the opposite of goodwill if you don't get a deal done and you walk him to the edge of the plank and say, we're not extending you, prove it again? Do you worry at all about ill will or bad will or what it says?
Man, this is a business. Ask Steve Wilkes. It's a business. You can go out there and do your job. If we can't afford you or we see a better option, yeah, you'll get a gold watch and a kick out the door.
Yeah.
So the goodwill thing only works when it works for the team. Because when the team is done with you, you're done.
I'm with you. Business. The business decision is to pay the guy who continues to play the position at a high level. And
that's why I'm not a big fan of, well, we'll get the hometown discount. I would never give the hometown.
This is my stance for my teams and just generally as a sports fan. Hometown discounts are lovely. I never expect a guy to take a hometown discount. You get maybe one big contract in your professional sports career. If you're lucky, you get two or three, but some guys only get one. The idea that you should take less.
My hometown discount.
You don't have a 30-year career. You're going to have a shorter career. You cash in while the getting's good. I never expect a hometown discount.
My hometown discount is the Bobby Bonilla, Shohei Ohtani type.
Oh, restructures.
Okay,
and
you know
games.
what? I'll take this little bit, but I'm getting paid for the rest of my life because you're going to pay me once I'm done playing this game. Give me one of those deals. All right, well, we can do this. Okay. But other than that, no, I'm not taking less for. No, that's not going to happen.
I was critical of Goff. He showed me a lot this season. I would be curious if there are people still on the fence who don't feel comfortable with this, but he showed me a lot. He stepped up in their first playoff game against the Rams, and they didn't have a run game in the second half. He hit the big throws to ice the game. He hit the 4th and 1 in a game where red zone became so important. Every point mattered. They only won by 1. He hit the big throw on a 4th down to Laporta to give him a touchdown. In the second playoff game, their offense hit some lulls in that game. He delivered 2 touchdowns. He hit the big throws on the 3rd downs. In their San Francisco game, how many 3rd and longs in that first half did he convert? I think it was like 5 of them. And it's not his fault that Gibbs fumbled. It's not his fault that Vildor had a ball bounce off his face mask. That Josh Reynolds dropped a 4th down and then a 3rd down later in that second half. He's not the reason this team missed out on playing in the Super Bowl. And I feel like if you have a quarterback who you think can get you to the Super Bowl, and you can lock him up and keep his offensive line locked up and make some runs at this, absolutely get it done, get a deal done, and these numbers make sense to me. 248-539-9797. 4 years, $200 million. Jared Goff extension, 97.1.
Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone. You said you were going to get in better shape, but you didn't make it to the gym yet. That's okay. Planet Fitness is here for you. They're judgment-free. They've extended the big fitness energy sale through February 16th. What does that mean? $1 down, $10 a month, and you can go to Planet Fitness and get your workout on. And a lot of Planet Fitness are open 24 hours a day. So you have enough time to get your workout in. You can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training for no extra cost. You get all of this. It's just $10 a month, $1 down, $10 a month. Head into your local Planet Fitness right now to get started and get your workout on. You promise yourself you're going to do it. Now let's live up to it. PlanetFitness.com. You can go there and sign up, or you can just stop at your local Planet Fitness. $1 down, $10 a month.
One of the biggest stories of the Lions offseason, Jared Goff, he's going to get paid. How much is it going to cost? Free Press got a story, quotes from Boomer Esiason. He says, what's the alternative? Of course you got to pay him. And he threw out what he thought was a reasonable starting point. 4 years, $200 million. Nice round numbers, $50 million a season. I don't know how much of it would be guaranteed, but I looked at that number and thought, yeah, that checks out. Actually, it may end up being on the lighter side. I mean, when Stafford was here, he got paid as the top quarterback in football, despite the fact that nobody ever thought he was QB1. Jared Goff's next. Could he reset the market? Maybe. 50 to me sounds fair. 50 a season. Now, Rico's point is, when you pay a guy, more will be expected.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
More will be expected, and it's going to sound great until he has that first bad game. And then Goff haters are going to say we overpaid and we're stuck with this guy. That's just how I see it. I mean, that's what it was for Stafford. When Stafford got that money, things changed. We haven't even won a playoff game, and he's the top paid
that's the
quarterback.
difference. Goff already has.
No, but for $200 million, here's the thing.
Going rate.
I know it's the going rate, but when you start making that much money, you know who you get compared to? Mahomes, Josh Allen.
Okay, the quarterbacks who are in the 50 million club are all guys that got signed last year, because it's always next up gets the next most. The guys in that $50 million a year club: Joe Burrow
went to a Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts
went to a Super Bowl.
Lamar Jackson, two-time MVP.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert.
Okay.
Upside, whatever.
AFC Goff.
And that's it. Now, Mahomes, in reading in the Free Press, his deal is getting restructured. It's going to be $210 over the next 4 seasons, so he's over.
Let's just say he's going to be in there too. So basically, with this, it does become Super Bowl or bust. You pay him this money, a first-round loss, unacceptable.
Yep. But that's fine, because I'm already holding the team to that anyway. I think it's consistent with how I view the team, that they would be held to the standard of win the Super Bowl or it's a disappointment. Jared Goff, as the quarterback of the team, is going to be held to that same standard. The debate around paying Goff always centered around, well, if you pay him, does it mean you can't field a good enough team around him? And it's why I said earlier this week with you, my number one priority for the offseason is making sure this offensive line is solidified. That might mean paying Jonah Jackson and Graham Glasgow, or replacing one of them with either a high draft pick or a priority free agent. If the line's strong, Goff will be strong. The team is capable of getting back and winning a Super Bowl. Goff, without an offensive line, Rico, we may be doing more bitching about his contract, because if he's not protected, he's going to turn the ball over. His mobility is going to become a real talking point, and we're going to be staring at that price tag, yelling and screaming. But if Brad Holmes keeps a good O-line, Jared Goff at that salary, you're going to win.
Yeah.
David,
guys,
what are the,
I was about to say, guys, are you okay with this? 248-539-9797, or maybe you just don't care. Go ahead, David.
It's the NFL. Pay the QB whatever we need to have him here. Someone else says, wouldn't you argue that Goff is a top 6 QB in the NFL? If so, he should be paid that. In Holmes, we trust.
I think it's his turn at musical chairs, because we did the topic earlier this week where Las Vegas was like, yeah, he's probably top 14. He's not top 6.
I think he's top 10. And am I comfortable paying him top 6 when he's next up? Sure, close enough. Close enough. Wait 2 or 3 years. He'll end up right around where he should be anyway.
How many losses does Jared Goff have against Mahomes? Pay that man.
2-0? 2-0 against him?
Says you all went over the list of who's at 50 and what they've done. Well, Jared Goff has made a Super Bowl.
Like Hurts and like Burrow.
Didn't do it for you, though.
Okay, but I think he fits in. I mean, I don't think he's as good as Joe Burrow, but if we're getting into the semantics of this, like, he will be paid like Joe Burrow. He will get paid like Jalen Hurts. It's going to happen like in the next, 60 days?
No, right. I'm just saying he didn't do it for you, but I okay, fine. I'm not going to argue.
But I take the comments from Andrew Whitworth, who's also quoted in that article. He played with Jared Goff in L.A., and he saw how the decline was, and he said, look, he wasn't able to adjust to the changes that teams were giving him. He saw him adjusting to that in the last few years. So he's
Got
getting
on.
better, according to Andrew Whitworth. Pay that man,
Got
right?
older guy, right? You're going to have to pay him. Now, the thing is, for the Lions, if you really believe in him, you go ahead and you pay the 4 years, $200 million, because it's going to look cheap one time. Or you start franchising him and you just
It's where
pay
you,
him,
lo- it's
you
where
put
you
him
lose
on
me.
layaway.
It's where you lose me.
Why?
Not to geek out with the numbers. Once you tag him, you're basically giving him this extension anyway. Only it's going to go up every single year that you do it.
But you don't. You're not on the hook for him for 4 years.
It's only okay. It's 4 years. It's not.
Or you split it in half and say, you know what, we're going to do this for 2 years. You gambled this year and you lost. You could have, but as you said, you paid the tax. You can double down and say, we're going to gamble again for the next 2 years. And if we're wrong again, it's not our money. We'll just have to pay it. And you become Cousins. Cousins gambled on himself and hit the jackpot at the time.
Yeah.
He got 2 years of franchise.
and then fully guaranteed.
And then he got fully guaranteed. Or you could do 2 years and it doesn't work out. And you want to move on and you're not locked into him.
Paul in Oxford. Paul, what's up?
Hey guys, as I was listening, I agree with Rico where that first bad game, the press is going to be on him. The Goff haters are going to be screaming. I really like Goff, but my fear at that point is his skin going to be thick enough to handle what he's hearing? And my fear is it's going to affect his play.
Okay, two different conversations about pressure. On-field football pressure, Jared Goff's lack of mobility really hurts him. Off-field pressure, I think he's a really resilient dude. I mean, he was given up on by the team that drafted him, a team that he helped get to the Super Bowl. They left him for dead. They wrote him out of their Hollywood script. He watched another team go win a Super Bowl, and the coach badmouthed him. He came here, put his nose down, got to work. I think he's a better quarterback today than he was at any point in L.A. I think off-field pressure, resilience, that's actually a positive for Jared Goff. I'm not worried about if he gets paid, he's going to not be able to handle pressure. I think he is someone who can handle pressure.
I think he'll be able to handle pressure, Paul, but bad games, people ain't going to be chanting Jared Goff at the grocery store.
Nor should they. Nor should they. I mean, you got to know that's part of being an athlete, though. I liked what Spencer Torkelson said yesterday when he was getting a lot of flack early in the year last baseball season, and he said, I didn't give people something to cheer about.
Right.
That's the deal when you're a professional athlete. You know that.
You come out in the third quarter like you did this year in the third quarter, it's not the same because you're making $200 million. You're not allowed to come out at halftime and look that bad. Making what you're making now, okay, he'll turn it around. Expectations go higher the more you make. That's all I'm saying. I hope people are ready for this.
I say bring it on. That's what we wanted. We wanted expectations. We want to have teams that we feel like we go into.
Expectations is one thing. When you're actually in the fire, it's totally different.
You'd rather be in the fire than be where they'd been.
David, I mean, you as a father, you probably had expectations of what it was going to be like to be a father when your wife got pregnant. And then once it happened, all your expectations got crumbled up and you were learning on the fly.
No, they pretty much.
I was about to say, I forgot who I was talking to. I'm talking to Superman over there.
No, you're right. You do have things in your head and you build up what it's going to be like and things completely change. Not for the worse, but it's just different than what you thought. Yeah.
Right.
Do we have a consensus on the ticket text? What do people say?
Someone says pay Goff $35 million a year with a Super Bowl bonus of $15 million.
It's just not the real world.
It's not how it works.
No.
They don't have to pay them or pay him now. He's on a contract for one more year, and then you franchise him the next 2 years if he's good, period. Okay.
That was Rico's point.
That it's an option, is what I'm saying. If you're not, because here's the thing. That's why you probably should have locked him up. You didn't know how good your season was going to be, but you got big paydays coming up in a few years.
Yeah, but you can stagger them a little bit. And I know the offseason is going to be all about, how they do that. But you guys on this show love to point out, salary cap's not real.
It's not.
It's not real.
And that's why I said
pay him and you can restructure it down the line, make money for somebody else, rob Peter to pay Paul. All these teams do it.
Or you could just tag him and pay him that 1 year and see how it goes.
And then let me read this one here. It says, David, pray for me. Cookies just endorsed golf. Hell just froze over.
I feel like you have to be open-minded here. I wanted to see him do it in the playoffs. He did. I'm not going to sit here and stubbornly cling to an opinion I had a year ago when he proved me wrong. And I'm glad that he proved me wrong. I'm glad that there's a certainty tax worth paying in Detroit, that there's a QB that you feel like when you get into playoffs can help ice playoff games and hit big throws. I like having a guy like that. So, sure. Let hell freeze over. 248-539-9797. The golf conversation's only begun. It's 97.1.
You ready? Planet Fitness is the home of the judgment-free zone, and right now, Planet Fitness is making it so easy for you guys to join right now, because right now, they got a sale going on now through February 29th to the end of the month, 29 cents down, $10 a month. Yeah, you heard me right. Just 29 cents down, $10 a month, no commitment whatsoever, and you can become a member of Planet Fitness. And look, a lot of Planet Fitness are open 24 hours a day, and you can get a full body workout in just 30 minutes on the Planet Fitness 30-minute circuit. And all Planet Fitness memberships include fitness training at no extra cost. You get all of this, 29 cents down, $10 a month. Head over to your local Planet Fitness right now to get started, or you can get more information online if you go to planetfitness.com. But head over there and do it now, because this sale won't last forever. It's now through February 29th, 29 cents down, $10 a month. Go to any Planet Fitness or go to planetfitness.com. What up, though, could also mean, hey, how are you? Or, oh, you want to fight?
Which one did Isaiah Stewart use?
You want to fight?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those words, man. It's like roll tide. Has multiple meanings. You remember that ESPN commercial with all the they were at a funeral. Roll tide, roll tide.
Roll damn tide.
What up, though? Could mean, hey, or it could mean, oh, for real? You got beef? Okay. Or you could be that lone Titan fan last night yelling, what up, Doe?
All by yourself.
That person needs to call in.
We still need to hear from them today. A local community icon, a hero. All right, let's have this J.J. McCarthy conversation. We touched on it briefly yesterday in a blitz. David had a mock draft. Where is J.J. going? I think he was 12th in that mock draft.
Correct.
The Ringer has a mock out today, has him going 8th to the Atlanta Falcons. I saw an NFL reporter say there is significantly higher interest on J.J. McCarthy than they could have imagined. A source says a team has him as QB2 on their board. I don't know where this is going to get to by draft night, but I have a few questions. One, how high is outrageously high for J.J. McCarthy to go in this draft? And two, is the hype out of control?
Outrageously high. I think
like if he went 1 or 2, you'd be like, oh, come on.
If he went 1 or 2, all of a sudden, I think you're now hitting that Baker Mayfield. Like, where did this come from? What do these people know that I don't, that I didn't see?
Do you think top 10 is reasonable?
No, I don't.
You don't?
I don't. And that's not to take away. It's just his body. I look at his body of work and the fact that, yeah, people are probably, well, he had this game. He had like, they won the majority of the games without him. They ran the ball. It was Blake Corum. Really got things done. And the dime. But other than that, because of the body of work, I would say probably like 15 to 30. I would see him.
You see him as a middle to back end of the first round guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see him like in the mix. I would probably go with Bo Nix. Now I know David is saying he's anti Bo Nix and they're anti Michael Penix because they're too old. My thing is I don't care. If I'm a team that's ready to win right now, like you're the Vikings and all you need is a quarterback, I want a guy who's a little older. I want a guy that has been around for a while. Granted, it's college, but yeah, I see JJ going to a team where, you know what, he could sit and learn for your whole draft and stash. He could sit, learn for a year. You got a quarterback that maybe you don't know what you're going to do with him. Like, this is one where, had the Lions not taken Hendon Hooker, if you took JJ and said, okay, we're going to roll the dice and see what we're going to do with the quarterback next year. If not, we'll go younger. I don't know if you're ready to, because if you get drafted in the top 10, you're the franchise. You're the quarterback. You don't get to sit. This ain't the Steve McNair year where you get to sit for a couple of years and learn. You're going to be in there by week 3 or 4. You're QB1.
Teams picking in the first round early that need a quarterback. Chicago 1, Washington 2, New England 3. We'll skip Arizona and the Chargers. Giants at 6. Tennessee at 7. You could make an argument. Atlanta at 8, definitely. Minnesota 11, Denver 12, Las Vegas 13. I would argue New Orleans 14 needs a long-term answer at quarterback. A lot of teams need a quarterback. And we see this every year. Jake Locker probably went higher than he should have gone, right? Christian Ponder went higher than he should have gone. So what I need people to understand, I think there are people listening to this right now going, you are out of your mind that J.J. McCarthy would go as high as people have him going. I'm here to tell you, when teams flip on the tape, they're going to see that he makes throws that NFL quarterbacks make, and some that NFL quarterbacks can't make. They're going to say the ceiling is there, the upside is there. We can make it work. He's got the size, he's got the mobility, he's got the zip on the throws. While we want to see twice as many of them on tape, we think he's capable of making those throws. Rico, it won't surprise me if this guy goes in the top 10. It won't. You don't have to agree with it. Maybe your evaluation's different, but guys, I think this is going to be a thing where JJ is going to be thrust into a top 10 pick.
If he goes top 10, he's not Q. I don't think he's QB2.
No, I think even that sounds a little ridiculous.
QB2 means here's your
means pick 2.
Here's your Jim Costa value.
Value.
According to FanDuel, JJ McCarthy as the number 2 overall pick plus 3,000. So if you really believe that and you think I'm crazy, you go ahead and, bet it.
So I'm curious. We have Michigan fans listening. You watched him very closely for years. Do you think this guy's a top 10 pick? And how high is too high for J.J. McCarthy? Because I don't know that people expected this, but it does feel predictable to me. Teams desperately need a quarterback. The skill set is there. They look at him like a project, maybe. I mean, Josh Allen was a raw prospect coming out of college, right? People go, I don't know, his completion percentage is kind of low. Didn't Buffalo take him in the top 10? 8th overall, something like that?
Yes, it was close to,
Yeah, so, I mean, Atlanta's picking 8. Tell me Atlanta. They miss out on 1, 2, and 3 at the position, and they're sitting there at 8. Is it really ridiculous to suggest Atlanta would draft J.J. McCarthy 8th overall? I don't think so.
But see, that's why I think Atlanta would go with a guy that you saw put up the video game stats like a Bo Nix, who night after night, he went out there and he just kept putting up numbers. Whereas, as you say, JJ has throws. He's got moments. He's got quarters. These guys got games. To say that we did it for the entire game. That was me sitting there at the Heisman ceremony. So, yeah.
248-539-9797. David, as a Michigan football fan, JJ was seen as a game manager at times. Threw 3 touchdowns against Alabama in the playoff win, and you saw pro throws. What do you think?
I think top 10 is high for him to get selected in, but I won't be surprised to see it because we're already seeing the hype train now, and they haven't done interviews. They haven't done workouts. Nothing's happened yet with teams. And yet there are teams falling in love with the tape that they see. They're going to fall in love with the personality because he's a great dude. He knows how to talk well, speaks well. Like
he was a leader.
He was a leader. They're going to love that part. So when you start adding that they love the tape already and then will love that, I can see him in the top 10. I just think that's too high.
And while I don't know how much you put on this, teams are going to say winner. Now, you and I both know they won with a special defense and a quality offensive line, and he did his thing. But when people cite the 26-1, one ear out the other. I want to judge the throws he makes, and I think there's enough of those on tape. You want more? Sure.
Well, here's the other thing.
I think there will be NFL teams that value the whole winner thing. They're going to say the guy started so many games and went 26-1.
Here's the other thing, and you know what? Shame on all of us because the Lions were good, and we forgot about guys. What's one thing that's the constant when it comes to combine and draft talk? Nobody tells you the truth. Everybody sends up smoke signals.
You think this is smoke?
Think every year there's guys who all of a sudden rise up. And then when the draft comes along, you're like, I thought you were going to take him. Well, yeah, I didn't.
248-539-9797. Destin Adams is the guy who says some teams view him as QB3 and one has him as QB2. That's the latest report. He's the Colts beat writer or a Colts beat writer. And just in general, a lot of these mocks have him going up and up and up. I mean, yesterday it was 12. Today it's 8. The idea that JJ is a top 10 pick, does that seem right to you? We'll get some thoughts. It's 97.1.
What up, though, could also mean, hey, how are you? Or, are you want to fight?
Which one did Isaiah Stewart use?
You want to fight?
Oh, okay.
It's one of those words, man. It's like roll tide. Has multiple meanings. You remember that ESPN commercial with all they were at a funeral? Roll tide, roll tide.
Roll damn tide.
What up, though? Could mean, hey, or it could mean, oh, for real? You got beef? Okay. Or you could be that lone Titan fan last night yelling, what up, Doe?
All by yourself.
That person needs to call in.
We still need to hear from them today. A local community icon, a hero. All right. let's have this J.J. McCarthy conversation. We touched on it briefly yesterday in a blitz. David had a mock draft. Where's J.J. going? I think he was 12th in that mock draft.
Correct.
The Ringer has a mock out today, has him going 8th to the Atlanta Falcons. I saw an NFL reporter say there is significantly higher interest on J.J. McCarthy than they could have imagined. A source says a team has him as QB2 on their board. I don't know where this is going to get to by draft night. 97.1. David Ticketex.
First time in my career, bad bite. Never done that before.
Oh, no.
It's always been the other guys, never been me. Wow, that's bad. $200 million.
Wait, what happened?
A bad bite. I've never done that in my career. It's always been you guys, never me. Wow. $200 million? We're going to pay for that guy who can't throw spirals under pressure? No thanks. Another one says.
What's the bell ding for?
You know what? I don't even know what it's a commercial for, but it's like one of the exhilarating things in life. And saying "I told you so" is one. I don't know what the commercial's for, but yeah, people will have zero time. The man that they love, once you get $200 million and he does anything wrong.
Okay, but I'm going to call Bula Bula on it because people were doing that already.
Right.
Already. Are they going to be a little louder?
No,
okay, I don't care.
No, he won the people over. All of a sudden, when he won that playoff game, all was forgiven. Jared Goff. Jared Goff. Is he here? No, but Jared Goff.
You think people are going to turn on him?
Oh, my God, yes.
Man, you are loving this. You want them to rip.
No,
Jared
I
Goff.
don't. I said I need people to be okay, and this is going to happen. Man ain't going to get any faster. He's not going to be able to throw the ball deeper down the field. None of this changes except for his wallet.
To your point, Terry from Ann Arbor says, as a Cowboys fan, that's exactly what happened to me. Once Dak got paid $50+ million, I expected way more. Same would happen with Jared Goff.
That's fine. I think you welcome that. You welcome expectations when you think you're one of the best at your position and you're chasing a Super Bowl.
Oh, no. Goff will be okay. I'm talking about Detroit won't.
Yeah, well, if they win, everyone's happy. If they lose, no one's happy.
Detroit's
Welcome to
gonna be like the
sports.
Dallas fan there. And that's a great example. Dak was on that rookie deal. Oh, it's just Dak. Dak on $50 million. Oh, Dak, you suck.
Sign him for $1 billion. Who cares? Not my money. I love those people.
No, but you know what? That person's actually right. It's not your money. Who cares?
Salary cap.
It ain't real.
Right.
And rubber band, you can figure it out.
Well, that's the key.
It
Rubber band's the perfect analogy for it. You fit something else in there.
It's not your money. So if they choose to spend it, don't get upset. I'm trying to help the people. I know it may not seem like it, and David thinks I'm having fun. I'm really trying to prepare the people.
I know you are.
This is going to happen. Okay? This is one of those where you're not listening to it now, but later you're like, you know what? You've been trying to tell it. Yes, I'm getting you prepared now. Go ahead, David.
If you sign him to an extension, the first couple years are going to have small cap hits.
Yeah.
Franchise tagging him will have a huge cap number. I'd rather sign him to the 4-year, $200 million deal.
See, the thing is, if you sign him to the number, I would have the huge cap hit early. Get it out the way, free up money, because down the line,
to pay Sewell,
you're going to have a whole lot of people that are the core players that you're going to have to pay. So that's what I'm saying. If you're going to do it. Give him a gigantic guarantee up front. So therefore, the back end of his deal would be very cap friendly, but he still got all of his money. Because right now, you got two people you got to pay, really, if you think about it.
It's always good when the back end is friendly.
And now Rieger will say something. Go ahead.
What?
I just wanted to let that marinate for a
No,
second.
I mean, when the back
Joe, I
end of a
like you. You're good,
contract
of course.
is friendly.
I just noticed Jim moved closer to you.
Yeah, I want him to feel like it's okay. We're not putting him on an island. I feel like he said some things the last couple
And now
days.
he's touching you.
It's been awkward. I want him to know it's okay.
Oh, have you listened
He
to the-
scooted farther away. I need that noted. All right, I'll give you your space.
Did you guys happen to listen to the morning show today? Did you hear Stoney's stance on rushing the court?
Oh, no.
what did he
You
say?
know how the one guy, you guys did
Yeah,
the
a
tribute to
hero.
the one guy?
Yes.
Yeah, did you hear this?
I heard it.
What did
Apparently,
Stoney say?
Stoney feels it's very bizarre. He couldn't really communicate why for men to rush the court in a women's basketball game with a big win.
Okay, but it was a men's basketball game.
No,
He's talking
no,
about
they-
Iowa, they were talking about Caitlin Clark because of what she'll do tonight.
Oh.
I don't get it. Why?
I don't get it either.
Exactly.
I don't know if he got it.
Because she got clobbered one time when they rushed the
By
court.
the Ohio State fan, yeah.
Well, yeah, because the stupid fan is going live on social
I
media
know.
and just ran out and
Would have been a
clipped
cool
her.
get, by the way. I mean,
Or she flopped.
Those likes would have been nice.
She did flop. She did.
But yeah, if she's at that status, if you beat her and her team, you're
Well, no,
rushing
wait.
the court.
Will they rush the court in Iowa when they win tonight and she beats the
No.
record?
No.
No?
No, but
No.
she said she does not want the game stopped.
Which means she really does.
She's 8 points away from getting the record. She's saying, if I get the record in the first quarter, don't stop the game. Do something afterwards. Let's just keep going.
But they stopped the game for LeBron. Why not stop the
Yeah.
game for her?
Why not Caitlin?
I don't know. That was her words, guys, not me.
Who's to say she's going to score 8 points tonight against
Could you imagine?
that great Michigan defense?
So is Jawan coaching?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Can women rush the court for a men's game?
I don't know. You got to ask Stoney.
No,
Those are the rules.
Yeah,
I mean, I think they have,
Okay.
but Stoney understands that
You know what
for
the
some
sad
reason.
reality is? I miss court storming at MSU. You don't do it anymore.
Yeah, not
This
many
is like a
people
weird
do.
humble brag. Our program's too
No,
good to
no,
storm
no,
the
no,
court.
no. It was because it used to be fun because they would go. I love it when I see, but they don't. The last time they did it, they beat Wisconsin, who was number one. Drew Neitzel hit a 3-point shot
It's like
that bounced all
07.
around.
It's further
The
back.
thing
than
is,
that.
there are no more superpowers in college basketball where it's unbelievable.
And I said,
like Marquette's number 4 in the country. Like, oh, we beat Marquette.
Wojo,
Woo!
I said I think that there's probably one last court storming. If Duke was there, ranked 1,
Yeah.
and they beat them, they would rush the court.
I think that's fair. Like if Caitlin Clark beat Duke men's basketball team, you would rush the court.
Could men rush the court?
No,
Oh.
not no. Those
But,
are
it's,
the rules.
but that's a
Oh,
that's
my.
multiple genders. That's where I get into.
I don't
We
think
need
so.
Stoney's ruling on that.
Call Stoney. Get him on the
Okay.
get him on the horn.
We'll rule on it tomorrow.
They
Everybody
spent like
has
30
we-
minutes on it. My buddy called me. He's like, dude, Stoney just said the weirdest thing. Like, what did he say? He's like,
Narrow it
he's
down.
like,
I'll say part for the course, right?
I'm like in 1 hour, one segment. He's
Everybody
like,
has
he just
weird
said-
hills they die on, and
Yes.
that one is one where you're on your own.
Wait, did he
buddy.
really die on that hill?
Well, it
He's alive. He'll be in tomorrow.
Yeah, I think he's alive. But
Okay,
yes,
all right, just
it
checking.
continued for about like 30 minutes
Oh,
because
my.
Gov and Heather and John would not let it go. And then Stoney's like, well, I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with it, but, it's just kind of weird.
You just shouldn't have women and men mingling together on the court.
Yes.
The co-eds? No, can't do it.
It's like a 7th grade dance, right? They
Yeah.
should be separated.
Yes, absolutely. Hey, we're going to get some Lions free agents going, okay? We're going to go pick some up. We're going to go buy some. And then we're going to decide which of the Lions free agents they're going to keep. And I think they should keep Jared Goff. I know he's not a free agent, but yeah, I would sign him up.
Bold opinions
Okay.
coming up.
You sign, lock him up now. Give him the cap hit early, and then make it cap friendly.
Well, now if Costa's come over to paying Jared Goff,
Rico won't.
everybody is over then,
No,
right?
no, don't do that. I
Oh,
didn't
I'm
say.
going to do that
I
to you. We got one more day together. I'll do that to you.
Oh, okay. Just wait
Wow,
till
things have
tomorrow.
changed,
Wait
don't
till
they?
tomorrow, buddy.
Oh my!
Oh, no.
Wait till tomorrow.
And also, Rieger's doing something so annoying this weekend. Honest to God, this is why.
I'm going out of town this weekend. What are you talking about?
No, but you're letting your family do something.
Oh,
This-
that's tonight.
Okay, this is why I don't know why people get married and have kids. This tonight. I have no idea why people do that.
They're going to have fun.
Now, and how much is it going to cost you?
A lot of money.
Okay, all right. I just don't get it.
I asked our boss for a raise. He said he's going to get back to me.
That's that
Yeah, let us know how that goes.
Hey, that's that 6 to 10 money. 97.1.